What's up and welcome back, fellow Siege spectators and players. We are back with another installation of the Siege Double Shot, and we're coming at you prime style. I am the Reverend Whiskey Glitter, and with me on the desk, as always, my partner, my co-host, Mr. Whiskey Run.
That's right. Welcome back, everyone. It's been a while since we did a roller Sunday, and even longer since we did a roller prime tourney, but this is it. Number 9. We get to see the lower bracket finals and the grand final tonight to figure out which team is going to take home that roller prime victory. And first up, T1S taking on, where they at though? Ricci and Gino and their squads going ready to take this on. So we'll show the lower bracket real quick.
Yeah, a bit of a march through their run. They played some not too bad teams here, right? A couple of very familiar names that fell out early, and then in the end, you said it, Gino versus Ricci.
Yeah, this is going to be, you take a look at the upper bracket side. Richie's team lost to Mingo in the upper bracket final, so if they can find a win here in the lower, it means that grand final is going to be a rematch. But Gino's team and where they at though, trying to make sure that they stop that from happening. We'll go ahead and take a look at the rosters, my friend. Boy, 10 players stacked up, and they are all familiar names here on the Rival Roller Series.
No kidding. If you've ever been a part of the console scene or if you've ever watched Prime Roller series on the Double Shot, these are all names you know and love very, very well. Richie, Gray, Gronk, Glybo, and Iowa on one side, Gino, Kiru, Masa, Creepies, and Andy's term on the other side of it. And in a best of 3, this kind of promises to be an absolute banger, right? This is going to be gunfights right out the gate.
Yeah, I love this TDM meta style play that both of the teams bring to the table. Just a lot of fun. And the fact that, we talk about the map bans all the time. I love Rival Roller Series because it brings back a fan favorite that we don't get to see in PC Comp Siege very often, Oregon. And that's where we're starting out the first map there with Nighthaven Chalet gone. Skyscraper, my goats here with Kiru and his team Gino banning that map. Love that. We're going to see Oregon first. Amazing.
Man, it's like default central for this best of 3, right? We get a nod towards tradition with Oregon taking us back to some of the early Siege double shot casts that we used to have where every map was Oregon. Then take it to the textbook Siege Clubhouse and followed it up with default Kafe. This affords the opportunity for some really incredible gunplay because the holds aren't necessarily going to be the big part of any one of these maps.
Yeah, we're not seeing the crazy util setups, all of the new tech that's coming out. We're not getting to see sort of the typical, those Nighthaven, Chalet, all the new things that we've seen. Oregon Club Cafe, you said it, default central, meaning player skill is going to rule the day here in the Rival Roller Series Prime. Number 9, my friend. We're still waiting on the last 2 to get in the lobby, so might have to take a little bit of a break. But man, message the players, it's time to get this thing going.
Yeah, no kidding. And Run, just to kind of add to it a little bit, we've got the new season coming, right? It is right around the corner. And what does that mean for everybody? It means
yes,
that the ACOGs are disappearing. It means that the new operator
tragic.
is some crazy freaking strats that you're going to have to find a way to deal with, which is going to make Oregon, things like that, really fun, right? Trying to figure out those default holds, trying to get in on Gym Bedroom on Clubhouse with the new operator just cutting off all of your angles. So this is like the last of its kind. The last compy tournament really before the new season starts. So this is a good way to say we bid you adieu to Old Siege and welcome in the new season. I'm excited for it.
Yeah, that's true. It is. This is probably the last tournament we're going to get a chance to see. New season coming on Tuesday. Tomorrow, the last day to finish up the Battle Pass. And a couple of sales going on this weekend. You can use the Double Shot creator code in the store to support the team, support the community. But just one more day left here in the season and the final tournament. Before that new operator comes in, you said it. I think change up the way that Flank Watch is played. Going to have to burn a ton of util on the defensive side. And you said it. Losing the ACOGs, man, that is just going to be tragic for the defense.
Listen, those that can spawn peak are still going to be able to spawn peak. ACOG isn't going to hold them back there.
All right, fair enough.
And one more thing, Wednesday, big announcement for the Siege Double Shot coming your way. Got something really fun, really incredible, and it's going to be a good time for everybody. So make sure that you're following us on Twitch or on X to make sure that you get that announcement as well. It's going to be really good. So still trying to get those last players in the lobby. So I guess we're going to do a quick break, but if you sit back and relax when we come back, we're going to get started with the very first map. Ayo.
Let's go.
What's up, and welcome back, fellow Siege spectators and players. Are you ready? Prime Roller Sunday coming at you right now.
That's right, my friend. Starting, we said it on Oregon, the opening map. And I got to say, I love the fact that we're getting to see Oregon one more time here. It's been a while for us, and we talked about it, not going to the roller series for a long time. Love that we're going to see Oregon back on the stream.
All right, so it's a classic. You used to see it in the comp scene all the time, right? You got your standard hold up top, your defensive stronghold down for the bunker wars, and it's Oregon with a 3-ban system, which could add a little bit of chaos into how that you normally get in to take this sort of site. We're going to see the first one coming through. Run, is it going to be standard? Is it going to be the hard breach or a shield taken off the board?
I got it. I was going to say it's got to be Clash. Clash, certainly one of the most banned defensive operators for sure. And interesting, though, that the attackers, still do not want to deal with her. I thought we might see one of the Breach and Isle operators or the shields on the other side, but Grim is very, very good at identifying where those defenders are playing, gives them a little bit of mobility, which I think supports some of that aggressive defensive play. I like that pick.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's difficult when you're having some of that vertical play from underneath. Really could just open everything up. On the other side of it, Malusi and Brava getting taken down as well, meaning you can't have our gadgets and we can't slow you down. Those are really interesting picks, and almost only that Oregon as a map can give you. We're going to start us out in the Bunker Wars.
And now I know there's a little bit of the question in the chat. How many players got subbed out versus what we were originally taking? We saw Parla come in instead of Ricci, Jackie Chan as well on that side. And then on the other side of the map, I think mostly that lineup was the same carried over. But a few changes in the lineup, so we'll see as that plays out tonight. The players, obviously, when the tournament goes for the full weekend, changes up who's able to stay on those teams and make sure that they got enough subs to jump in. Starting off in the basement, you said it, a little bit of focus upstairs. We can see it. Yeah, Masa jumping down from that second floor. They've opened up the hatches, giving them a little vertical play there on the meeting side. But, man, I just love seeing Oregon.
Oh, man, and all the way up, really making sure that you're going to have to spend some time or at least some drone work up on the second floor. That's going to eat up some time, and that's the thing that you can't afford on Oregon. Yes, it's default, but when you get stymied, you sure get stuck. All right, so a little bit of intel. We're going to take a look at the defense here. And it's some fun operators. Echo on the board to make sure that they can deny any sort of shields that are coming in, or at least give them that full break. And they did bring one, as you can see, Gray on the Blackbeard. So going to try to get active quite early. Drones coming in, and they've sussed out this first floor presence where Q currently sits. The Vector in hand. RIP ACOG here in a few days. And it's an attention to the vertical. They're going to go straight for the hatch and just deny that closet area. Speaking of closet, they're going to take some into that top of freezer.
Oh!
He's going to find one. Kira takes Iowa off the board, and that's going to be main advantage into the hands of where they at.
Yeah, the shield pushing in here. Gray running the Blackbeard, pushing down the stairs. Backed up here by the Twitch, trying to clear out some of this utility. And boy, already round one, a best of 3. Round one is already starting to move very quickly from this perspective. They pushed all the defenders back down to the basement. Nobody upstairs at this point. We're not even halfway through the round. So the attackers, they're down a man. They've lost Iowa here to start off with, but they have got all 5 on the defense left alive. So they have time to work this, just not a ton.
Yeah, that's right. And Blackbeard starts to posture outside of sight as he makes his way into laundry, looking for a little bit of vertical assistance. So they're going to open up and give him a little bit of play. His clock's starting to tick down, though, right? Becomes the 6th enemy, as we've got just over 60 left and a C4 still into the hands of Cade. Who's going to look to try to play a denial on the freezer area. It's out. The sound cue's going to send him back towards the backside of freezer run, as he don't want any piece of that just yet.
All he's got to do is hold on right now. Oh, there, unfortunately, burns the C4. They lose that opportunity, and right now, this is a heavy freezer push here with Great and Gliable holding on. The shield giving him some of this intel. Now they've opened up it, but fortunately, it's not a walkthrough pass from the ace charges. But, man, look at that. The Echo Drone comes in clutch, knocking this team out.
That's right. Shotgun's going to take Gray off the board. Jackie Chan takes Gino now into a 1v2 in a super low health scenario for Striker as they take a couple of shots towards the rotate. Nobody there to answer just yet. Looking for one, and he's going to be rewarded with it. Now into an old-fashioned, and it's a shotgun against Striker, so held close onto the corner, waiting for an engagement. Knows where it's at, and they're going to send it. It's a body shot for the body drop.
Shotgun to end it, you said it, holding on at the end. And where are they at, though? The defense picking up round one. It looked like this T1S team had done all of the work that they needed to early on, pushing the defense down, bunkered, opened up the sight lines they needed, but then weren't able to coalesce, come together to find a defensive win. So where are they at? Pick up round one. And if you're just joining us, welcome, everyone. It is the Roller Prime. We're in the lower bracket series, map 1 of the best of 3.
That's right. Winner of this best of 3 heads on to the finals, where they've got to take on some of the giants of controller PC Siege. Heading up to the second floor as the defense was able to find their first, and this time they're going to switch up the operators just a little bit. We're going to see the Fenrir and the Mira come out. A little bit of excess on the slowdown, making sure you're not coming into that window comfortably.
Well, it was one of the things the attackers focused on, right, in their ban phase, making sure they didn't have access to Clash or to Malusi, the other side of the slowdown piece. So that did leave the Mira wide open there, and you said it, the Fenrir, so Creepy's going to play this. Question is that going to be the changeup? Fenrir used to be one of the opps that we saw banned all the time on the Oregon side, especially. We saw that, the toss on the stairs, preventing the defenders or the attackers from making that push up either one of those stairs, giving the defense that little bit of added extra cover.
Yeah, basically a fortress here, which means we're going to see some side overplay, but Kiru good for another as they take Glybo down. Now into a 5-4, they're looking to get active on the main. Shot on it, and he's going to be rewarded with a second. Kiru on the double, and he's hungry and looking for more. He's here something close,
no way.
And he's going to find it. Just allowed to continue on. Now they've got the main breach being opened up, and they're going to finally start to answer back as Creepy gets taken down, but the damage run has been done. Now into a 4-2 scenario, and still got to deal with Kiru.
Oh.
Io goes down.
I mean, you still have got Gronk is left alive, so yeah, Kiru's going crazy right now, but so is Gronk sitting at 5-1. Oh, no way, Masa picks up a quad piece. Are you kidding me? What a run.
Jesus, Fenrir Gadget goes off, and that's going to give some location as they both start to circle in like sharks towards that main stair. One on the soft wall, one on the... Yep, one on the doorway and looking for that double swing. A little bit of power of friendship to see this one through, and it's starting to look like defense has all but cleared this one up, even though we've got still a minute and 30 left to go.
Yeah, it feels like a ton of time at this point, and right now, where they at, not throwing any bodies at him, just holding the angles, taking the shots, and there it is, through the open mirror window. Love that play on the main breach here. A little bit of the new tech that we really saw rise in the end of year 9. So we've already got the bans in play here as we work on the second half, or round 3 here coming in, but man, where are they at? It's a couple of defensive wins, and not surprising, Oregon on the defensive side.
Jesus. Yep, and no, not a rerun. This is prime number 9. They're looking to take the lower bracket win to get into the grand finals, trying to take on Stompin' and Mingo and co. So, yeah, coming at you live right now. First 2 to the defense, which means we're going to see the first test on the Tersh run. These attackers are going to find themselves in one of the best positions to finally claim themselves around.
Yeah, this tertiary site, and it's not surprising that they didn't go kitchen dining, with that being one of the worst defensive sites. They're going to hold down, but you said it, the best opportunity here for the attackers to pick up a round, and we talked about it. They had subs in. Ricci's not playing for the team right now, so a little bit different squad than they had last night, so working on coalescing here on game 1 of the day here on Sunday.
All right, starting to build up a little bit of that trench warfare, some static dig-in nature. Zazami has set completely up. Gonna opt not for the footholds, instead really wants to bunker down, which means there's gonna need to be an attention to that verticals. There's gonna be a lot of pressure put on into the attic.
That's interesting. I thought Azami was going to play that super aggressive defensive stance, keep half that wall open, put pressure on the team before they can even get control of the big tower. But no, goes ahead and takes a little bit more of a softer approach. And honestly, it's not a bad way to run it. This T1S team plays very aggressively on the attacking side, so go ahead and bunker. It worked on round 1. It worked on round 2 at this point. They have so far been able to shut down T1S.
Yeah, now they've got some free access to the hatch, as nobody's really there to contest it outside of the soft wall towards Trophy. They're going to get sussed out by the Deimos, which means we're going to get 2F control for relative free here, unless they go put some pressure on it from the other side. Run, that's a great way to start your attacking run, although grenade goes out, not sussed for it, and is rewarded with a double. Massa is able to take 2, the headshot, the double push, the collateral, and the damage done yet again. Iowa takes 1 in return as they stop the flow of bleeding. Osa set up onto the back stairs, but man advantage now to the defense as they're looking to solidify their 3rd.
Yeah, and you still have got Massa and, I was about to say Kiru left alive, but no, Iowa takes him down. I mean, you had the frag leaders still here, but, and the Fenrir just completely blocking off the sidelines, but Parla's still alive, you said it, and survived in the corner. It feels like a little bit of a miraculous placement there.
Couple of shots towards splits. They try to put the pressure on the 2 remaining defenders over in that area. Parla's able to take 1. Creepy's answers back now into an old-fashioned 2v2, but it's the flank put into a 1v1 as it's a double flank from both sides. Run. Now they find themselves in a tough position. The location is known, but secured behind the Osa shield now as the defenders become
classic,
and vice versa. A complete Uno reverse card now as the diffuser is stuck behind here. So flashes are going to have to be the option as you push up, but it's a difficult position to find yourself in. Takes a self-flash in turn now with 35 seconds. They're going to take 1 off as the Legion Goo goes out. Goes to take another attempt at it, but he's moved up a little bit. Now it's a little bit of a different angle, and you're not quite sure where he's at. Takes the diffuser in a position to potentially get back into sight.
Oh,
now he is.
No way!
He's going to sit himself onto the plant scenario, and he's just going to take a swing. Glybo takes down Gino. Sheesh.
What a round between these guys, man. Back and forth battle. The fact that you had the defender playing behind the Osa shield, tosses the Legion Goo, is able to avoid the flash. And then honestly, the fact that that attacker was able to grab the diffuser is shocking to me, that he managed to pull that off. And then to take down Legion after such a great play behind the shield, avoiding the flash, causing the little bit of the damage from the Goo mine. Man, what a round.
Defenders find a crack in the armor, and they take their first round, and they do it on the Tersh site, which means it's time to run it back. Back down to the bunker wars, and this time, I think they're going to be running something similar, right? If it ain't broke, don't fix it, and it was really successful on round number 1.
All right, well, you said it, the best opportunity for the attackers to pick up a round, and they pull it off the back of that incredible Glybo play there at the bottom of the stairs. So, yeah, go back to the basement. This is where it started. This is where they were the most successful. Get the opportunity again. Moss is going to go ahead and run the Mira, and I love this lineup. And Doc, we'll see whether or not how the ACOG changes up, whether or not Doc is going to continue to be one of these heavily played defensive operators, because he really got a boost coming into year 10 and has continued that throughout this entire season.
Yeah, maybe comp might not have a huge difference, but ranked for sure. A lot of people who were maining that Doc ain't going to be doing so next season. Almost a guarantee run. But we get to see him here, and he's got a beefy lineup behind them to try to hold on to it. Specifically, 2 of those C4s looking to do some of that long-range devastation. Back on the shield play for the attack, because they're going to try to get active on the Bunker War.
Yeah, this is a good call. Now, they got to watch out. Kira had picked up 2 opening kills, taking down Iowa and Glybo in previous rounds. So as long as they don't, overpress the advantage and watch it from the attacking side to make sure they don't lose. But, man, Masa upstairs holding on to Big Tower again, playing way off-site at this point, just clearing out drones and managing to stay alive.
Yeah, and they forced him back down, though, so that ghost pressure that was there, knowing that somebody's up top, well, it's been dealt with as he moves back down into sight. In fact, everybody. So that bunker war is going to be a bunker strat to boot. Now starting to open up and take care of that hatch play. Kate's not going to be able to secure it close, so vertical to be had. We still do have somebody, Goyo, Kiru, who did have that devastating double on the last time, still staying active. Close to his plan B to get home.
Yeah, it looked like he wanted to be able to pull down that electro claw and try and reposition it, but maybe just barely out of reach. But man, what an angle he was holding on to there, trying to watch for the hatch trap. But Iowa's downstairs, ready to walk in, holding on, but they have this shield in elbow. They've got the player there. They've got to push out, and it is the Warden. So protected against the flashes. And look at this. He's just walking right up, and they're going to allow him to make that push up, but the C4 is dealt with. Masa down.
Yeah, easy trade as they do lose the mirror window, but they take that spearhead off the board. Jackie Chan, though, able to walk in and find one and try to get an equalizer and an F2 to ring out and take Masa off the board. So now into a 3-3 situation with 69. They're going to start to make that rotate as the diffuser is now cold in 90. You still got to deal with that half wall to go pick that thing up. A little bit of vertical still being had as they're looking with the cut, looking to catch somebody rotating off. Might be rewarded if they don't know that he's up there. Instead, they're going to avoid it altogether. Wait for that drop down, and they kind of branch out. One into freezer, one onto the rotate, and one to come from behind. Gino's able to take one. Glybo answers back as we're now 43 seconds into 2-2. Parla good for both of them.
Wow, he makes the drop. I thought maybe they were going to have the defender hold on. Kira playing upstairs just a little bit longer and wait, but no. The rest of the defenders go. He rushes down, and Parla punishes him for it and ties us up 2-2. That one definitely feels like a much better showing there from the T1S team. Where they at, though? Losing 1 downstairs in the basement. They're going to try it again. I think that's a good call. They had a great running on it for round 1, and they lost it after T1S sort of coalesced and played a little bit better this second time around. Going to try the hold one more time.
Okay, relentless pressure run. That was exactly what it was. Every time they took a gunfight, they took a couple of inches of space along with it. Defenders looking to try to stop them and put themselves on path to that 4-2 split. The coveted number that you need. To do so, you're going to bring a zombie downstairs this time. No Goyo on the board.
Yeah, that's an interesting one. Goyo has been one of those just anchor defenders we're seeing teams play over and over because he's so good. So this change-up, pulling him out in favor of running the Azami instead. It's an interesting call. Azami, I think, has got a lot of utility coming up on map 2, which is Clubhouse, but the Goyo basement holds right now are just so dang good. Wondering whether or not this is a good call, honestly. But the fact that you still have got the Cade running there, preventing the drop down the hatch, and yeah, he's ready for it, waiting.
Yeah, still sitting up there, and the big one, yeah, Kiru up on that second floor, really looking to play in that lurk role and spoiler. They've got the deployable off the board here, and they did it without getting it open, but look at that. Iowa, Control, Alt, deleted, Spearhead, and Shield is gone.
So huge.
Man advantage into the hands of the defense here, Run.
Yeah, losing, and Iowa sitting at that 2-5-4. He has been supportive AF throughout this entire map, picking up those assists, and you said it, the Spearhead and the Blackbeard down. That means he was able to clear out Elbow on the last run downstairs, able to push Warden back, gain a little bit of space. Even though he died at the C4, he was able to take down the mirror window, that key piece of defensive utility. This time, dead before any of that is able to happen, and you can see Masa with the late round mirror window coming out, now looking in, in and really going to stop this bunker push. And there it is, exactly. Parla rotating out, knowing that that is no longer the way they're going to be able to find a round win.
Yeah, bunker hold is unbreakable. Not quite getting through as soon as they took that spearhead down. But there's still a chance to come back. Plenty of time on the board, even though they've lost a second now. Just means that somebody's going to have to put in double duty, and it's not going to be Glybos. He gets taken down. Shots from behind. Gray's able to take Kiru down, so stops the flow of bleeding just a bit. So now they find themselves in a 4-2. They're doubled up on the main advantage, but plenty of time in which to get something done.
And the all chat coming out. Gray, welcome to the game. Sitting at 1-4, but playing the support role, and then takes down another one before falling to Masas at C4. Yeah, Kiru 6-5-5. Supportive AF on his side, but it's going to be Gino to finish it off on the stairs. That late round mirror really changing up the flow of the game, forcing this attacking team down the stairs, where, talk about it all the time, the most dangerous way to traverse levels in Rainbow Six Siege.
Yeah, and then you add in the Azami as well. That makes every single door a choke point run, right? And they just absolutely suffocated. Once they got the initial spearhead, once they got that shield taken off the board, the attack had to make a redirect, and there was just too many opportunities by the defense holding those crazy angles to be even able to get in and make a play. Plus, Kiru still up on the second floor, putting that ghost pressure on. Even if he doesn't get a kill, it's time spent. It's bodies wasted. Just 3 to the defense. Looking for that 4-2 split.
4-2 split. Are we going to see T1S tie this thing up 3-3 half? Haven't found a win so far on the second floor, but it's only the second time we're going to see this one played out. And honestly, to start this one off, it was Kiru picking up a couple of huge picks off the entry out that main door, and then Masa also cleaning up the rest of those players. So if you didn't have such two heroic efforts from those two guys back on round 2, this one could have gone the other way in favor of T1S. So question, are we going to see that same level of heroics? And again, super aggressive, playing out that front door as opposed to just sort of hanging back and playing the bunker strat. This time for sure, T1S is going to expect it.
Yeah, well, look at the cheeky little spot they did, and they do suss that out pretty early on, but this time Kiru puts himself onto the DMR, right? That meta hold instead of the vector. So it just takes a couple of shots onto the foot and you claim one. So a cheeky little angle. Aussie Repel looking towards that bedroom area. And this is a console and PC tournament. So a mixture of both. I think is it 2 PC players you're allowed to have?
Yeah, 2 PC players on each team allowed here for the Roller Prime series, but Rival Roller series, mostly console players. Definitely get involved in that Discord. That night bot will pop it up at some point. You can join the Rival Roller series Discord, and happy to have you with us for this one. Seeing T1S take on
absolutely.
Where They At, though?
Starting to make and take some great space here, Run, as there's plenty of time still left on the board, and they've done a phenomenal job at getting rid of a bunch of this extension util. The problem is you still do have a C4 in the hands of Masa, and 3 of the smoke canisters is still in the hands of Gino. So open up into attic, put some pressure on, look towards the rotate, try to get yourself in a position to protect the president.
Yeah, and with no pressure here on the big window side, it's allowing this defense to hold on heavy on the other side. Kiru taking down Iowa, the DMR battle there with... Man, unfortunate. But I feel like right now we're just not seeing the T1S attack spread out enough. And there's the pressure from the big window side, but it's coming from down below with Gray playing the Deimos. I love that underneath floor play.
Yeah, absolutely. Bible takes one off the board as we get equalized onto the man advantage. Low health situation as Gino's just able to escape with their life with a 5 HP in a dream. And SMG-11 in hand, 2 smoke canisters still as it starts to count down. And now that's the plan starting to go down. So one of the canisters goes out and a C4 to answer.
What a C4!
Bada bing, bada boom! Masa finds one. Stops the plan with 43 seconds left. They're going to find another as Kiru's able to take the DMR and put some body shots onto Parla. Now into a 4-2, and Glybo is low. Needs a couple of headshots as he starts to get that plant going yet again. barely up onto the default as they keep taking a couple of swings, but the bullets are coming from everywhere. It's raining down. Gray's able to take down Gino. Now into a 3-2, 22 seconds left on the board, and a pistol is out, waiting for somebody to make a peek, and he's gonna get one in return.
No way!
Kiru, good for 4. Break out the barbecue sauce for that 4-piece, baby.
Am absolutely on fire. We said they needed to be. It's some individual heroics there to come up clean, and where they at pulls it off. Again, off the back of Kiru playing an incredible first half of Siege. Where they at on defense, picks up 4. They deny the 3-3 split for T1S, and now they get to go on to the attacking side. See whether or not we see any of the target bans come out. Right now, just playing some incredible Siege on the second floor. Both teams have had a little bit of moments of brilliance, some great play, so it's still a close match. We're in map 1 of the best of 3.
Okay, first couple of bans off the board. They're going to pay special attention to Breach, as they're going to get 1 denial and 1 breach, hard breach operator Ace, and Cade gone now. To follow suit, Shield, potentially. They still leaning towards that Malusi. What kind of pace setters are we looking for? It is the Shield, but this time on the defense, they're taking out Legion, and you know what? It's not a bad call.
Yeah, I mean, it gives tons of opportunity there for intel, and we got to see a Legion Goo kill earlier today, so certainly he can do the damage at a distance and give all the sound cues away, so good to see him off the board, but that does leave, I was wondering whether or not they were going to ban the Bandit because they had the Cade available, or take down the Mira instead, because Mira, one of the operators, is so powerful on Oregon. I'm a little surprised that we didn't see her banned out here to start, and that's immediately where Gronk is going to start off playing the Mira, and then the Fenrir too from Parla. It was interesting to see so much Fenrir early on, and then he was target banned as a part of the second half there on the T1S attack side.
Located a bomb.
You know, I think that we don't see the Mira ban like a super lot of time on Oregon anymore, and that's because in this controller scene, the F2 is king, right? We see some absolute demons on Twitch, and almost are more likely to see the Twitch getting banned out to hold on to that, getting that extension util off the board, dealing with those Miras quite easily with those Twitch drone sniper shots. You know, maybe that's why they're just not afraid of him anymore.
Whew, unafraid. That's a dangerous place to be in Siege. When you got a team that is just hitting on all cylinders, just firing like crazy, this is going to be a dangerous match. The fact that you got the Monty on the Shield, they didn't want to deal with the Blitz, right? Get rid of the Blitz. That does leave Blackbeard and the Monty open. And Masamitsu known for some incredible Monty play, so it's going to be difficult now. Got to work on opening the hatches upstairs, and you can see the defenders all bunkered down into the basement early at this point, 45 seconds in. They've got no presence upstairs, giving tons of opportunity for the attacking team to work all the sight lines they need.
Okay, Gleibel able to take one down as the P90 rings out and steals Kiru's life. Tough play, couple of rotates, the 360 looking towards the back stairs. Vertical pressure from the hatch as they're now able to put some pressure onto that doorway. Well, they still got one locked away. The Shield, Masa, he's going to take the scenic route. Now down into construction where they can start to put some pressure onto this elbow player now that they've got that hatch to secure the E-box. Problem is, Fenrir Gadget going to start to slow you down as you can't hit what you can't see, and they've still got some Goyle canisters to stay. I don't think so. Minute and 30, though. Run, still plenty of time for these attackers to get a little bit of a reassessment, get some of that Gadget gone, and get in, try to get themselves a plan.
This feels way too one-dimensional, though. You take a look at it. They have got this, the blue completely locked off. Iowa playing close on the elbow side. They have Gray, Gleibo and Iowa both just right there holding. Yeah, and no way he survives that. Rauer's going to block that door off, but it still feels like this is a stronghold from the T1S defense side. And look at this. Just playing right up in Monty's face. He feels like he is in a very dangerous situation. He's already used to C4, so he's not going to lose it that way.
Yeah, well, a little bit of pressure, too, you know, because you're all alone. Nobody able to really react as they did a great job of really just isolating those two battles. So now the play for Pillar as Monty starts to make his way up, and they still got the Goyle canisters to take care of. Holding doubled up. as he makes the rotate around. Still plenty of time for them to get active. Fenrir Gadget's going to make it a little bit difficult as the Monty pistol starts to ring out. They're not going to find it. Shots towards the rotate and a shotgun up close to make sure that it's still denied. 3v2. They're going to do a little bit of damage as now Striker feels the wrath. Monty goes down to the Vector, and a quick trade means Parla's going to end this one.
Man, Monty put in the work there in elbow, but because he didn't have an opportunity to try and push through, good holds and angles there by the defense, and T1S picks up one downstairs in the basement. Said it felt a little too one-dimensional there from the where they at, though. Attack, mostly focused on the con side, but they started to pull it off. They started to eve it up, push those defenders back, but never able to fully gain control of elbow. T1S exploited that hole in the defense, in the attack, and then just completely shut it down. Pick up a win, a little bit closer to a tied-up game, my friend.
Yeah, you love to see it, right? You want them to go back and forth. I mean, this is the chance to take it all the way to the grand finals, so whatever sort of barn burner we can get, we're here for it. Gonna take it up top now. Defense has found themselves one closer to equalizing, and they're going to lean into that intel, both on the keeping and denial of it. Mute on the board, Valkyrie here to make sure they got a little info, potential for that C4 on the lurker below. Interesting spot for a Valkyrie cam. And then make sure they shut down all the drones run. Doesn't matter though, IQ's on the board. They're going to suss it out.
I was going to say, it didn't feel like we had seen an awful lot of droning going on. I mean, certainly at the start of the rounds, but in general, playing a little bit more forward on the gun side and a little bit less on the intel side. So whether or not the mute is going to be the difference maker, it does stop any attempt by like the Brava to come in. Brava was banned on the first half of the map, but still available here on the second. Right now, the attackers not really using any sort of those extra intel gadgets, so the mute primarily focused there on blocking out the drone and the intel side. And look at this. Got one defender playing all the way over on that shower hallway, Iowa, waiting for it, takes some shots, and wins one.
Man, absolutely devastating. There's your entry gone. Defense up by one now as drones are going to get in and try to get as close as they can to sussing out some of this intel, but it's going to take Blackbeard getting in and saying hello. The C4 rings out, and instead of hello, it's going to be a good night. Blackbeard turned to meet Jello on the Armory Hall as now they claim it by two, and a second C4 is looking to try to get another one.
Oh,
barely
so close.
Out of the way.
Yeah, Massa was having an incredible C4 game on the first half, and then to go down to one, just a little bit of siege poetry there. The Grim Beast coming out, giving the defenders all the intel and giving the attackers the intel on where the defenders are at. But right now, it doesn't feel like they have gained enough space yet. They're still working downstairs. IQ looking for some of these gadgets, trying to find where they need to try and clear some stuff out at. But you can see Iowa's still downstairs on the first floor. They have got to find him before this can really be a push.
Yeah, that's the problem, right? He found himself an early kill, and they haven't done anything about it just yet. Instead, Kiru finally able to take him down. Fenrir Gadget dealt with as well. So now a lot of this util has been cleared up as they're going to be able to start to get themselves some flashes, some smokes, and potentially start going for the plant. Creepy's able to take down Jackie Chan as the numbers get equalized. Now into a 3-3 scenario. You don't have either of your entries on the board, which means you're going to have to do it a little bit of the old-fashioned way. A couple of pre-fires, a hope, and a dream. Grimby's going off. Glybo able to take down Gino now as the body balance tips in favor of the defense. Looking to claim this round and tie us up as Creepy's is the last alive.
No way, they're going to feed him bodies!
Creepy's good for two, but he's not going to find the end of it as they finally are able to stop him and put him down.
Oh, I thought we were going to see the fact that the attackers didn't have really any attic presence and just completely allowed the defense to hold on and take shots on that main breach. But then Creepy's just absolutely cleaning it up, clearing it out. Thought we were going to see an attacker win there, but T1S comes up big right at the end, shuts down the defenders and shuts down the attackers, and another defensive win ties this thing up 4-4. Damn.
Need to locate and defuse bombs.
Okay. Right, not wholly unexpected, to be honest with you either. Right now, we see that big test. It's the same thing we talked about in the first half of this match, is the test on the turf. And what do you choose, right? One of these sites is more statistically viable than the other. And even though I love to see an off-site play, well, kitchen dining just isn't it. So glad to see we're on the meeting side of it, and they're bringing along some of that extension util specifically run. I love the castle here.
I knew you were going to say that. Gronk running at the castle. This is a good pick. The big question, though, on this defensive side, Gray running the Boss G, and just that hatch was just too strong for Vigil today, apparently. Just blows through some ammo trying to get that thing open. But I do think that's a good call, running the castle and continuing to see this the Blackbeard push up here. Now, we did lose one on the where they at side, so a 5v4 here to start off.
Well, you don't like those odds so early on, but at least you're attacking into that tertiary site. Now, you do have a defense that's ready to take advantage of that pretty quickly. Clive up here with the Vector to try to put some pressure onto the player on the window, and it's now starting to hear a bunch of these different gunfights going off all the way around him, so the pressure could start to mount, but the buddy system is in play. Gray's up there with the Boss G in hand, looking to try to get active on the window player.
Man, I was going to say, that was a ton of defensive utility that already popped early. I mean, it was less than a minute into this round. They're losing the oil canisters, losing some of the other defensive pieces here, but still holding on hard to the second floor. 3 of the defenders upstairs on the second floor, and I was going to say, you had this Iowa playing the smoke in that potential flank position back on the stairs there. So you can see the shots coming in, trying to clear out the attic player, and they need it. But Kiru continues to have a hell of a game. 12, 7, and 7. Man, what a play right now.
Yeah. The clear frag leader currently is definitely becoming a win con here. As if you find him, you find the round. Now, taking a couple of shots up top, they're going to make the swing, and bada bang, takes it with an SMG-12. Gray goes down. Main advantage now into the hands of the attacking team as they're looking to try to set one up. Hero able to take Parla off as they rotate back down the hatch. The pressure on as they start to follow with the gunfights. They make the drop, and it's just the impact.
What a shot!
One. The Vector's going to claim it. Now push down onto the ground. Who's going to find that battle on the back and forth? Find themselves between a rock and a hard place, and now the smokes start to come out. That was the very last one with 53 seconds left. Vertical up top of the rotate from the shield starting to make itself known on the backside of it. Can't push in just yet, though, as that smoke has to dissipate. Now they make the drop down. It's a little bit of that back and forth pressures. They're both going to try to get some. One from the left, one from the right. Plant starts going down, flashes out, now pushing up. A shotgun in hand, but he's looking the wrong way. He's looking towards the shield. He can't defend them both, and he gets taken down.
Damn, what an ending there. The attackers, you said it, even though they were in a 4v5, Kiru points it out, they managed to pick up the win and go into the lead, 1 round away from match point. And that was a hell of a round for them, playing on that tertiary site. Wins that one. So we're going to take a little bit of a pause after this to make sure we get all 5 back in the lobby. But the big story here, the bans, who's it going to be? Yep, I thought we were going to see the Blackbeard. He was just... I don't want to say overused, but certainly where they were doing a great job of using the Blackbeard to manage the flow of the gameplay. And then on that last round, a key piece of the reason they won, if it had not been a shield, he dropped the hatch, we would have seen the defenders clear out that hatch drop. But behind the Blackbeard shield, they had that thing on lockdown and pick up an attacking win. So we are going to see Laundry Supply showing here as the next spot we're going to see the T1S team go. They won the first primary, secondary, lost the tertiary, not unexpected here on Oregon.
Yeah, absolutely. Bans make sense. I'm here for it. Man, I hope we tie this one up. I'm hoping we're seeing overtime right out the gate. But you said it, Run. We've got one out. We got to get them back in the lobby. So a quick break.
Starting soon.
Will not be had because this just we're starting soon.
That's right. Thanks, Brad, for jumping in. Yeah, he's going to join in and join back into the game. So we said at 4v5, where that, if you're just joining us, we're in map 1 of a best of 3 here on Roller Prime number 9. This is the lower bracket finals. The waiting in the grand final spot, Mingo's team We had Stompin playing on that team yesterday. I don't know whether or not he's playing today, but certainly Mingo and squad waiting anxiously to see who's going to be the winner of this one to move on to the grand finals and play for the Roller Prime number 9 win.
Man, what a crazy place to find yourself in too, right? If Stompin can't play and you've got to be the backup, and they're like, "Hey, can you just replace Stompin real quick on the team?" Ooh.
No, these guys, no pressure. Honestly, the Roller Sunday players, they show some incredible fortitude here. The fact that they play sometimes midnight, 1 a.m., 3 a.m. Eastern to finish out these tourneys. These guys are grinders here for it, and we love getting a chance to cast them here tonight. Appreciate everybody joining us here for this as well.
That's right. No days off, baby. No days off. We keep it grinding and moving. Okay, down to the basement. Defense going to bring a couple of standards to the board. Deny that intel mirror, of course, not banned out in that last. They did opt for the Valkyrie ban. Not a bad call. That intel has proven to be exceptionally valuable. So they're set up for that laundry freezer side. No, they've got pretty much locked down.
This is the part we saw a little bit of danger early on from the defense that was playing aggressively to start this game off, but it certainly feels like they've taken a little bit of a step back, played a little less aggressively, allowing sort of the setup to happen rather than just getting right in your face immediately. You sort of see that here, allowing this attacking team to make the push down immediately. Masamitsu already gaining freezer control. We're talking about 40 seconds into this round now. It feels like maybe he's over pushing his advantage and tons of the defenders in play, but Parla, what a play!
Yeah, just had the game sense that it was coming, and they're able to find one. It has made some pressure inside of Freezer, but plenty of people here to stop them from pushing in, including Iowa, who's pushed up with a potential C4 in their hands. Iowa's able to take Kiro off the board and now start to put some pressure onto the Monty, retreating back to Freezer. No help on Laundry as that first kill onto Gino goes down. Swapping back! Which means as they make their pressure up, it's looking towards the zombie at that vertical angle, but they are all looking towards that freezer area. Could be a potential for that lurk down Laundry to make a play, but they still got a mirror that they have to contend with.
Yeah, we can see all these blue outlines. They are holding on to this... the Laundry side and completely shutting down this attack. Parla picks up another, and the final one. I'm glad we're going to finish off this attacking run. So even though they had early freezer control, that is where the final kill happens. Well, I wouldn't say it was control at this point, and T1S ties it up 5-5 in a back and forth battle here with where they at though.
Oh, okay, and that map command should be fixed now. As it's not going to be Lair, actually Lair subbed out for Oregon. So today's map's Oregon Clubhouse, and should fate deem it necessary, Kafe, at least for this first set.
By attackers.
Good call fixing that glitter, hell yeah. Oregon Clubhouse Kafe. Now, going back upstairs to the second floor, we got to see it back on round 8, and that was a T1S defensive victory. Again, we talked about where they at. Felt like it was a little bit one-dimensional. They didn't really have any added pressure on this defense. All main breach focused. The defense punishing them for it, even though it got close. Comes down to it. We talk about a back-and-forth battle. Even inside the individual rounds, we're not seeing any true dominance on either side of the map yet at this point. Both of them, again, showing some moments of brilliance. Some individual heroics. I mean, you're talking about Kiro sitting at 9, 9, and freaking 9.
9, 9, and freaking 9. Okay. 13, 9, and 9. Crazy. Hey, yo, Lambo. Thank you so much for those gifted subs. And if you got one, make sure you say thanks to the GOAT who gave us the GOAT. Appreciate you. Enjoy those custom emotes, my friend.
Iowa on the other side, I mean, sitting at 6, 10, and 8 as well. Just a couple of players, supportive AF, as you like to say, my friend. Hey, we're gonna see, not gonna see this shield. I was gonna say, shield dominance, was that going to be the focus of this map? Masamitsu has done a great job. Now they're pushing in through attic, a little bit of a change up from what we saw the push on round 8. So they're adapting, making the change, identifying where potentially T1S has got a weakness. The thing is, Iowa sitting in the corner, but no, he decides to run right out in the open, and Gino punished him for it.
Yeah, no kidding. And since it is that double hard breached off, no head holes there to be had, which means once you push them out of the attic, you've got some relative freedom to play off of the well, nothing. As 2 of the members go down, a smoke comes out. Well, you're not free to do anything, actually. You're the defense is going to collapse upon you, and you are going to get absolutely decimated. Now into a 4v2 as the defense is looking to find themselves a match point scenario.
This round ain't over, though. We're talking a minute 20 left. Gino and Davon still left alive, and they've got a little bit of little bit of util left in pocket. 2 of the Grimbees left, 1 of those Ash charges, but the fact that stuck outside of the map, stuck outside a big window, they're going to have to rely on this defense throwing bodies at them a little bit, but certainly T1S is not doing that. They are playing strategic, they're holding back, and this is going to force the where they at attack to try and make that push up, and I think they're going to pay the price for it. Parla absolutely on fire, become the win con here on the T1S side, sitting at 12-6.
Yep, able to get the down onto the Warden, but still is a long way to go here. Keep a barrier to slow down the entrance into the master bedroom. And the big problem run, diffuser's cold. It's 22 M's away, and you got 4 players you got to get through to do, especially Warden now back up as well. So a little bit of repel action. 22 seconds means they don't have to swing. You get somebody to play a little bit close. In fact, they might double up on it here. Azami looking to get active as they try to pad the KD just a tad. But for the all intents and purposes, this round has been depleted, and the defense is going to find themselves on a match point scenario.
There it is, the time ticking away, and you said it. T1S pulls it off. They break the deadlock tie, sitting at 5-5, and go up onto match point. And it's going to take all 12 rounds to find the winner here as we get to the end of map 1. It is a best of 3 between these 2 teams, Oregon, Clubhouse, and Kafe, if where they at can pull something off. But they're 1 round away from overtime. They're going to have to play it on the tertiary too, so this is their best opportunity. They pulled off a win back on round 9. Can T1S hold it together? Are we going to see overtime, my friend, on map 1?
Well, they're definitely going to go for some slowdown capabilities, right? As you can see it right now, Castle, Goyo on the board, making sure that they're setting the pace early, especially because there has been a ton of shield play coming out of the attack. So bringing it along to this terse site is not a bad play. Allows you to get a little bit of an extension, allows you to take some of those gunfights and make them a little bit more advantageous to your situation, make them expend some util. This is a defense with double area denial and some castle. They're going to be trying to really slow it down.
The observer's showing us what do we got up top right now. Not a ton of players, not a ton of util holding on to the second floor. There it is. You can see the rotate up. We need to see some of that top floor presence to make sure that the attackers feel some pressure as they try and make that push in. Now, wow, they're going to go for the 3-floor split. Gray holding downstairs in the basement, making the rotate. Where they at? Approaching slowly, using the intel here on the drone piece, try and find out where the attackers at, or where the defenders at. They've got a pretty spread out play, so love to see a little bit more droning coming out here from this team.
Yep, and a little bit of action here on the laundry stairs. Is the Boss G going to come take a quick second peek? Run away, fake them out like they're running back. Either way, now it's vertical on both sides. Ram starting to open up that floor in a similar strat and was ready for it.
Oh,
Answer back, though. Gino going to lose his life as we get taken into a 4-4. Taking some vertical space here, as all of the defenders outside of the Wamai have been cleared off that second floor. Still got a lurker down into the basement as Gray is looking to potentially be that impact player late on into the round. Taking a couple of shots. Kiru knows that somebody's down down there as they've got the freezer laundry face off here. Now, Smoke coming up to lend an aid as he's got a shotgun in hand, trying to make sure that they can find one, and a smoke canister going to force him back up to the stairs, so onto a big rotate. Plenty of time still left on the board run as we sit 4-4. They're still spread out.
I'm surprised that Iowa is using the smoke canisters there to force the attacker out of the basement. It's not even the site. I think he would have been better off swinging with that shotty to put some pressure on Kiru as the alternative. So it almost feels like a little bit of wasted defensive utility at this point. And now you're sitting at a minute 20. You still have got 8 players left alive. And the defense, I was going to say, they're fighting upstairs. They're going to lose one. Parla goes down, and that's a huge loss. He was 13 kills, the frag leader for this team. For him to go down, it is making overtime look like more of a probability.
Potentially, though, right? I mean, it's just over 60 seconds left. They have done nothing but stall it out, and now as the defense is all moved back down, if they can get a pick or two, could be spelling some disaster here. But the attack, they're going to get in, they're going to start planting, and now, all of a sudden, this roam game that they did have finds themselves in a 1v4
no way
post-plant scenario. You know what? Let's take a little bit of overtime.
That's right, my friend. We are going to overtime. Map 1 is going to need more than 12 rounds to decide. Man, the back and forth battle between these two has sent us all the way. Now, I'm not surprised. It is Oregon. And if you haven't seen the new ban system, I think at this point, well known across the board, the teams trade all those bans restored from their defensive and attacking halves. But man, what a play between these two. Again, the attackers find a win on that tertiary site. The defense unable to shut it down. We see 2 4-2 halves. Feels like it's a little bit of a boost on the defensive side. That gives T1S just a slight advantage going here into overtime.
Attackers need to
yeah, slight advantage is that we only saw, well, I mean, not only, but we were looking at terse site wins here. Now you got to get it done in the bunker style. Now you got to get it done in the overtime scenario, so the pressure for the win on map number 1 gonna start to mount here. Now, what are we seeing on the defense? It's the same thing that they've been leaning into the entirety of their defense. They want to deny that intel. They want to deny that quick attack space with the Goyo and the Fenrir on the board. And they want to punish you for peeking with Mira. Now, what's the combat to that? This time, there's a little bit of a switch up. Where they at, though, is pulling out a little bit of a reassessment here of how they're attacking. Glass on the board, a little bit of long range with Habana, going to be able to get those mirrors opened up just a little bit more. No breach denial outside of the mutes on the board, so if they're able to take care of those with the Twitch, they can find themselves with a ton less utility very quickly.
So far, the only team to find an attacking win on one of the primary secondary sites, T1S. So where they at has yet to find an attacking win on either the basement or the second floor here on Oregon. So certainly even statistically showing that T1S has got a little bit better of a chance. But you said it, they have to hold here in the basement. They've got to shut down on round 13 to give themselves the opportunity. Where they at, though? This is it. What do they need to do? Bring out a little bit of the extra. And I love the fact that they're running the Glass. I know. I've been maining Glass myself, but right now, just so good at taking some of these angles and hopefully preventing something that that this T1S defense can lock down. There it is.
Yeah, speaking of them, Glad's going to take Glybo off the board, and then the TK is going to ring out, and that spells disaster for the defense. So wherever those Fenrir gadgets are, where they're going to stay, hopefully that they were all opened up. Twitch going to put a little bit of pressure onto this pillar player as shots are starting to ring out from everywhere. The pressure from above, the pressure from bunker, now trying to force them off. And with some smokes coming out, Glad's going to be able to do it in the relative safety of death, actually. A Vector going to ring out and just claim his life as the Monty was able to push up. Even though he's taking that space, they pay the price. Still holding on to that man advantage. Still got the pressure into inside of that 90 inside of elbow here. So the potential to take the Monty off the board, still a viable option from the other side.
That was a tragic turn of events there for the T1S side, losing the player to Glass on the stairs, and then the TK, and then where they at throws it a little bit themselves. The Twitch drone unable to clear off some of this utility, shooting the player instead of one of those Goyo canisters, or the mute jammer. And boy, we said right at the beginning, statistically, this was a T1S round, but where they at, though? Comes up with a win on the primary in the basement when they absolutely needed to, and now they get to play defense on Oregon.
Man, that really starts to feel like it starts to favor where they at, though. Right? You said that the attackers had to find one on the secondary site. They get it done on a bunker war style, and now they get to run it back, and they're going to do it up on the 2F. Able to hold it out here. Map 1 will be done.
Interesting choice. We said, T1S found one win on the primary site on the basement back on round 4. It was a while ago. Teams have changed up the play style. They've adapted at this point, but they never lost a defense upstairs on the 2F. So that's where they're going to start, and potentially the last opportunity here for a round on Oregon. It is a best of 3 if you're just joining us. We've got Clubhouse coming up next, the conclusion to this one, but it's a best of 3, and right now neither team wanting to give up, taking it all the way to 14 rounds. Is it going to take all 15? Team S has got to find a win on a site they have not won attack on yet in this match. 2F.
Okay, well, banned out in the last one, but here Valkyrie will be allowed to throw up some of those crazy cams, and they're going to deny it with Gino bringing out the mute. Feels like a pretty standard defense, and outside of the Gray bringing out the Rotero, doesn't seem like something especially crazy. Now, there we go. Interesting Mira setup. Is they're going to put a special investment into holding on to that attic area. Not a bad play. They opened up into it last time and put a ton of pressure across the entirety of site.
The drone is sitting on top of the Goyo canister. Come on, shoot me. Pop the defensive util. But no, they're ready, waiting for it. And tons of this util here. Taking a look at all of the Valk cams, Kiro running the Valk. She was banned on the second half of the map, but able to be played here one more time. But Glybo, what an early pick to take down the Legion. No way we're going to see an attacker-sided overtime here on Oregon, as both of these teams just fighting for the win. What a long-range shot.
No kidding. Entry denied. Or actually, entry is going to be had full free as they find that first kill. Huge play. It would be crazy to see Bunker and 2F go attack presided in OT. Both of them really trying to lock it in to get this first map done. Dokeby, phone call going to go out, and that's going to stop some of that coveted cam usage. Now you've seen it once, about to see it twice. Is the C4 going to ring out and claim one? They're droning. A bit of a push-up here. Shots down below. They're going to get the down onto Glybo. C4 is going to finish that one off. Still have one more C4 in hands is Kiru. Potentially playing impact player. Sits down on the first floor inside of security. So wait for a plant. A timed one. Creepy's going to take Parla off the board. Man advantage now sits into the hands of the defense as they're starting to hold on. The pressure from Addict as Moss is able there. C4 going to be able to find one.
What
nice
a play.
And easy as Iowa goes down. Now they find themselves doubled up on that man advantage with just over 60 left in which to get it done. Gray goes down. Gronk the last one alive. And they know exactly where it's at. It's going to be a double swing, and Gino's going to get it done with a shotgun.
8-6 victory for where they at, though, off the back of Kiro having an incredible round. Just on fire through it. I mean, Masa was the C4 king of Oregon at that point. I think he must have picked up 4 or 5 C4 kills at least here. A great job running to start this thing off. That was map 1. We're getting ready to send ourselves to map 2. It's going to be Clubhouse, but man, where they at, though, showed up on Oregon. Now we know.
Now we know. Okay, Clubhouse, you said it, the textbook map. It's if you have ever played around a siege, you've played it on Clubhouse. And this is going to be quick, right? We're not leaving the lobby and setting it back up, so it's just going to be a quick break, then we're back at it for map number 2, the map of destiny. Will we see number 3? Well, we got to get through 2 first. So sit back, relax, because when we come back, that's exactly what you're going to get. Ayo.
Let's go.
What's up and welcome back, fellow Siege spectators and players. Told ya it was going to be a quick one. The players are fighting to get back in and get to map number 2, and they want to get it done on Clubhouse Run. What you think, man?
That was a great play by Where They At, though. They showed up, came up with the win on the defense and on the attack when it was unexpected at the end of that map, sending it to OT and then winning 3 in a row there to close that one out. So right now, they seem like the team to beat, but Clubhouse is. That decider map, we're going to see. Is this going to be the one where they could pick up a win, my friend? It's time.
So this one we've seen, at least in the comp scene, kind of plays out band-wise very similar. This is a great map to get rid of the hard breach. One of the things that you're doing when you're pushing gym bedroom is you're bringing along the ace and the thermite. You're opening up every single wall. You're establishing your cuts early, and you're trying to put a chokehold onto the defense and force them into those really disadvantageous gunfights. So, first one off the board, though, really just not wanting to see that Grim being played out today, Run.
Yeah, honestly, a little bit surprising. That seems to be the one that this team does not want to see. Grim gone again. Too much intel there given away. Too much information to the attacking team want to try and hide. And I wondered whether or not we'd see Blackbeard push up into the starting bands after we saw T1S do such a great job of running him to start off with. And Where They At? Great call. I think getting rid of the Blackbeard early. The Valk, I will see whether or not that makes sense. I was certainly expecting that on Kafe, where there's so much opportunity. But again, leaves the Mira available, leaves the Fenrir available, and the Azami, all great operators from the defensive side, still available to start off here on Club. And
yeah,
Goyo.
One of the reasons you love to see that K taken down first is that you're going to see that Church Arsenal hold, and that just means that hatches are going to be open. They're going to be dealt with, and it's just necessary for this, especially because with the util dump that has to happen now, the danger of hatch dropping where you can't fully ADS until you're touching onto the ground, it just means it's a much more dangerous scenario all the way around to try to get into Church Arsenal. So securing those hatches going to be step number 1. They double up on the hard breach. Actually, they're going to switch it out. We're going to get some vertical play here as Sledge going to be trying to aid and assist Gino and the Ram.
That Fenrir placement downstairs in the basement, watching those secret stairs, and really no real big presence here from the T1S side on a roam. Nobody upstairs on the second floor. Looked like we might see, I was going to see Gray make that push up, but now Parla ready and waiting. What a huge down. Wow.
Oh, kidding. Just absolutely devastating. A couple attackers off the board real quick as they're fighting for that vertical. Almost just losing again to a C4 as the aggression from the defense just screaming out. They claim some early, and they're trying to bring one back as Creepy's really just trying to see if he can pull something back together, catch one slipping and put him sleeping, but just not going to be the case just yet, which means it's going to be a full rotate. They're going to have to slow things down and come at this one from a different angle, Run.
Yeah, and the fact that Io was able to be recovered even though he goes down. His C4 is used, so they've used up all their explosives, but look at this, getting ready for the drop. They're going to go ahead and just push in. Maybe, I was going to say, are they going to push aggressively here now that the fact that they're down in the man count, but Gronk takes down Creepies, evens this, or not evens this thing up, just adds to the lead here that we're seeing between these two. Masa running the shotgun, a little bit surprising here. Almost feels like a bit of a troll. Gonna see one, yeah, two. No, not gonna claim another. Glybo finishes him. Way to go.
High risk, high reward there, Run, right? With bringing the ace shoddy along. And, you know, if he gets that third kill, then we're hailing him as a hero instead of the, why did you do that? play that we just watched. Defense going to find one, and it started with that early on battle.
Yeah, that felt like a much better round for T1S, but clearly you said it. The battle right at the beginning, losing 2 of the attackers in the first 10 seconds of the round, very difficult to climb back from in a 3v5, especially after able to recover Iowa. So It gives us certainly a bit of a boost to T1S. It is Clubhouse, defensive-sided. We're going to see Jim Bedroom as the second site. And interesting here on the defensive side, they're going to run the Azami rather than the Castle. I know you would have loved to have seen the Castle at this point, but the stack on the stack on the rest of the operators, though, the Bandit, the Goyo, the Mira, this is all a very solid lineup here from the defense. Where they at, though, is going to have to bring something a little bit different than they had tried last time. Big heavy pushover or setup here from the defense on the Cache CC. They're putting a lot of defensive utility lined up over here.
Yeah, would have loved to see maybe like a Clash come out to help solidify that hold at the top of red, right? A movable, deployable shield that will also do a little bit of that electricity damage. But either way, they're going to have a huge investment into the extension here. And soft breach for the Mira.
That's interesting. Yeah, I mean, especially the fact that you had the Bandit. Man, I was just about to say his name. And Kiru curses him off the board, takes him down.
Well, Kiru didn't curse him off the board. You cursed him off the board, bro.
All right, yeah, that's true. Kira cashed in on the curse. I thought we'd see the Mira window go up on the hard wall with the Bandit battery backing it up, preventing this attacking team from trying to clear it out. But even though they had a ton of defensive utility set up over here on the Cache CC side, right now the attackers have just absolutely dominated defense, claiming tons of space, and completely forced this defensive setup all the way back into sight. Man, well played by the Where They At, though, attack.
Yeah, no kidding. Just taking up a ton of space very quickly, and now the defenders are put into a bit on the back foot as they're opening up everything. One of the things we talk about, Jim Bedroom, Monty making his way now into Logi, is they're looking towards that pressure on the crouch, and it's going to be Gino to take him off the board. Man, those two seem to be going back and forth. Gino to take Glybo, Gino to take Gray, and they finish it off. Jesus, what a round.
Okay, we said this was started off the first 5 seconds of this round saying, oh, Clubhouse defensive sided. That 2F site, certainly more of a defensive win statistically, was absolutely expecting that we were going to see them take a win upstairs. Where are they at, though? Completely shut down that defense over on the Cache CC side to start this thing off, and then held onto those highway windows, really gave this T1S defense nowhere to work from, nowhere to hide, and completely shut it down. So they didn't even work on opening up the no focus on the Jacuzzi side, all con side take, and that completely worked for this team. We'll see whether or not they change up that strat. Gino, at least right now, showing the Ram as the alternative, but I certainly have a feeling that we're going to see the Monty band here to clean out and prevent Massa from being able to make that push one more time.
Yeah, we're going to find out if the Shield band gets it. Awesome clip there in the channel if you want to see Run curse one off the board, and then when you're mad about it, you can add him on Twitter, Racing ENGR. For his caster curse. Direct all of the attention there. 1-1 as we sit tied up. We're going to take it back to Jim Bedroom, run it back. They're going to double up on that hard breach yet again. Mostly the defense, we're just gonna do the same sort of play, right? Is really just try to hold on to some of those critical push points just a little bit longer. Towards that back end. That was the big problem here, right? Is they were able to take that space so quickly. Already getting right back to opening everything up.
Yep, they've got garage control, clearing the Goyo canisters, getting rid of the intel, and a thermite opening up this con side, so they're pinching the defense that is stuck over on the Cache side. That's exactly the piece that they needed, but Glybo playing a little bit more aggressively, wanting to take down this Monty, wanting to take the win. You got to be able to pop. I was going to say, yeah, pop that Goyo canister before Monty makes the push in. He just barely gets past, though, but is stopped in the doorway.
Yep, now put a little bit stymied, but the fire just not in a place where it can deny him from just sitting into the corner. So it's going to be allowed to put pressure back onto these player in Cache, and there it is. They're going to take one. Kira takes Parla off the board, and now Monty's made his way into construction, but it's going to be the flank. Gray takes one.
Whoa,
Gray
whoa!
gets another. Creepy's able to answer back as we find ourselves equalized onto the man count. Creepy's good for two as Gino takes one, and it's just going downhill for the defense yet again. A C4 out the window, not going to find him, and now they know exactly where he's at. Pressure from construction, pressure from the two windows as his It's going to start to mount. The sound cue from the Dokkaebi cannon is going to be enough to give it away, and Iowa gets absolutely deleted.
To be fair, he was in an impossible position there with a three-way cross setup in that gym side, so no matter where he peaked, he was going to be in trouble. Now the ban phase, where they had it picked up 2 on the attacking side. They managed to win Gym Bedroom twice in a row. We didn't even get to see the tertiary at this point to see how T1S was going to hold it, because where they had absolutely had their number upstairs on the second floor. Is it going to be the Monty? Certainly feels like it, but oh no, they're going to go for the ace instead. Prevent the opening up of those sight lines. Maybe that's the key piece that they need. They can shut down the Monty. They can't stop the ace.
Is that shotgun was just too devastating, Run. The ace shotgun.
That is not
want to have to deal
that
with
is not a
again.
sentence I expected you to say today. I'm going to be honest. Like at all,
I don't know
ever.
if I fully believe it. The hard breach is a great option to take it off the board. Maybe the shotgun didn't have anything to do with it. Either way, they're going to find it a little bit tougher to start getting some of that stuff opened up and having to rely on Hibana to help with that double breach scenario. Okay, Run. So down to Church Arsenal here is the T1S looking to tie this back up, and it's going to be all of the slowdown. And one of the fun parts, a big highlight here, you see Glybo back onto the Vigil.
Yeah, he's a guy that I would love to see get more active. Glybo has been one of the true standouts in the console community recently. And the fact that he's sitting at 1 and 2 early on here feels like, again, I think this is certainly a place that he could pick up a few more extra kills, and would love to see that from him. So he's the guy I want to see from the T1S side. Start to pick it up, but where are they at on attack right now? Kiru running the glass as well. Masa back on that Monty. See whether or not this was the right pick to be able to clear off the ace versus the Monty. That is a tough choice.
Yeah, so this is fun, Run. Look at this defense and how spread out it is. It's that clubhouse sandwich that you talked about. 2 up on the second floor, 2 down in the basement, and Gray playing that spoiler there on the first floor. And what do? You bring the mute up there, so you can't just drone it out. You have to put bodies on it. And if you don't, you're punished from 2 separate players. Right, so this is a really spread out defense, but still with a lot of control. The problem is if you got somebody that's paying attention, if your IGL says, you know what if we they just start to make some noise and push right in. They've got the Ying on the board. They've got the Monty. They've got smokes to potentially glass it out. I mean, a site direct play could be exactly where they looking for.
Yeah, they're playing exactly the way you said here. You got the glass holding behind the Monty shield ready, giving him cover and all the visual that he needs. I thought we were going to see Iowa take the shot from the stair window, but he doesn't go for it. But this is the Glybo flank that you were talking about. Wow, just as I say, Kira is ready, playing behind the Monty shield. He's the guy that goes down. What a shot, C4 up through the floor. Boy, Glybo picks it up. Let's see him. Keep going, my friend.
Yeah. No kidding. That's going to be Ying off the board, and that was an instrumental part of this church push. Looking towards that hash play, has to get a quick down situation, and Monty trying to put some pistol play into place, but Iowa's able to take him instead. Gronk goes down. Damage has been done. Defense now finds themselves doubled up on that body balance as they find themselves in a 4-2 scenario. Start to push in, sees one onto the stacks, looking towards it on the bottom, but it's a crouch position, and unfortunately you still have to deal with some damage here. Takes a couple of shots, and they now know that he's rotated around. No way is Gino's able to find that onto Iowa. One closer, now into the hatch drop. It's going to take Fenrir off the board as another rings out. Parla takes us into a 2-2. Now down into a 2-1 as Glybo's able to find him, and all of a sudden Gino, the last alive on an island, trying to bring this one back into contention as the defense just has to hold out. Looking for a bit of the plant. Sound cue goes out, so the pressure from Moto as he starts to take some shots through the soft breach. Still just holding on. Needs to really just find one to equalize and then play off the plant or the fake. Smoke goes out. The potential rotate. They've got it doubled up. Does have diffuser in hand, so to get one, it's a potential to get a plant going down. A couple of shots ring out. He's going to make the push for it, but Glybo good to take Gino off the board.
He absolutely stepped up. That was a 3K from Gliable after we said he's the guy that we needed to see T1S step up to be able to pick up a win, and they absolutely pull it off in the basement. Another big win. On a round that it looked like where they had a better play. They had complete control of the dirt early on, playing with the glass behind the shield. The fact that he loses that battle and gets deleted, huge turning point there for the Where They At team. Didn't have enough coverage upstairs on that on the kitchen side, not enough vertical putting pressure down on the defense. They tried to take it more direct, and the T1S squad cleaned up and won.
Okay. Up to the gym bedroom. Castle on the board, playing that slow down. In fact, run. They're going to double up on it. And probably one of my favorite parts about the gym bedroom defense is the Azami, the architect, coupled with the castle. Right? It adds to the extension. It forces you to bring along some utility to deal with it, i.e. grenades, soft breach charges, any number of explosive things, maybe even the sledge to bash them down. But then you still have to deal with the Kiba barriers as well. Sometimes you love seeing the Rotero drones come out to put the pressure on. Not going to be the case for this attack team. They've got everybody sussed out. Here's going to put themselves onto the Deimos.
Honestly, a great call. We talk about it all the time that the team that manages the vertical better tends to win the match when you're talking about very strategic siege. Doesn't matter so much in the TDM style siege play, but when you get real strategic, the vertical play tends to be the difference maker. Kiru on the Deimos could definitely be that part of it here for the attacking side. So they managed to win, though. Both of the times the T1S played on the second floor here, Where They At, though, has found a way to win. Tossing that grenade up through the floor. What a play. They're going to open this up, clear out the electronic utility, give Thermite everything he needs to back up, and then Masa back on the Monty, pushing this main breach. They got to clear the defense off, and they have done a hell of a good job of it on every round so far.
No kidding, and now they've got the pressure put onto the top of red. They've taken full control of CCTV, which means they're going to start to be able to get in and get themselves a plant. The problem is, part of that plant capability is Monty, and he is currently sussed up and locked onto the door. Fenrir gadgets are going off as they're taking away some of these sight lines. The bailiff out in the hands to try to claim some life here. I don't know why I said plan. They've still got to get themselves into the gym bedroom area. I forgot. We're just extended. All the action happening over here. Iowa's going to get taken down as they now find themselves into a 4-3. Answered back just yet again. A couple of shots towards the back of red, and Gray's able to take one off the board. And as Creepy goes down, it's now going to be Masa in a 1v4. Pistol in hand. Going to try to work off the feeding of the bodies, but not going to happen. Gronk good for 2.
Damn, what a play by the defense. And what a change-up we saw, okay? So even though it's the gym bedroom side, Where They At, though, plays the exact same style that they had on the previous 2 times we saw that site. The main breach cast CC side push over into Con, rather than any sort of focus on the highway or on the jacuzzi side. And T1S was ready for it. This time, they hit all their shots, right? That was Iowa playing at the top of red, taking shots from the Con side through Cash and taking down the players on the doorway between the 2 sites. That was a much better play from the defensive side, and they hit all of their shots, completely shutting down Where They At, though, on the attack before they can even get anything started. And because, again, pretty one-dimensional overall, no other opportunity, no pressure, allowed the T1S defense to focus completely on the Cash CC side push and shut it down. Come up with a big win. Defense 3, Where They At 2. Are we going to see a 3-2, a 4-2 split, or the 3-3 half? T1S plays another round like that, it's definitely going to be 4-2.
Yeah, well, here's the problem is the defense has done a really good job here. And now we are on the Tersh. right? And what we call that some of the best opportunities for attacking teams to get it. But what have they just done here? We've seen the extension down below as they're able to cover Swamp with Castle. They've effectively hid the Clash from the attackers as you saw them sitting in corner inside of Cash there. So no drones get in. So now they don't necessarily have something to deal with them as well, unless you're counting Buck going under and putting some of that vertical pressure on or something. So they've got themselves a very stall out defense, and the attackers might have been caught unaware with this one.
Boy, with all the C4s and the success we've seen C4s today, that was a really dangerous play there by Creepy's in the Mav. He opens up the full lower line, so they do have a sight line across the whole bottom of that main breach, but I don't think he was not able to clear off the bandit batteries yet. He's gonna have to go on Repel to try and open some of this up, but you can see they're going for the alternative this time, going for the push and the cross through the gym bedroom side of the map into Con, but it's a shield on shield battle because Clash is left alive.
That's right, and that lone C4 that you were just talking about now has been devastated. Bandit goes down as Gray finds his life forfeit. 5-4, taking up some incredible space here as they redirected towards construction after getting most of that main breach opened up. Now, a bailiff in hand to try to stop some of this shield play as you're seeing Clash and Monty pushy against each other. Now, the electricity doesn't do any damage to you anymore, but it definitely will push your shield aside and give the homie a chance to take you off the board. So, not really... And they didn't open up the breach as well, only that bottom part. Gronk goes down as the attack team's able to find one.
What
now
a dox them.
3-2, and that's a 5 versus 3, and the plant starts going down, which means the defenders are going to have to put themselves back into side. Glybo takes one, Glybo good for 2. Iowa able to take one off the board, and they claim that body balance in a post-plant scenario. And without that main breach being opened up, means they're going to have to do the long way push around. And
behind the shield.
It's just not going to be enough here. Clash is able to take it. Oh
no!
They do catch him. They're able to stop that. You have to have 7 seconds onto the board, but Kiru down below. He's looking to take him off the board. Creepy finds it. Post plant secured. I did not think that they had enough time for that. It came down to the very final seconds of that defuse run.
Yo, the vertical play comes in hot. Where they at, though? You know what? Downstairs, killing the planter. I thought for sure Clash going for the counter defuse behind the place shield. Huge W, but they had nobody downstairs to try and clear out the Buck, who manages to just kill everybody they had counter defusing. Man, well played from the where they at those side. They pick up 3, tied this thing up 3-3. Damn, what a play. Back and forth battle again on map 2.
No kidding. Man, it's what you love to see, right? And it's do or die time for T1S, right? This is map 2 in a best of 3, which means you have to take it if you want to have a chance at getting into the grand finals. Clash ban there. No surprises. On the other side of it, they're really sticking with that Grim. They just don't like that intel, that vertical pressure, the Deimos, the Buck, just proving to be too much. So they take the Grim down.
I do love the Mav pick, though. Grim, definitely an interesting one. I mean, the way that the console players have really latched on to Grim as somebody they don't want to deal with, I think, at least makes sense because they're consistent. But I do love that Mav ban. He's so good at opening up some of those breaches, and if that's the style of play that T1S wants to try here on Clubhouse, it's going to make it very difficult. So they're going to have to make sure they bring the alternative forms of hard breach. Going to see, looks like Gronk may be switching on Hibana the way to play it, and again, see as that sort of changes up. But where are they at, though? Planning for some of that. Making sure they bring both the Bandit from Kiru and Creepy running the Two-Brow. They're going to get this thing absolutely locked down to start. And you said it, this is a must-win scenario for T1S. Where are they at, though? Won that first map. 8-6 victory. The winner going on to the grand finals. It's a best of 5. Stompin' and Mingo's team has got a 1-map advantage going into it, and that we saw one of the fastest grand finals ever here on a Roller Prime, where in a best of 3, Jinxie's team took it in 2 with a total of 15 rounds to win that thing. So we'll see whether or not this team can put up, the perfect score in a best of 5 for that grand final. So that'll be coming up at the conclusion of this best of 3.
And just want to say a special shout out and thank you to Cato Vinetels, who has just been an instrumental part of getting some of these clips of your gameplay, showcasing your talent, so we can put them onto our TikToks, our YouTubes. Just a special thank you for helping capture some of these awesome moments that have been going down in Prime. Already run pressure onto Red as they're starting to push up. They've got some extension going on. This time the difference in the defense, they brought the Tuberau out and the Bandit as well. So gonna try to hold on to that main breach. And the potential for the Mira, they still have one in pocket. We've seen that come up huge in a couple of these rounds.
Wow, look at this. Even though the attacker is downstairs trying to open up some of these sight lines and clear out the defensive utility, Ash is playing down there, but man, Kiro just absolutely deletes Iowa, and that is a huge piece of it. I think this is going to be enough to completely stop the push in from the main breach and force them to have to try and go with a garage take instead, and they really do not have enough assets in play. Yeah, Glybo is down here playing the Capital, but oh, okay, never mind. After they pick up three in a row, whoa!
Man, answered back now into an old-fashioned 2v2 situation. A little bit of drone work, trying to suss out the player onto the top of the catwalk, as there is just a plethora of Kiba barriers up there trying to make sure that you cannot get there safely. Mirror window on the soft breach allows it to be like a deployable shield with a little bit of see-through. He's looking for it, takes one of the Kiba barriers down. He's going to be trying to hold on to that long angle, and they won't necessarily know that he's there to take the shot. A C4 to stop him. Two of them now pushed up. This C4 run could come up absolutely huge, and they both have one in hands. Sitting on Cash, sitting on top of the east stairs. Smoke start to go out, and that's one of the C4s done and dusted as he makes the push in towards Red. Fire is out as they stop the approach. He does have the diffuser, so potential to go for a plant here is there. They're going to look for it, not a couple of shots off the fire. Going to find one. Glybo takes one off the board. Now into a 1-1, looking towards the top. Slows down 14 seconds. A creep around. A couple of pre-fires. Not going to find it. A quick answer back as they rotate back around. Puts himself in a position to get a plant down. No C4 to be able to deny it, which means he's got to take the gunfight. Pushing up onto the door. 2 seconds left. Is he going to be able to get the kill? He is! Creepies takes him! Sheesh.
Damn, what a battle for the last
run. I can't remember.
Well, for the roller series, it's a little bit less because we know that the comp players like to be running that as well. So to stay consistent with the streamers, we're at like a 45-second delay here between us and the players. So a little bit closer, I'd say, than normal, making sure that that we weren't out of sync with anybody else that's streaming. Just enough time, though, to make sure that the players can't gain any advantage at this point. And with the fact that we've seen the back and forth between these teams, I don't really feel like we've seen either team take, again, a huge advantage in either way. We've seen great moments. We've seen teams, really for the most part, taking advantage of mistakes made by either team. So both teams guilty of making some, but capitalizing when they need to. And that's really feels like the difference maker at this point. Is as soon as one of these teams can sort of lock in and lock down that gameplay, it's going to be the team that wins this match for sure. A little bit of back and forth though, so right now not confident on saying one way or the other.
Yeah, it's kind of tough to call it, but you do have to take into account that map advantage, right? They've already claimed one on the side of where they at though. So really, coasting through here means that they can get a little bit cheeky. They can get a little bit aggressive. They can go for some of those make it or break it plays, because if they lose this map, well, then they still have the decider. They still get to go to Kafe, a map that I'm sure they are incredibly familiar with. So the potential to get aggressive, the potential to go for that multi-kill early on out the gate, kind of feels like it favors the defense here.
Although on the other side of this defense, it feels like a huge miss. We've got no C4s on the defensive side. To not have Masa with a C4 honestly feels like a bit of a crime. He has been unstoppable with the C4s. He has been a C4 legend throughout this entire best of 3. He's able to stay alive here in this initial engagement, but no C4s, I think, gives this T1S team a little bit of advantage. They can play safer upstairs. We talk about the kitchen being a dangerous place for the defense, or for the attackers to try and make the push in, because of all the opportunity for the defense to toss the C4, but none of that in pocket this time. So that's a huge boost for T1S. 4-4 though, with 1:45, so we're getting close to halfway. Everybody from the defense downstairs holding on to the basement. No one upstairs to put pressure on this attacking team either. Gives them the freedom to look around and try and find where is the spot, what's the strat we want to try and push on this defense.
Yeah, lucky they were able to get both of those hatches opened up as Bonham's able to get active before taking off the board. We are tied up. Body Balance finds themselves in a 4-4. Fenrir Gadget going to slow down, taking some peeks through here, this vertical area, and then still got some of that Gadgets to deal with down below. Still got that Goil Canister, and that's finally going to get taken off the board. So a multi-directional push is ready and set up. They've got several avenues that they can get this. They've got to find at least 2 to get themselves going down and into a plant safely.
Yeah, this attack taking their sweet time right now, is spending enough time to make sure that they're not giving any of the intel away. Gonna open up this wall, clear out the Fenrir. There it is, giving them a little bit of a boost. Right now it feels like things going the TIS way, T1S way. Just gonna be the difference maker with 35 seconds left though. I can't believe we're still stacked 4 apiece.
No kidding. This is going to be an absolute bloodbath as they're starting to take a look down oil. All of the drones gathering that last bit of information to make this final push in, and it's starting to count down. The pressure onto blue as the drones start to come. You can hear the explosions going off as they drop the hatch. They make themselves in to start getting a plant, and they're going to get it. Ace is going to secure this thing. It's a 3-3, a 3-2
no way!
now, but it's a post-plant scenario, and the defense is left scratching their heads, except for they react. They've got that vertical pressure that they still have to deal with Twitch up above, but it's a 1v3. Plenty of opportunity to put a couple of different players in a couple of key spots. You find that cross or get that long arm defuse. 2 up top. Make sure that they start to deal with it as the defuse starts going down. They're going to find it off of the trade. Defense is going to find one. And now they find themselves one away from that coveted match point scenario.
Whew. Man, what a play. In a post-plant scenario, where they at though plays it just a little bit better. And you said it, 1 away from match point. All the pressure on T1S. This team, they lost to Mingo and Stompin in the upper bracket final yesterday to send them down to the lower bracket run. We talked about this was a potential rematch in the grand final if T1S could find a victory here, but where they at though wanted to stop that, shut that down early, and so far they've done a hell of a job at it. Found an 8-6 victory on Oregon. Looking like right now 1 round away from picking up a win on Clubhouse as well. We may not even get a chance to see Kafe unless T1S can come up with something huge here. Still have got, yep, Blackbeard available. Right now Iowa is showing play that. See whether or not, love to see a spearhead Blackbeard play just coming in and dominating this defense, but right now, they've just shut everything down. We're really not seeing a tremendous amount of dominance from T1S. They need to change that up right now.
Now, Glybo does bring out the striker, and I was going to say if they bring along some can openers, that feels like the right call, but Run, we're a little bare bones as far as it goes to opening everything up, right? That's one of those accepted strats is you got to get construction over, you got to put pressure onto the cache CCTV. Is that a mist drone? No, they got him right. Yeah, they got him. Okay. Now Blackbeard's there to try to take the battle as they start to push themselves up. A grenade rings out, but hello, a second grenade rings out as he pushes himself. Oh! What are we watching? What just happened here? The defense kind of falling apart to some crazy antics here. Well, I was going to say, you need that to open up everything to put some pressure onto the defense, but if they're going to give you picks, just take them.
Well, and the fact that all that action was happening like in the basement. We were seeing this completely off-site take place. This was a good job by T1S on the attacking side, identifying where they at. Doe players spread out all over the map, identifying this roam game, completely shutting it down. And you can see from a spread out from a pressure perspective, they've got basement, they have got red stairs, they've got main breach, and they already opened up jacuzzi. They're doing a very clinical job right now of playing this gym bedroom site, and managed to win a couple of those battles, taking down Masa and his partner in a 3v5 scenario now with half the round left. This is looking very much like a T1S round.
Yeah, it could be, but time will start to tick down. Try to put some pressure onto this Blackbeard as he's making his way, getting prepped to get inside of that gym and bedroom area. He doesn't have the diffuser, though, so not got to be the one that you worry about the plant for.
Oh,
Opening
nice
up
play.
Towards that gym bedroom to put some pressure on for the post plant. They're able to take that Selma charge off, and that is the last opportunity that they have to get some of that hard breach open.
They're clearing out all those Goyo canisters, making sure that now this defense is not going to have anything to throw at them at the last second. Try and win a couple of these battles, but Parla wins it versus Kiru in a 2v5 scenario now with 45 left.
Yep, now it's put into a 2v or 5v1. 4v1 as Glybo goes down looking towards that window, but pressure going to prove to be too much. We get one closer to tying this one up. Run.
Damn, they showed up when they needed to this time. Much more of a clinical approach. T1S played that round significantly better. Cleared out all the defensive utility. Pressure all over the place. Where that was not able to concentrate their defensive sources in any one place. Forced 1v1 gunfights and managed to win a few of them to give them a significant man advantage. And then where they at was on the back foot for the rest of the round. Well played from T1S. Now, to take down and lose the Mira, I think that's a good call. Been sort of a thorn in their side, but losing the ace, that's, again, a big blow there for the attackers.
Yeah, especially because we haven't even been bringing the thermite. Might see a little bit more dedication to that this time, as you got to have something to open it up. They're going to choose to go with potential can openers instead. It's slow down city. Run on the side of the defense. Lots of util, lots of gadgets, lots of opportunities to get a sound cue that you were pushing this direction. Get yourself a free pick when they get there. I like the way that this defense is set up and a little bit of intel to boot. This is going to be a formidable pass to try to get through.
Now again, Masa, no C4 in hand. It's going to be Kiru, the only one holding on to it, playing the Valk. So they're going to have all the intel that they need. You said it, and then all of the slowdown pieces. So from the T1S side, I like Glybo showing right now the IQ. I think that's a great call to be able to identify these defender gadgets, especially those Valcams. Going to give the Where They At Though team just a little bit of that extra intel advantage. Now, how are they going to play this? They're setting up a little bit on the Cash CC side, a little bit spread out, but nobody downstairs in the basement this time, so they're playing a little bit closer to the chest. They don't want to be, overly aggressive from a roam perspective because T1S exploited that previous round.
And looking to do so again, right? Deimos and Dokkaebi on the board. They're trying to punish anybody who gets themselves in an isolated position. Pressure here at the top of red. You said it, there is at least a C4 on the board. Kiru rocking that. But other than that, it's kind of a slower approach here for this attacking team.
Again, they're playing that clinical, strategic side, but the big piece, the change up on the attackers, Gray running the Deimos this time, going to identify where is Kiru at, trying to find him, prevent him from being in a position to go for the C4 down below. And you take a look at that, everybody back on site. They have completely bunkered back down. No one really spread out at all, nothing on the first floor. Holding onto the stairs between this pair, but it certainly feels like a much more condensed defense.
That's right, and they're just kind of begging for movement here, Run, right? They've got several grenades on the board and several operators designed to suss out your location, so getting stuck too long in one place could be a potential danger spot. They've claimed some pretty integral space. They've taken construction. They've now claimed another kill, so the body balance is up by 2. Pressure now starting to mount towards the Logi area as Blackbeard's able to open it up. Still needing some vertical pressure from the backside, but really, they've got just plenty of time here. They can take their time, get everything opened up, and put the pressure on these last few defenders.
Yeah, again, T1S is in a fantastic spot, sitting at a 5v3 scenario. It's not over at all yet for this for the Where They At Though team, but certainly with Masa and Creepy picking up a pair between them, putting it into a 3v3 scenario. But Blackbeard playing down, and Logi just completely shuts down Creepy. That's a huge win. Maybe a second. Yes, it's a down. Wow, that gives T1S a huge advantage with 40 seconds left.
Yeah, and they exactly knew where he's at, so I was able to clean it up with a quick two-piece of clean spot there at the end, which means, Run, we find ourselves tied up and the chance for a Kafe battle getting closer and closer.
Damn. You know, we didn't talk about early on in this game that Blackbeard, a nerf is coming for Blackbeard as we move into the next season. We did talk about the fact that there's one more day left, but the fact Blackbeard is going to be significantly nerfed, so this might be one of the last times we're going to see the real dominance of Blackbeard. And right now, the T1S squad in Iowa showing why he was so good on that previous round. It was a 3K for him, completely gaining control of Logi, and then dominating the engagements across the board up at the top of that second floor. So that was a pair of attacking wins on the gym bedroom side, very similar to what we saw back on the first half of this map. Where They At Though picked up gym bedroom wins 2 in a row on rounds 2 and 3. So it almost feels like that gym bedroom site is starting to fall out of favor with the defense. They may like playing it, but right now the attackers have found a way to win consistently. That's 4 attacking wins just today on this map with gym bedroom.
Wow. Imagine. Well, maybe we're about to see the rise of bar stage, you know?
Yeah, I was more thinking Cash CC, but yeah.
Okay, well, I guess. So you have yours, I have mine. Well, we're going to try to see it anyways. Rotero's going to get active here. Let's try to get rid of some of this extension util, but look at this. Parla's able to take Gino off the board. They go out for a quick run, and unfortunately doesn't quite see him around the corner and pays the price. Masa goes down. That's a 2-piece early on run defense. Man, this is a tough situation. They still have 2 C4s, but the shield's going to make their way up. They've got plenty of things to push you out of position. See if they're able to find some.
This is the 3rd round in a row we have seen T1S go up in a 5v3 in the first minute of gameplay. They are completely dominating the early rounds here, and they're taking advantage of the Where They At Though mistakes. And it was obviously some siege timing there with Masa jumping out. He was ready, waiting for Gronk, playing behind the jail. But the fact that he just was tucked behind the corner, that was a bit of luck for the attackers on the T1S side, and Masa paid the price for it. But they are absolutely dominating the early round engagements. 5v3, 3 rounds in a row is an unbelievable start, and they are pushing for Kafe. Where They At Though is going to have to lock in right now if they want to shut this thing down.
All right, so now taking full catwalk control is looking underneath for a bit of vertical play here. Parla holds on to his shots as they make their way over some of that soft breach. Glybo's able to take one off the board, which means we now put ourselves into a 5v2 defense, trying to answer back, and they're finally going to claim one as Glybo goes down. Now pressure onto the catwalk as they're still pushing up.
What a play!
Another one. Shield goes down, but not enough time to be able to do anything about it, and all of a sudden we find ourselves now into a 3v2. Goyo's off, forcing that Monty back a little bit farther and onto the breach. The power struggle starts to happen, and it's a rotate again. Just absolutely on the move. Run. Still a C4 to claim one from the long distance, and now the rotate underneath. A little bit of the scenic route as potentially Monty's going to get his bell rocked.
That was such a great play, such a great interaction between these teams. The defense coming alive when they needed to. Kiru and Creepies, but they're shut down by Gray at the very end. The main breach. He's able to walk in, clear out Red, clear out Cash at the same time, and that puts T1S on a match point scenario, hoping to find their way to Kafe. Got one more round. It's going to take all 12 for the second game, or second map in a row. We went to 8-6 overtime on that previous map on Ward. We're going to need it one more time, or is T1S going to send us to Kafe right here on round 12?
Wow, yeah, it all comes down to this. A hugely impactful round right now. Do or die. T1S looking to try to stay alive. We're going to take it down to the church arsenal. And a couple of C4s probably going to be on the board here, at least one. You can see the Valkyrie being brought out, but double duty on the intel side run. We're going to see some yokais going down.
The thing about it is, though, on Oregon, just on that previous map, we were in the exact same scenario. T1S, 6-5 match point. And then, where they at, though, won 3 in a row to claim it in an 8-6 victory. So, we have been here in this exact same spot. T1S, though, feels like they're on a little bit of momentum, a little bit of a heater at this point to try and shut this thing down. But what I'm saying is, where are they at, though, absolutely can clutch up when they need to. So, it is a dangerous scenario. They can't assume anything at this point. Love it what you said. The Echo, the combination of the Echo and the Valk. Brought out at least the C4 this time, playing downstairs in the basement. This feels like a dangerous scenario for T1S. And where are they at, though? You guys have got to hold on. Do not give away 2 free picks 4 rounds in a row. Let's say 3 rounds is enough, my friends.
Well, it's tough talk. We'll see if they're able to find something. They've already got some pings on it, right? So the potential to get those early round ones are going to be there. They know exactly where it's at, and there it is again. Glybo's going to take Kiro off the board. That's intel. Valkyrie going to be relegated to their own camps, and if they find this player on secret, they could yet again, find themselves with a 5-3 start.
Oh,
Sussed out, making their way back down. That was a close one. Doubled up with the power of friendship run. Make sure they get into the safety of generator.
Way closer than it needed to be. I don't know exactly what Azami was doing. She was running way too close to that window. You had an attacker sitting outside ready and waiting. Honestly, a bit of siege timing, the fact that she survived that engagement, because she was not even looking at the window as the attackers were right out in the way. The IQ, though, Glybo, I mean, he's picked up one huge, sitting at 10 kills at this point, right there with Gronk up at the top of this leaderboard. Where they at, though, does not feel like they're going to pull off the same magic we saw on Oregon.
Yeah, and you got to lock it in here, because when you get to the grand finals, whoever wins this best of 3, well, it's not just an easy one. You got to take on Mingo and Stompin', our GOAT and the King. So get yourself ready, get prepared, because mental shenanigans are about to be here. Look at this run. It's a 5-3. Who could have guessed that? Out the gate on a match point scenario. Defense is finding themselves down in the dumps. They're playing a bit in the bin.
I honestly can't believe we're going 4 rounds in a row with a 5v3 scenario. Creepy, though, is at least going to come up big. He's sitting at the kill leader at this point. 12-6-1. Man. And it is now all down to him.
That's right. Sitting in that frag leader position, 13-6. It's all going to be resting onto his shoulders. Takes a couple of pre-fires, sees some legs, but it's not going to be enough. Gronk's going to take him off the board. Run. Can we get ourselves prepared for a Kafe play? Sheesh.
Map 3, my friend, is coming. That is a T1S 7-5 victory. Big congrats to this team. Coming back from a 3-5 scenario just not that long ago. They played a hell of a game, a hell of a match there to win 4 in a row to close this thing out. They honestly deserved that win, and they freaking pulled it off. Map 3 coming our way. It's going to be a Kafe there to finish this one off now. Tied up 1 apiece. Comes down to a best of 1.
That's right. Best of 1 to get it done. Sit back, relax, because when we come back, it's the stunning conclusion in the 3rd map. Heyo.
Let's go.
into it.
Oh yeah, You know what? That was a great one there from Prod. Sending the map in quick. It was time. Players were ready. It is Kafe. We got to see a 8-6 victory for Where They At Though on Oregon, and then T1S comes up huge with a 7-5 to even this thing up and send it into map 3. It's Kafe, my friend. Bands coming in. I knew we were going to see the Blackbeard this time around.
Yeah, a couple of easy picks here when you get to Kafe.
That is the greatest
get the mirror off the board,
moment in my
potentially
life,
even
bro.
get the castle off the board because of that extension up top into that third floor when you're holding on to the first. But specifically, Mira and the shields, right? You don't want to have to deal with that. This time, the attack, they opt to take the ram off the board as well.
Yeah, we talked about it a little bit during Oregon. The team that wins that vertical definitely has an advantage when you're playing some very strategic siege. So in this case, T1S does not want to have to deal with the Rams and wants to try and avoid that vertical play, make it just a little bit more difficult for the Where They At Though team.
Okay, special shout out and thank you so much for the subscription, the tier 1 wowzers. Enjoy those custom emotes. Welcome to the Siege Double Shot family. 0-0, map number 3, and we're gonna start it down in Bakery, my friend. Defense, they've got themselves a setup for extension. You can't bring the castle along to help hold on to some of those critical push point areas, which means some of that cheeky little gunfire gonna be in play in a dangerous way when trying to hold on to the white stair.
Yeah, interesting we're seeing that first floor as the place we're going to start off. A little bit atypical for sure, but it feels like the secondary site. We see some teams really love to play those first floor site, or second floor sites here, or mid floor sites. Gets a little confusing on Kafe, rather than start up on top of the third floor, but first floor it's going to be. The battle is going to be on the white side. We're going to see this Bakery push in strong from this team. Where are they at though? I think certainly a bit of a struggle at the end of Clubhouse. They lost the final 4 rounds. T1S won in a row, so they have got a lot of momentum behind them coming into this map, and that was a big change up versus what we saw in Oregon. So they've got their work cut out for them to shut down the momentum that T1S has built up.
I'm trying to get a Twitch drone in to take a look at some of those cams, right? Open up that wall into the small bake area into prep where Warden has got himself situated. Now, since they don't have the castle extension, might not be a huge attention to holding on to the white area, which means a bigger push towards that Bakery side. A C4 ringing out, nobody able to find it just yet. Monty able to deflect most of that blast, and since they've already drawn out the C4, they're going to go ahead and start rotating around and put some pressure on the other side.
They're taking shots through the smoke there, not connecting with anything at this point. So the defense just doing a good job holding on. And man, the C4 is playing such a prevalent role between these two teams so far. And it's been a bit of a toss-up, and funny to say that here on the attacker side. But this defense, where are they at though? I feel like winning the C4 battle overall.
Yep, and that's going to be 2 to ring out. Surprise, surprise run. It's a 5-3, and it's early. They're going to find another one as Gino goes down, finally able to stop the flow of bleeding as Glidable finds his life forfeit, but not before getting 2 kills on the board. Now pressure from multiple areas as they've taken up some space towards Whiskey. It's a pistol pop to try and claim some of that space on the backside. Creepy's able to take Iowa off the board. And that was a pretty huge pick, right? Because that leaves the C4 done and dusted and a little bit of that long-range devastation. 1 away from equalizing here as Monty's made his way into a bit of a default position. Looking for a pistol pop here onto the Warden. No C4s to be able to deal with this, so it's going to have to be done the old-fashioned way. Melee and try to go for some toes on the shot. You're going to find one. Gray's going to drop his shield, and that's going to spell disaster. The SMG-12 is going to ring out and claim him.
I can't believe that he was able to vault over that without being taken down by the defender. The fact that Monty made such that far of a push in was a little bit surprising. Masa is a legend on the Monte at this point, but it was not enough to shut down the T1S defense. They do pick up a win there on the first floor and the first round. That means they've won 5 in a row between this map and the previous, continuing their dominance. Boy, the rumors of their death were greatly exaggerated coming into the start of that second map.
Okay, so what do you see after the defense takes Bakery? You know, you feel like the third floor is solved, right? It's a little bit of a solved site. And so instead of going and seeing that third floor, we're going to take a look at reading and mining, a secondary option. And this is where that Mira Castle band really starts to come into play, right? Because you're holding on to that vertical. One of the things is there's soft breach everywhere. Everybody sitting down in sight can find themselves in trouble. So if you take a little bit of vertical space, not even all of it, you take a little bit and are able to push some of those players out, you can get yourself a plant, whether you're coming in off-white into the windows or potentially in that hell door.
Oh, this is a real late. Yeah, that's real late coming out there from Parla. A little bit dangerous to try and take that shot so late, and almost paid the price for it. The attackers took the shot at him as he opened up that piece of glass and then tried to peek it. So real dangerous, but nobody coming up worse for the wear at that point, either on the side, the defense or the attackers. So this, to me, honestly, we're at the big question of, we have seen a 5v3, 5 rounds in a row with T1S taking down where they at players 2 to start off with. Can they stop this flow of bleeding? We absolutely have to see where they at. Number one, before they even pick up a round, you got to win the opening pick here between these two teams. They have to do that here to start off. Otherwise, you fight in a 5v3 scenario, you're going to lose every time.
But there's a lot of opportunity for that run, right? As you can see, this defense is very spread out. 2 up on the third, 2 up on the second, and one that was playing, Warden, was playing spoiler down onto the first floor. Now starting to get a little bit back together. The problem is when you find that isolation, you can get yourself in a pretty advantageous position. There it is. C4 rings out, but this time it's going to be equalized and taken advantage of on the other side of it. Where are they at, though? Going to find themselves with the body balance in their favor as they start to make that push towards the white stair. C4 is still out. He's looking to see if they can capitalize. A push-up red, a claymore to stop him. He's going to retreat.
That's the first time in 5 rounds we've seen where they at, though, pick up a man advantage. Not even a round win at this point, but at least they're not down in the man count. What a huge potential thought victory here between these two teams. And now, in a huge opportunity, a 3v1.
That's right. Start to push the Monty back, and they're going to find it. Hello, Gray.
No way, Gray.
Kill and put into a 1v1. Absolutely devastating. They get a little bit of intel as he starts to push up towards the case. It's the long distance, a bit of the jiggle peek, and
no way.
Break out the barbecue sauce. He just went absolutely crazy for that 4-piece.
No way.
Sheesh.
Damn, my friend. Another 4K coming out for Gray. Just absolutely on fire. What a huge win. We finally got to see the ring of 5v3 starts broken for where they at, though. But even that was not enough there to clean up the T1S. They had to shut down Gray. I don't know whether or not he's going to be the win con going forward, but certainly individual heroics carrying this team when they need to. We're still early here in map 3, but it is map 3 of a best of 3. One more opportunity here for one of these teams to move on to the grand final, face Mingo and Stomp, and they're waiting patiently to find out who it's going to be. Who is that team they're going to face in that best of 5 grand final with a 1-map advantage?
Yeah, sometimes you just got a player that is feeling a map. And right now, Gray says Kafe all day. And he's looking to keep that up. He's 5-0, yet to see death inside of 3, which means it's turf site time. And what do? You got 2 options here, right? This is one of those unique maps run that you talk about where all 4 of these sites are viable options as far as for a good defensive hold. Now, statistically, I know you're going to say that mining, of course, is on the lower end of that one. So still, to this day, even though it feels like a bit of a solved site, 3F, is that going to be the key?
Yeah, you said it. This is one of the few maps where really all four of the sites are viable. Statistically, for sure, one of them better than the others. But I think 3F continues to sort of bounce around between the teams, which, is it the right play? Are they playing it better? They could be very team dependent at this point. And so from where they're at, though, hopefully this is their round, because that right now is 6 rounds in a row for T1S. They are absolutely dominant across the board on both this map and the previous. Every site, they have just been able to find where they at those numbers. We're talking about on defense and on attack.
Here's the problem, Run, and even though this is
Yo, Kiru.
That's a good way to start it. I was going to say, there's a couple of boxes that you have to check when you're coming into the 3F, when you're coming to play it, right? You've got to take ticket. You have to put control onto, or some pressure onto Cocktail. You have to force them off from that piano area and into Pixel. And then you're free to get yourself in and set up to potentially go for a site, for a play here. They did a couple of those ones early, and one of them was off the back of a ill-timed run out.
Yeah, you can't win them all, and that's one of the things that you see the success here in Siege, and especially in the Roller Series. When you gain a little bit of confidence, a little bit of momentum, you start to take some risk, and that was absolutely the effect of it. We're talking 6 rounds in a row for this team, but I've allowed Kiru to pick up another 3K. In this case, where they at, though, dominating here on the 3rd floor. Again, after picking up a 5-3 start, picked up the first 2 kills. That was a huge victory there for this team, and that finally break the streak. T1S went 6 in a row before where they at, though, finally picks one up and puts this in a 2-1, which is certainly not as dominant when you look across the 2 maps, but it feels significant for them to finally pick up a round.
Yeah, and here's the question, right? Do we see 3rd floor for the Tersh again? Because that's one of the problems, is there's a couple of things that you do, and once you check those boxes, the round, if it goes according to, the early part of the plan, the round is yours. So 3F taken with ease by the attackers. I would love to see potentially that second or that alternative mid-floor site in the mining, and see if we can still hold on to a little bit of vertical for that on the next to go round. Either way, back down to the 1st floor as we start the round rotate over again.
I thought we might see the Monty band come out here from the T1S side on their defensive half. Masa has played Monty basically every defensive round, and they've had some success, but I guess at this point, T1S felt like they could manage and deal with him better and want to get rid of the Grim as the alternative. So I thought maybe we were going to see that switch up to go for the shield instead, but they're going to allow him to play it, almost bait him into it by allowing him to keep that player. See? Look at that, just as we're talking about him, looks like he might switch off onto the Sens. That would be interesting, and maybe setting up for a little bit of quick execute here for this 1st floor attack.
I love that we're starting to get to see Sens utilized more and more, right? And with good reason. Kit good, gun good, decent speed. Why not bring in a little bit of that distraction? And now, of course, that you can put that gadget into the on-off mode, where you can have every single of those gadgets set up and then turn them all on at once. It's a chaos-causing situation. So I like it. And potential for some quickness, I like it even more. Blitz to get in, a spearhead, and some flank watch in the hands of Nomad. This one could be over quite quick.
Loading mag!
This T1S, though, they've got the defense spread out. They're covering VIP really aggressively. You can see Iowa's all the way up here on the VIP door at the bottom of white, and taking a little bit of extra chance. They left the whole white freezer wall completely open at this point. Plus, you had Goyo Gray playing over there on prep, and then Parla here on bar. So they're very heavy on this side of the map. And where they at, though, is going to need to try and push. And they're going from the front side of the map here. And there's that Sens is getting ready. So they're going to go for a bit of a util dump to protect the blitz as he hops in.
Yep, and there they are. Start to make the push in, and they're going to do a little bit of blitz play, but it's
they
trade. They're going to answer back and forth onto each other, and who gets the better out of the two? Well, defense is down in the body, or attack is down in the body balance as that last bit of dust starts to settle. Huge play. I was able to take one off the board, and defense is looking solid for a 3-1 start here.
You still have got Kiru left alive, sitting at 4-2, so he certainly has come up huge. MVP in one of the previous maps. Gonna have to watch out for him, but another C4 in the hands of Iowa. Picked up his kill finally, and looking just to add to it. And Gray, 5-1 off the back of a 4-kill round previously, feeling himself right now. So the final 55 seconds left, ticking down. The attackers make their push in, and not coordinated right now off the back of that Fenrir too, making this a little bit more difficult than bailiff in hand.
Yeah, tries to pull off the stomp and play with a bailiff, but gets shut down. Gray's able to take Gino off the board as well. Puts us into a 3-1 situation. Kiru, you talked about him being the one. Well, he's not going to be able to get it done as they find themselves a defensive victory.
Yep, T1S continuing to just play better across the board on defense. We saw a little bit of moments of brilliance there from where they at upstairs on the 3rd floor, but then unable to repeat the success downstairs. So back and forth as we move now to, looks like, yeah, going to show the 2F reading as the place that we're going to do battle now. See how much of an extension we've seen. T1S sort of bounce back and forth between real heavy roam game, very aggressive defense, and then also playing very conservatively, playing back on site. For this mid-floor site on Kafe, I feel like we're going to see them spend some time upstairs, play the vertical side, force where they're at to spend time clearing them upstairs before even getting downstairs to deal with the defensive utility directly.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Well, looking like a little bit of a switch up here on the side of the attack, and honestly, I'm here for it, right? When you're bringing out the Nook, you're bringing out a little bit of that specialty play. You're bringing out a little bit of that lurk. You're trying to catch that first defender off guard, and as you talked about T1S being so good at finding those entry picks, this feels like a good pick, although they're going to switch it, and then they're going to switch it again. My emotions are a roller coaster right at this moment.
You know what? Yeah, they love doing that to the casters. As soon as you start to talk about it, I mean, it's literally part of the script at this point. Interestingly, talking about the script, somebody didn't get a copy of it. Masa not going to play on the Monty this time around. Going to switch on to the Nook. And, I mean, probably a good call at this point. We're sitting in round 5. Yet to find a kill, sitting at 0-3. Struggling right now to get anything going at this point. Leaving it up to Kiru, some of the other members of his team, to carry in the kill department. And stop, boy. Or Gray. Gray having a hell of a game at 6-1. Big reason why we're seeing T1S sit in a 3-1 defensive victory at this point.
Yeah, you don't expect Monty to get a lot of kills, but Masa, not satisfied with that, is going to put themselves onto the lurk player and just kind of watching windows at the moment, right? Being that person that's got a little bit of that cut in case somebody tries to make a peek over that mining area. And there was somebody close to try to take that battle. Now they start to push up towards the freezer, and they've got it kind of locked down over here outside of a C4 hold to potentially ring out inside. That's going to be Gronk to take Gino off the board, and that's going to be the entry Undata as they're looking to try to repeat some history here, put themselves onto that 5-3.
Damn, I was going to say, it was looking like you got 3 defensive players upstairs on the 3rd floor as expected, but Gino had made the direct push in pretty close. The C4, the nades go out, the trades back and forth. Kiro wins that battle versus Glybo, though, as he tries to make the push outside and loses. So the window repel wins. Creepies, though, takes down Gronk finally, and now in a 4v2 scenario, heavily favored for the Where They At, though, attack side. So we get down to this final minute, but we've got to get off this 3rd floor, out from outside, push downstairs in the 2nd floor for sight.
Yeah, and run. Here's the deal too. If Where They At though is able to find this round, this is a primary, right? They're a secondary site. Then you still have the potential to either rotate for Tersh, or you got to play this one again. And so the potential for them to take this to a 3-3 half if they win this is absolutely huge. And a 3-3 half on attack going onto your defense in Kafe is going to feel real good about a grand final push. So holding on to the man advantage, holding on to that body balance, they're taking a couple of looks, the potential for the miss drone on long Laundry could be huge run. Could be absolutely huge. No C4. They do take a couple of shots as they're understanding that somebody could be there. Iowa's going to get creepies off the board as that Fenrir gadget goes off, and it's going to stymie. Now 10 seconds onto the round as they're making the push up to wide. The shotgun rings out of prone position. Iowa able to take Masa off the board. Now into a 2v1. There's no time. He's going to take one from it, but not going to be able to grab them both. They're going to lock it up.
Man, that's exactly what they needed. T1S continuing the dominance here on this side of the defensive half. Where are they at, though? Struggling to get anything going on the attacking side. They had a moment of brilliance up on the third floor. A dominant play there, but it was off the back of, again, T1S took a couple of extra chances they didn't need to on running out. That was really the first piece where it felt like T1S was sort of throwing it away. So a little bit less of a where they at the win and just capitalizing on T1S mistakes. So over the course of just the last half of Clubhouse and the first half of Kafe, T1S is clearly the better team, and they are locking in when they need to, peaking when they need to send themselves to the grand final.
Okay, I mean, that's standard. I mean, right? We see where they at, though, find a round. We could see ourselves locked up in some overtime. This is going to be the big one. This is the round. This is the impactful round. And for the defense, they're really trying to slow it down. They're bringing out the clash, making sure that you're not going to be able to take that either into ticket or potentially holding on to pixel, not allowing you to take some of that pivotal space up top on the third floor that you have to have. Some of those Yali checkboxes, if you will. Will try to deny it. Currently sits at the white stair area. Place spoiler.
That's an interesting hold
Just
in
want to say a special thank you real quick to everybody who's following. We appreciate you guys hanging around. This is the lower bracket. The winner of this map goes on to play Mingo and Stompin' in the grand finals. So hold on to your halos. This one is going to be dicey.
Yeah, and it's getting down close to it. I mean, this was where they at, though, pick up map 1, overtime victory on Oregon, 8-6. And T1S has answered back in a big way over the last half of that map, and the first half of this one just truly being dominant at this point. And, boy, they're continuing this in a 5-3 and now a 5-2 body count bonus for this team again. Where they at, though, is just losing the opening engagements across the board, round after round, and then fighting from behind, and they're just not able to convert any of those into round wins. Right now, they certainly look like the better team, and Gronk picks up another, leaving Creepies in a 1v5 ace clutch required.
Yep, that's right, and they know exactly where it's at. Shots start to ring through the hatch hole, and now putting up, and that's going to be the knife on to Clash, but it's not going to be enough. Running out of bullets, Gray's able to take a pistol, and it is going to be a 5-1 half. This is a tough comeback. This is a tough spot. Now, it is defense on Kafe, right? So this is heavily favored towards that defensive side, but momentum has been built up. The grand final seem looming. T1S is ready to put this one away. It's a match point scenario. Next up, you got to face the Giants, Pro League talent, Stompin' the King, Mingo, the F2 Demon, and returning champs. This is going to be an absolute battle. T1S is gearing up for it right now.
You take a look at the last half of this map, first half of last half of Clubhouse, first half of this map. T1S has gone 9-1 over the last 10 rounds. 9-1. Where they at, though, showed some brilliance on Oregon, but it was an overtime victory. They managed to win 3 in a row to close that thing out. T1S was on match point when it was 6-5. Where they at, though, came up clutch at that moment, but since that point, they have really struggled. T1S definitely looks like the grand final team to face that Mingo and Stompin' team. Where they at, though, is going to have to put in some serious work right now to try and balance this thing back. It is defense on Kafe, but when you take a look at 9-1 over the last 10 rounds, man, that is a mental chalking stat here.
Okay. Look at all this intel. look at a round one on the backside of the half, and they are really just bringing a ton of intel to the board. Valkyrie, Mozzie, and Echo all going to make sure that they're going to try to set themselves up to know exactly where this attack team is pushing in from. And it's a good idea, right, to bring those C4s and to bring that to now, because the T1S is going to be very aggressive here. They have several rounds in which they can make a few mistakes, and it's going to be that hero zero moment, right? They can afford a couple of opportunities to take some risks because they just need one to put themselves in a really advantageous situation and just one away from that match point.
Oh, yeah. One round away from match point, and it's so close here between these two. I love the fact that they're bringing out the extra intel. You called it out. That is absolutely the right play. T1S has been dominating them across the board. Now when you're on the defensive side, gain all of that intel, know where this team is going to be making the push from. Where can you take advantage of their mistakes? Because right now T1S has made very few, and they have capitalized on everything that where they at has made. Love this the potential late round Mira coming out there from Creepies, but in the default spot, so certainly the attacker's going to expect you're going to have one in that spot.
Yeah, but they're hoping to get those Ash charges done and dealt with early, right? Because if they can solidify that last one, then that Mira is going to be in a position that it can't be taken down unless you force some vertical play here. And you've got somebody underneath to prevent that, as well as you've got Mozzie sitting down there. Now, they're going to be able to open it up as... That's tough. You still got yourself in a good position to fight from there, because it's a half wall basically that you can still shoot from, so some relative safety, but some damage done, as that's going to hold on to some of that.
They stole the Echo drone. That was the Brava stealing the Echo drone there. A little bit of drone battle, and they're taking shots real quickly to disrupt the Aruni playing in the hallway, but finally Masa picks up one. That was his first kill of the game and certainly needed it.
Yep, absolutely, but answered back, right? Mozzie goes down, Kiro goes down, but they're able to take a couple. Some DMR action rings out, claims a couple of headshots.
Yo!
Defense finds themselves in a pretty good spot, but Iowa able to answer again, getting one closer to solidifying a body-balanced equalization. In a 3-2, defense just got to hold on. We just hit under 60, so the pressure will start to mount for the attack. But look at that. Gray just not going to stop, as he's just going to push right in and take space. Huge play.
Yeah, 2-2 is not enough. Hold back. You got 42 seconds left. This is plenty of time here for the defense to just hold. Do not throw bodies at this team. Gray sitting at 10-2, nearly unstoppable, but nearly the key here. Can he win one?
Is able to find one, gets traded back immediately as Gray goes
No
on
way!
To the triple K. Gray good for 4 again. Man has had so many happy meals this evening as he just keeps breaking out the barbecue sauce. He's 4-piece crazy. He's wanting a piece of stomping. He wants a piece of Mingo, and he wants to get it done in the grand finals run. We are 1 round away from that.
Damn, it's just not match point here on this map. It is match point. Map point, series point, lower bracket final point, as T1S is now 1 round away from punching their ticket to the grand final. And you said it, they want to take on that Mingo Stomp and Stack. Where are they at, though? Not done yet. They've got to be perfect for 5. Can they pull it off? We've seen them do 3 in a row. Haven't seen them do 5, and certainly not recently. That is 10-1 run here for T1S. They have won, out of the last 11 rounds, 10. That is an unbelievable run for any individual team. One of the best we've seen. If this is the team that makes it to the grand finals after this single round, they are definitely going to put up a hell of a fight there for the Mingo Stomp and Stack.
Well, that's the goal, at least. Hard to dethrone the king. We'll see if it plays out. Got to get through this last round in which to do so. Defense going to still bring some of that intel to the table. But really just kind of a modge-podge of slowdown here, right? They're bringing out that DMR. Was fairly successful on finding a couple kills in the last round. Some of that devastation. It is the meta. Holding on to it. Sticking into side of spawn. Not going to take that peek there on the spawn peak.
Great call. A little bit of pressure there on the attackers is exactly what they need. But do not throw bodies at this team. They can shut you down in a big way. And that Glybo takes a significant number of damage here from the Irunu, but stays alive. Both teams playing a little bit more conservatively, and said it. Great call. The hatch opens up with the thick lock tracks coming down on top of it. Brava putting in the work, stealing more of these defensive gadgets again.
Yeah, that's one of the things when you bring them to the table, a yokai to be stolen, it's almost just too tempting not to. Parla's able to find one as the body bounce is going to go into the favor of the attacking team. They take that long-range devastation off the board, and that's a tough pick. Now put themselves into a 5-4. Still got plenty of time. Brava still getting that clutch drone in and active, and there it is. Iowa able to find creepies off the board, and that's the frag leader dusted on the defensive side of it. Able to answer back, though. Gino claims one. A headshot, well placed, finds it. Special goggles and special plays as they're trying to find that push down from the skylight area back towards the freezer, and Moss is able to answer
What
back.
a kill!
Iowa takes Gino off the board, and now it's a low health situation. Massa goes down. Run. It's looking like a tough situation, but Kiru, he's still the one, but he can't get it done. Glybo takes him down, and they're going to be moving themselves on to the grand final. Time to take on that Pro League peak in power.
Damn, what a play here. What a turnaround for this team. A 7-1 victory. Gray was literally unstoppable throughout the second half of this map. They go 11-1 between this map and the previous one. That is a hell of a run, and they are going to put up a huge fight versus the Stompin' Mingo stack in the grand finals. I am looking forward to this one, my friend. What a play. Big GG's to T1S. Man, you guys put it together.
Yep, well, here it all comes down to it now. The grand finals run are upon us, and Mingo said it. If you want to win, get the double shot to cast it. We've cast a couple of his. He's going to be looking to put another one forward. Can they defeat this lower bracket run to the tippy top? Well, they're going to do it one map down. One of the benefits of going in at that top tier at the upper bracket is one map guaranteed yours. It's a best of 5. We'll see if it needs it all to get it done, so sit back, relax, because when we come back, we're getting started with the grand finals. Ayo.
Let's go.
What's up, and welcome back, fellow Siege spectators and players. The question has been asked, when does Stompin' play? Well, folks, the time is here. The king has returned back to claim his throne in prime. What's up and welcome back. I am Whiskey Glitter, and with me on the desk, as always, Mr. Whiskey Run. It's the grand finals, baby.
That's right. Welcome, everyone, to the Rival Rollers series, Roller Prime number 9. It is time for the grand finals. We've been waiting all day for this. It took a best of 3 for us to get here, and this one is a rematch of the upper bracket final between T1S and the 4 Amigos and Mingo. Love that team name, by the way. We got the chance to cast Mingo's first Roller Prime victory. Back in February was our first Roller Prime that we got a chance to cast. Mingo's first. Had him on an interview. Fantastic to be a part of it. Since then, we got to watch Stompin's incredible run through Challenger Series and his move into the Pro League. And he is back tonight playing on that team. But he is back against a very dominant T1S team that just went 11-1 in the last 12 rounds that they played, on absolute fire in that previous best of 3. So here's the teams for tonight in this best of 5.
Get ready for some names that you know and love. On the side of T1S, Parla, Gray, Gronk, Glybo, and Iowa. And they had quite the showing in the previous best of 3. It did take all 3 of them to get it done, but it was in the end an absolute dominant showing. But here's the deal. It's the other side of it. Giants in the field. Mingo, Raid, Lou, Jay, Stompin', a nod towards the OG Prime Sunday runners. They've got plenty of championships to their name and a little bit of pro play on the side. Run. This could be either a back and forth battle or an absolute slaughter. I mean, it's a best of 5. Only 4 of them to get played, though.
That's right, best of 5. And the upper bracket team comes in with a 1 map advantage. So we saw earlier on in the Rival Rollers series a best of 5 that took 15 rounds total. We got to see a 7-0 and a 7-1 victory to shut down a best of 5 when Jinxie was playing on that team. Can this stack pull it off in 14 rounds, or is it going to be a little bit more of a balanced back and forth between these two teams? Nighthaven and Skyscraper down. Freaking love that Skyscraper is off. Again, these teams just playing into some of our favorite maps. Oregon Consulate, Kafe Border, Chalet Bank. And I'm going to have to update that one real quick because we get to see 4. Oregon Consulate, Kafe, and Border are our maps, my friend.
Yeah, and so here's the fun part of it. We're watching Oregon now in a realm where there is multiple bans. So if a strat is working, if somebody is popping, if it's going absolutely crazy, then you're able to take one of those players off the board completely and have them redirect and reroute their strat. So you know what? It's a nod towards nostalgia with the stack. It's a nod towards nostalgia with the maps. And today, Run... Oh, I'm excited. Let's get into this one.
That's right. It is almost time, my friend. We're going to start off on Oregon. We talked about it in the previous best of 3. We freaking love the fact that Oregon is back in the map pool. One of the reasons why we love Roller Sunday. And here it is, prime number 9.
Prime number 9 taking us to Oregon. It's a bunker war heard around the world. A chance to try your hand at one of the world's best up-and-coming pros in the stomping. He isn't going to play this one in the competitive scene, however, so we'll see if he's still on par with the strats. The story will be told, Run, and how we ban it out. Who do we get off the board? Is it worth an F2 ban to slow down Mingo, right? Who is just an absolute demon on the F2. They're going to start out with some clash. They're going to start out with the Ace hard breach off the board.
Yeah, I think that's a good call. Ace, so good at opening up the sight lines. I mean, generally part of the strategic part of Siege. And if you're going to focus on the run and gun side, I mean, making it a little bit more difficult to get those sight lines is honestly a great call. And 2 hard breaches done. Wild.
No kidding. And Run, don't forget to tell Prod to get that prediction up and running. It's going to be a quick pause here as looks like J Guns decided to take a little bit of a break before we started getting in. So yeah, you talked about it on the bans, Run. Azami and Habana being the next taken off the board. Azami, it just makes sense. One of the things that you're going to want to do on that defensive side, especially starting in, especially going into that bunker wars, is having that static warfare, that trench that you have to dig Azami out of. And what does that need? It needs either Flores Rotero drones, it needs grenades, it needs smokes, it needs ash charges, it needs something to be able to clear those out. So instead of having to deal with that, instead of having to put that battle in, they're just going to take her off the board. And the Hatch Queen, I mean, there's no confusion there, right? She is getting them open. She is putting that vertical pressure. She's able to stop the Mira play from a long distance, and this time they're not going to want to deal with it. And you can see it also. Run. Raid's bringing out that Mira nice and early.
We knew that was coming. Node for this team known for playing at the Mira. I actually wondered whether or not we get the chance to see her banned, but the alternative, Clash, has just been so good recently. For sure, all of year 10, this has been her season to just dominate the competitive scene. So focus on banning her. Opens up all of the other defensive ops who had spent some time on the banned list. Mira and Fenrir both making a lot more appearances ever since the Clash buff happened.
Okay, so what are you going to do on the side of the attack, right? You know it's going to be aggressive. You know it's going to be quick peaks, and they're going to be early on engagements. They're going to try to double up with the shield play. Both Parla and Iowa going to bring out the Blitz and the Blackbeard and try to make sure that they can stop some of that early aggression. They get in isolation with the double shield, could be a man advantage early.
Well, and you're going to have to use the shields here as the alternative, right? The fact that you lose Ace and Habana means you can't open up the sight lines. You're going to have to play behind the shields. So not only is it sort of the alternative to the hard breach bans is the shield bans, but they almost become necessary between each other that you have to run that. But oh wow, Iowa unfortunately just walking right in past the man in the corner, and then Stompage finishes off Glybo as well. Very quick 5-3 start. What a role reversal, my friend.
Yeah, no kidding. That's a tough one. And now they should start to make their way in. It's a C4 that you can hear get prepped, and they're going to bait it out. He's going to be able to take it off the board, but you still got a shotgun in hand. Gray's able to take J Guns down. They're a little bit closer to equalizing on that man count. C4 to go out, but not going to be utilized. They're going to be able to take it down. A shot that's going to save basically the round. So now, pressure from Harry Potter and pressure from the pillar means they're going to have to get this hatch opened up. They do have some can openers in hand. You always got to worry about that potential of the rotate up, and they've got some potential intel that he's there for it as well already. Blackbeard just posing a threat on the back stairs, making everybody keep watching his direction as the rotate down towards bunker starts to ring out, but Raid's ready. He sits in 90. They're still got another C4 as Mingo sits on the cake.
Yeah, the C4 in hand, plus you still have got Warden, be able to block out any of this, the flashes that are coming in. But for the most part, look at this. T1S has used up all of their extra utility. They have really got very few options left besides the can openers, which at this point, they just need to push down the stairs and try and take some space. But they still have to fight through the Fenrirs. And even though you've got a shield that makes that push in, he is just constantly in and out of the smoke and is going to be completely stymied here at the bottom of the stairs.
It goes down. Gray able to find Raid, and that's going to be the man advantage going into the hands of T1S. Gets equalized here, as an MP7 rings out, claims a dome piece, and now it's a low health situation for the attacking team, but they're able to find one. They're able to claim that man advantage as Blackbeard's able to take one off the board. Mingo now alone left in a 1v2 as the Grim Bees start to spread out, trying to give away that location. He's got the intel. They're going to take a quick swing. Not going to find it just yet as he gets trapped in the closet. Rotated around onto the mirror, looking to get active onto the Blackbeard. Oh, man. 5-1. Now it's looking at Blackbeard. He's getting the bash, and no way, Mingo. Crazy. Absolute dominant for the two-piece at the end. Blackbeard be damned. He said, I don't even care about your shield, bro. Don't even care about it.
Yo, he fights the Blackbeard 1v1 and comes out on top. Well played in the melee battle. Boy, it used to be that the shield was going to win that every time, but the shield break animation given the defenders just a little bit of a boost, and the 4 Amigos and Mingo pick up their first round on defense here on Oregon. Again, not unexpected, but the fact that we saw the attackers lose too early off the complete misdrone walking into the bottom of T1 and then stopping, running out the door and taking down one more of the attackers, I think really put them in a big boost. The fact that T1S was able to come back and get it down into a 1v1 speaks volumes about how good this team was on that previous round, but the question of whether or not it's going to be enough to beat this team still yet to be answered. It is the grand final. It is a best of 5 with a 1 map advantage for the 4 Amigos. But T1S looking here to try and make their mark on map 1.
Okay, take it up to the second floor now, and a little bit of slowdowns. Fenrir's on the board, stomping, bringing out that Legion, making sure if that shield is going to be happening again, that there's going to be a few obstacles in the way this time, but T1S not going to be bringing that out. Instead, 5 people going on to the Nook, so a potential for a bit of a lurk. Looking for some of that gadgetry as Brava is also being utilized here, so the Banshees and the Fenrir gadgets potential to be null and void, or at least helping out the attackers instead. Taking a couple of quick looks, a little bit of a hurry up and wait scenario as a couple of shots ring out, but nothing too early on this round.
Yeah, taking a little bit of a slower start this time. No missed drones in this case, finding all of the defenders, and they're a little bit more settled down with the exception of Lou playing downstairs in the basement, so he's really that opportunity to try and find one on the flank. But look at this, Brava just coming in, Iowa stealing all of the gadgets, 3 in quick succession.
And they're going to find the kill, the man advantage back into T1S's hands, but we've seen him there before. Still plenty of time on the board, but this is a C4 that we've seen be especially devastating in the last match, right? Where they would just send it in the flank, coming around the corner, but
no
Gray's
way.
Good for it. He says, no, sir. Parlay able to take J-Guns off the board, and that's going to leave Mingo and Stompin alone in a 1v2. Stompin, good for 1 as the body shots ring out. Now looking towards that main breach. They've got a couple of crosses set up. They know about where that push is starting to come in from. And so now everybody going to stack up on the doors in a you can't kill us all scenario.
Well, they can certainly try. They can stack up on those doors, win those battles. And speaking of winning it there, Stop Gray is able to pick up 2 in a row. And wow, T1S. And comes up when they had a slight man advantage, but that doesn't feel like it's enough versus this team. But they do manage to pick up 1 on the attack on the second floor. Back and forth battle to start this best of 5 off.
Okay, so a secondary win. If you're a T1S fan, that feels pretty good, which means you're going to force them to run it again. But that also means that the Amigos don't have to have that tertiary site play. Save that for the next round. So it will be an unknown quantity when we get into the back half of this first map. When they're back up there, what are they going to do? A little bit of roam game, an investment into the Vigil. Could be a potential for that impact play. Still rocking the Legion for the slowdown, anticipating some sort of shield or some sort of quick action, and then J-Guns putting themselves onto the Vector. One of the last potential instances to see that ACOG Vector in some comp play.
Yeah, all of the changes happening. We talked about it during that previous best of 3. One more day for this season before all the changes coming in. Huge nerfs coming to Blackbeard. The new op, obviously, and then all the changes there on the defense and losing the ACOGs for sure are going to change up the gameplay. One of the things we love about Siege is the constant balancing. One of the things we don't love sometimes it's not right. You don't get the proper balance, but the devs working to try and find that balance constantly, consistently. Love to see that as the game changes. Never the same game.
That's true. And if they bring back the cooking grenades, then we'll really be in a good spot. Goyo Charge going to go off early as they start to get themselves outside of that master bedroom area. Going to see Iowa bringing out the Twitch, and it's a good call. You've got plenty of gadgets on the board here that can really slow you down. Specifically, speaking about those Goyos, the mute jammers, and there's going to be a little bit of damage as Parla is going to get a little bit too close to the flame and start cooking. Does get scoped out there onto the corner, so now holding onto the cross, almost with the TK. Trigger control is going to be able to save the life there as they're starting to open up that main breach.
That first one, Gleibo picks up his initial kill. So when T1S was winning that battle of the opening picks, they were winning a round. So that was a really important start here for this T1S team, taking down J-Guns. He's had a little bit of a rough start at the 0-3, but it is still early in this best of 5. Plenty of time for him to pick up the pace. Now, as they work on... What's that?
Oh, go ahead. I was going to say, Jay has that feast or famine sort of mentality, right? When he pops off, he's absolutely critical. And when he doesn't, the loss is felt.
Oh, yeah, good point. We have seen him dominate some rounds, but can this be the game that he changes that up? We'll see again early on. They have cleared off 2 now of these defenders as Lou goes down next, and then Gronk taking down Stompin as well. The King goes down. They still have got 1 left alive. It's all up to Mingo.
Yeah, Mingo's going to find one, gets active towards the white staircase, looking for a down, but they're just going to start pushing up on the 3v1 and find yourself tough with that slug shotty in hand. They're able to find themselves a win, and the attack team looking real good on this first map.
Yeah, almost a bit surprising that we see the attacking wins come on the second floor of Oregon. That's one of those sites that had typically been a defensive stronghold over and over and over again. T1S, though, finds a way to make it happen. The only win for the 4 Amigos coming on that downstairs basement site. So how the band's going to work out? Yeah, Cade, and then, wow. This, the Amigos just really leaning into the hard breach. They are not going to open anything up at this point. Ace, Hibana, and Thermite all gone.
Yeah, now you're going to have to rely on some of those can openers, which means, hey, you know what? Not a bad time to bring out Striker. As an attacker, he's a self-contained breaching unit, bringing both EMP impacts and the can openers means he can get in when nobody else potentially can. So not a bad play to see it come out. Hopefully somebody else going to bring some can openers as well to put some of that pressure on. You've been seeing this defense closing up some areas that might necessarily be opened up, you know, in like normal ranked play or normal comp play. So shutting down some of those avenues that you're kind of used to seeing might put a little bit of a pickle in it here for T1S.
All right, working the upstairs part and making sure they get the hatches closed up. They've got the Goyo canisters in a few key places upstairs. The big question is how much of a roam game here is the four Amigos going to play. You've got one upstairs stomping, playing on the rear stage side, but don't know whether or not that's going to be a stronghold for him. He's going to play the tower side. Love getting to see some of those spawn peaks that happen. This was a critical push point here for the T1S team that got completely shut down as the four Amigos took 2 down early on that round. It doesn't feel like they're making the same mistakes, and they're approaching this map and this team a little bit more carefully.
Blackbeard going to make his way into T3 and put some pressure onto the player down below. It's an impact that's going to cause some damage and a little bit of sound cues, but they've got Doc on their side. So Mingo right back up to the tippy top health-wise, and now they've taken that coveted space up top. A lot of real estate to be had. Here's the Blackbeard just going to keep pushing down, put some pressure onto that pillar area and get rid of some of that extension util.
They're working the vertical side here, and Gray just really on fire right now. 6 and 3. He is hitting all of his shots, all in the right places, and Jay Guns goes down one more time. The opening pick, although it feels like a little bit of wrong place, wrong time, but Gray on the other side is just really hitting all of his marks. So he's going to have to be the guy that this Amigos team is watching out for. What can they do right now when he's floating? He's playing the Grim, one of the operators we saw banned frequently. We'll see whether or not that changes up here during that second half.
Well, potentially, but not going to be on this side, right? Gray's going to be free to use it for the rest of the half as the bans are done and dealt with. So a little bit of intel now as those Grimbies do start to ping out where Mingo sits. A C4 to ring out and a little bit more damage taken off of Glybo, but not enough to put him in a tough situation. He's still a presence on those back stairs, and now they've all linked up together. Gonna look down, and that's gonna be stomping to find one, Raid to find another, and as the dust starts to settle, man, a 3v2, the defense down in the deficit, body balance wise, a couple of shots towards pillar. They're gonna take Mingo down, and now it's gonna be Raid left alone in a 1v. Hello Health Iowa on the F2. They're putting pressure on towards the bunker area as well. No C4 to be had. Plant starts to go down as he's just making all kinds of noise, trying to bait out somebody to take that swing, but they're not going to do it just yet. Instead, they're going to wait till he looks away, and Gray going to continue that terror as he finds that last kill.
All right, this is a team that right now I'd say this is a team that's not warmed up, right? One of the things going into it, T1S just played a best of 3 maps in a row, absolutely locked in and crushed it on their previous run. We talked about them being 11-1 over the last 12 rounds. Well, since then, they picked up another 3. They are now 15-2 over the last rounds that they've played. They're on right now, feels like a generational run when you look at it on the big picture scale. The difference is the four Amigos and Mingo, these guys were sitting, watching, waiting the whole time. So, you know, even if you're playing a little bit of FFA, even if you're running some games, coming into it cold where T1S has been fully warmed up, I think that's part of the reason you give that upper bracket team a 1 map advantage. They won, and then they had to wait out this length of time. So now, as this team starts to get hot, that'll be the question. Can they pull it together before T1S carries this momentum into another map win, or are they going to shut it down earlier than that on Oregon?
You can tell some of the practice that was going on, right? If you were watching Mingo's stream before we got started with this best of 5, you could hear Jay Gunn saying that he wasn't going to warm up for this match. So coming into it, just waking up and coming into it cold, and you've got a marathon ahead of you, right? This isn't a best of 3. This is a best of 5. So plenty of time for some siege action to be had. Could be a devastating concept. We'll see if Jay Gunn's able to clutch up his first kill.
Yeah, there's still a lot of Siege left to be played. You and I are into this thing at 3.5 hours. So is the rest of the T1S squad. So there's been a lot of time. The danger there is fatigue. Fatigue starts to set in, and the four Amigos certainly have got that part in their favor because they're just getting started. The BO3 buff might only carry forward to the first, maybe the second map, but it's a BO5. At least 2 maps going to be played, potentially 4.
Now, as the attack, they've done a lot of clearing very quickly, got that critical push point position out of the way, so they were able to take that top tower position. Now they've rotated and claimed that space on the back stairs as well, so potential for the flank to come up from there, not to be had. They got attention on to Freezer and onto that laundry side, which means potential to have some vertical fun on the other side of the board could be huge. They open it up. They're going to send a couple of nades down in, force them out of that back position. Now they've got themselves quite a hold up here on the second floor.
Yeah, they're working this.
The first floor.
The mid floor, yeah, they're working this piece of it. The four Amigos have got themselves all bunkered back down. No presence on the second or first floor at this point. And you can see the T1S team, 3 players stacking up right in front of the con side. So this is getting ready to be the bunker push. Glybo and Gray look like they are also maybe rotating over to try and bolster this bunker push.
Well, as the smokes start to go out, the Glaz looking to try to get themselves an advantage, pushing up into elbow. It's a shotgun to stop the Blackbeard. Stomping, able to take Iowa off the board with relative ease. Tough place to find yourself as the main advantage is now heavily into the hands of the defense. The friendly gadgets are going off as raid goes down. Parlay able to take one as well. Stomping good for another, stomping good for 4. Sheesh.
Wait, was that a stomp in 4K?
It potentially was a stomp in 4K, I'm thinking.
Man, the King shows up in a big way there on round 5. Boy, it felt like we were talking a crazy run there, generational run for T1S. Little bit of momentum stopped there on round 5 as they go 15-3, still on a massive run. On this round, though, 3-2 looks much closer, and that is not enough of a buffer here. They did pick up their quota, though, right? You got 3 on attack versus this team. That's a hell of a way to start out Oregon in the best of 5.
Okay, so back up to the second floor, the bane of the defense's existence at the moment, right? They're able to secure those basements. They bunkered down, they weathered the storm, but 2F has been a little bit of a question mark. So what do? They're going to bring out a couple of helpers. Stompin's putting themselves onto the Valkyrie this time instead of the Legion, so a little bit of intel to be had here. They're going to slow it down by taking away your drones, taking away your ability to see when you get into those critical gunfights, and some area denial, right? A little bit of health. This is a stacked defense to try to get through, and a great adaptation.
And when you're playing down with the fact that there is no hard breach on the attacking side. Ace, Hibana, Thermite all banned out. So that means you're going to force them into can openers. They brought along 4 of them, but it means that you're going to be making vault holes into main breach. Basement didn't have quite that same feel because you're just opening hatches. Can openers great for that part of it, but here on the second floor, you're going to have to try and open up some more sight lines, especially on that main breach, and forced into a can opener roll. That is definitely going to make it a little bit more difficult, and I think gives a bit of a boost to the Amigos defense.
Look at this. Mingo with a bit of a lurk. He's on the prowl, and he's going to find one. The Nook is taken off the board. The body balance is going to be tipped back into the hands of the Amigos. Mingo comes up with a huge play.
Yo, he sneaks up on the Nook. What a role reversal that is. Gonna be honest, was not expecting I was going to say that one either.
You didn't put that on the bingo card, Run?
No, it's on the Mingo card, though, as he's the one that shuts down Glybo, and there picks up another, taking down Parla 2. How about a 5v2 as he picks up triple kill?
Oh, yeah, Mingo now on pace for the ace, and it's a P90 to try to get the rest of this done. Answers back. Stompin's going to take one. Now it's going to be Iowa alone, a 1v. Looking towards that outside pressure, but they're not going to reveal themselves just yet. Yeah, well, maybe they will. A quick peek could spell disaster as there's double pressure from the window and some below pressure as well. A couple of quick peeks. Going to keep trying to answer back. Who's going to have it? The quick peek off. Will it be the F2? How about a C4? Nope, not going to connect. They're going to keep trying to send it. Maybe somebody to rotate around, but they know they've got this one pretty solidified up. Ooh, F2 says FU as Raid Bullies gets taken down, and now bringing out some of the Deagle pressure power. Try and claim another one. Pat and KD here. Mingo good for a 4K. Sheesh.
Damn, that was a hell of a round for Mingo. Man, what a play. A fantastic run by him. I feel like, you know what? I feel like we got to do like a listen-in for that one.
Yeah, let's hear it.
Nice right.
Dude, what a run. Look at calm demeanor. He is set, ready. Nothing phases the man right now, on fire right now. Damn, well played, Mingo.
Man, the guy's the GOAT. The guy's just absolutely the GOAT.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, there it is. I mean, really not much going on the side. They tied it up on the half, and they're just locked, right? Had the bit of the conversation say, look, do or die, lock in. We've got a pro. Let's send it. And they're dialed in right now. They're absolutely dialed in.
Yeah, T1S is, trying to figure out what's the right way around it, trying to find out how can they change this up a little bit. There it is. Bans are in. Twitch, Dokkaebi down. And I think that is that right there is targeted at both Mingo and Stompin. To lose the Twitch, he's known as being one of the great Twitch players. And on the other side, the Cade and Fenrir are going to make it a little bit easier to make that push in.
Let's go. Okay. 3-3 on the tie-up, down one map, which means your defensive half has got to go crazy, right? And what do you got to do for it? You know that there's going to be aggression. We talked about that in the pre-show, right? If this Amigo team starts really feeling themselves, they're going to make the push in, and it's going to be devastating and quick. So you got to bring some slowdown. You got to bring something to react to it. Mira, Goyo, and denying your intel with mute. This is a solid call to be able to slow them down. A little bit of health to bring you back, because as you were seeing, they're tagging each other, taking bits and pieces off. A full stim to bring you back up to 99 might be just what you need to take on that late round Glass play, which is who Mingo decided to go with since his F2 was taken down.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what happens with Doc with the change up in the scopes and the play. I mean, Glybo running the P90 and changing up as the alternative. It'll be interesting to see. I love that part of the game where we get to see how the meta is changing real time with the beginning. But boy, Gronk can go down quick to stomp and ready on the bunker push.
Yeah, pour that man a shot. He's going to need one after that. That's your Miragon. That's a C4 dusted. And you know what? All hell the king as he finds one. They're looking to take some of that intel off the board. Man advantage sits into the hands of the Amigos and might be looking for a second one here as he gets droned out. And they're just going to stay up and take the battle.
Yeah, I mean, why back off? You're going to try and put some pressure on this team, maybe slow them down. If you let them gain some momentum, that is going to be deadly here, dangerous for this defensive team. So they got to hold on. They picked up 3 on attack, which was unbelievable, but it was 2 in a row there from the Amigos to finish off the end of the first half. So they're stacking up again on the bunker side, a little bit of pressure from the stairs, but combination of Stompin here and Mingo, and they're going to run the Grim, maybe try and gain a little bit of space, gain control of Elbow. Right now, this defense has got Elbow and Pillar on lockdown.
Yep. Ooh, and a C4 is going to say goodnight to Stompin as they claim that man advantage. Now puts us into a 4-3 scenario, and they're going to claim another as Parla's able to take Mingo down, and Glybo taking Raid off the ground, which means J Gun's going to be looking to get his first kill, but it's not going to happen here. It's a P90 to take the vertical play, and a good night to Jade.
Yeah, running the ACOG. Yep, is going to be a change. It's going to be a huge piece of the way that the game changes up. So a basement site win. T1S picks up another win here to start off the opening half. Amigos, but it's been a back and forth, right? We ended the first half 3-3. No one really showing any true dominance at this point. The complete domination on the 4 Amigos and Mingo's side didn't happen as it could have. So T1S is in this thing. They want to stay with it and run it.
You want to put that on the resume, right? That feels like a good win there if you can pull it off. One away from tying us up. Now we got to do it up onto the second floor. Mir going to be brought back out, run, as it's this similar setup that we saw a little bit earlier, that attention towards holding on to attic. And as you play Oregon, it feels like there's a couple of solidified strats to trying to take this over, right? You're wanting to take control of that armory, main hall, master bedroom area, pressure from the windows, opened up onto that master double. And it's a similar strat to that gym bedroom where you're opening every single wall, and trying to funnel the defense closer and closer together so that your cuts can be able to grab yourself some of those early man advantages and not allow you in with the cross. It's a good setup here from the defense. We'll see if it plays out.
Interesting choice for the Valcam. That's a spot that the defense is always looking for the Fenrir, always looking for defensive utility at the top of the whites there. So feels like you might only get a very brief glimpse of it. But then again, you're talking about the pros. They know where all of the key spots are. So maybe catching them a little off guard is a bit of the key. I love this setup too, where you've got, look at that, the ace charge going just through the top of the window. I thought we were gonna maybe see the opening up that window, but just crazy toss there. Looked like a miss.
Yeah, absolutely. And still C4 in the hands. This has been that devastator that we've seen early on, as they're just going to try to hold on to it. They catch one, could be huge. All 5 alive on both sides of the board with the first minute gone. Feels like a win for both teams here, Run.
It's really stalled out. This mid-round, one of the first times we've sort of seen everything stall out at this point. You can see they're working on the hard breach side, opening up those sight lines, gaining a little bit of space here on the attic side. No real pressure on the big window side yet, but it feels like it's moving slow. To me, that means it's setting up for a quick execute, something that this team does very well. So gonna have to watch out. But man, Iowa was ready for Jay Guns, who is just struggling to get anything going. He's the guy that we need to see get active, and he certainly can pull that off.
Yeah, we've seen him get active before, but he's gonna have to do something. Put some G fuel in or something. Get active. Taking him off the board means those Valkyrie cams going to be a little bit safer, means they won't have that potential to see where those bandit charges are from underneath, but no extreme damage outside of being down a body. So they're having to look for those Valkyrie cams the old-fashioned way there, Run. You see them looking around everywhere right now.
Oh, Raid, that's a huge pick, taking down Glybo and evened this thing up at this point. And look at that double Claymore setup. That is going to be potentially a huge flank coming into the attic side. Raid is be able to pick up another one, but that's the thing that's missing. Do they know that he was coming through the attic? Is Stomping going to catch these guys completely off guard and shut it down? That's the diffuser at least going down to start.
Yeah, and it starts to fall apart here for the defense, and they now are at getting that replay going. It's a 2v1, but it's able to stop the plant. It's a low health scenario for our zombies. They're trying to hold on to the long angle. The fire rings out. Only a couple places you can start to push from, and they're going to go ahead and solidify it and stomping, bringing out the pistol popping, body dropping play.
And King finishes off that round. Another big win there on that side. Ties this thing up for the back and forth battle, just as we wanted to see between them. Man, that is another attacker win on the 2F. This is game changing, shifting, my friend. It's crazy how much we're seeing this that top floor site go attacker sided.
Well, you know, that's one of the things is if you check the boxes, if you find yourselves with that real estate taken up, which means you're going to catch somebody running from some fire. You're going to catch somebody running from that crossfire, and then it would just eat you alive on the isolation, and that's what happened here. So running back for the defense, sticking with some of those similar strats. In fact, it's going to be almost exactly the same. It's going to switch up on who's running it.
All right. What does this defense do to try and shut down this team and find a way, really? And they were dominant on the attacking side as well. They won both of their attacks versus this squad on the second floor. So what did they do to try and find a win defensively this time around? They managed to stall out the 4 Amigos in that mid-round completely, but again, that set them up for the execute. The piece that seemed like they were missing, the attic side, they didn't have enough hold over there. They really had every avenue open here to the attacking team. This setup, interesting, and I love it here from Iowa. Leaving the attic breach half open, using the mirror window to completely try and slow this team down. And he's going to be able to do one more reinforcement left in pocket to be able to shut that thing down at the last second.
I love that we're seeing Stomp and bringing out that Deimos. That's going to be potentially devastating here. First couple of 30 seconds, not couple of 30 seconds, first 30 seconds, in fact, all of it is gone. Jesus, can I just talk right now? 5-5 run as they start to count it down, and they're going to be looking for some of that vertical play very early on and disrupt some of those positions that they were holding out in this time, right? You don't want to get caught sitting on top of the hatch with the Deimos. Doesn't necessarily need to even use his gadget, right? If he gets a good ping, you're going to get taken down early, and it could be just as good as the C4.
Yeah, the spoiler here is Gray holding down on the laundry stairs on this flank position. It's going to be a big question about whether or not the Amigos identified that he's holding out on this spot. Clearly, you can see that blue island just on the bottom of your screen. He goes in and takes a shot, so now they know he's at least given away his position, going over onto the shower side dining. So they may have to send one of the attackers downstairs to try and find him. That late round flank, too dangerous to be able to put themselves in a position there. He's got an impact. Oh, and look at that. He takes down Raid as a result. Gray sitting at 10-6. Hell of a start to this game, too.
No kidding, and just proven to be that continued menace, right? Putting bullets on everywhere you can get a chance of being that chaos agent right there. Deimos ping is going to go out, and now they know he's onto the backside looking towards that white stair. Not going to find it. As the ping goes out, he's going to make the rotate towards Attic. A couple of shots. They're everywhere. Run. Gray's going to find it onto Mingo, and you know what? Gray's good for another. The Vector rings out, and then they just absolutely dominate on that round.
Wow. All right, so they pulled it off. And I think Gray, obviously the big piece. He was the game changer there. Lurking downstairs, causing chaos, distracting the attack team from the main focus, and then manages to pick up. Was that a 3K for him as well to close out the round? He finds 2 at the end. That was really a defining moment for Gray. And just over the course of today, he's had a couple incredible maps stacking up into, you know, if this leads to a Roller Prime victory, sort of a career weekend. We'll see. That's looking pretty far in the future. There's lots more Siege left to play.
Yeah, absolutely. So they do claim that man advantage, though. Means they get to go down and go for a bit of the bunker war strat this time. And what are they doing? Honestly, bring the same lineup, right? You can play these very similarly where you're just going to hold on to some of those power points. Maybe a little bit more of an investment into the roam game because that vertical is so necessary, because there is plenty of hatch play to be had here, whether you're dropping into the freezer area, whether you're putting the pressure onto the mirror player who is potentially holed up into the E-box area, right? That vertical is still important, so you still want to have somebody who can put that pressure on. But when you come down to it, man, the bunker up strat could be completely effective against this completely aggressive attack team. They're gearing up for something run. Yings, Glass, Blitz, and they're going to be met right now in bunker war.
Oh, he backs off of it. I thought Gray was going to go and just push a little bit harder, but he goes to make sure he clears out all of the intel there for the attackers and then backs off the position. Honestly, probably a little bit better of a way to play this thing. And look at this, the drone just running circles around Parla as he's playing on the stairs.
Yeah, being a little creative with the drones definitely can shock the mental, especially if you can't get it done. And now you know you're looking for that cut drone that's trying to find out exactly where you're at. Poised at the door. They're going to open up and just start to push straight down into the stairs. Cam goes down. Nobody there to answer just yet onto the back stairs, so they're going to get some relative free real estate here. They just claimed that vertical very quickly, Run.
Yeah, not enough. Didn't have enough assets in place, though, to be able to completely take Pillar, and they back off that spot. So if they're working on opening up the elbow side and making sure they're going to have to get Iowa out from playing in that corner. You can see he's popping all of the thick lock tracks, clearing them out of the way. Yeah, playing up against that the mute jammer as well. They've really got this thing a little bit on lockdown, and again, feels like we're stalling this team out mid-round.
Okay, now made their way up to the bunker. You can hear the tracks starting to go off. It's that pressure onto the elbow area about to take off. A couple of answers back. Gleibo going to take the P90, and they're just going to push up as they take a couple of shots. Pistol is going to find one. Mingo takes another. Man advantage down to the hands of the attacking Still all 4 Candelas, 3 flashes to be had. Now Ray takes a little bit of damage. The problem is, on the other side, you still got Gray, who has just been an absolute master class on the defensive side. Ray takes a bunch of damage as he's reduced to that 5 HP in a dream. A couple of shots towards up top, but Doc gonna give himself a little bit of a stim and get the heck on out of there. Pressure into the freezer.
No way!
He's able to take another one off the board as the blitz goes down. As the spearhead's done, Coil gets taken off the board as the Candelas start to ring out. 47 seconds left. The pressure from Pillar proves to be too much. Mingo good for a double at the end of it.
That's another 4K for him after picking up, what was that, 2 previously. He had 1 on round 6 as well. Man, right now, Jay absolutely struggling to get anything going, but Mingo is picking up the slack. Ties this thing back up 5-5. They stalled out in the mid-round, but man, as soon as we said it, they came alive and won that battle, tying this thing up. The back and forth battle on map 1, map freaking 1 of Roller Prime number 9. This series is delivering.
It's any given Roller Sunday run, and what I'd like to highlight about that last round is how they just keep going back and forth, right? The attack was setting themselves up for a couple of different pushes there. They opened up several different avenues. They got rid of a bunch of that extension util, and then had to revert themselves several times into a new position. But what did it do? It kept the defense guessing. And when they started guessing, they started missing. And when they missed, that tied us up to a 5-5.
10 seconds remaining.
Whew,
Ayo, Doc, thank you so much for that gifted sub. Peak, enjoy those custom emotes, baby, and a little bit of that ad.
Just like in training.
Appreciate all of the support to the Siege Double Shot and allowing us to do what we love to do, which is talk about Siege and hang out with all of you guys. This has been an absolute blast so far.
Yeah, getting a chance to cast these 2 teams, some of the greats here on the Roller side. The return of Stompin' to the Roller Prime. Love getting a chance to see this as well. This is what we wanted to see for the Sunday night Labor Day weekend. Glad you all are hanging out with us tonight. And it's still early. We're talking about map 1 in the best of 5. 4 maps potentially. Oregon, Consulate, Kafe, and Border. If they're all necessary. Neither team wants to see it go that way. They want to pick up that Roller Prime crown before it gets to the 4th map.
Stomping, he knows he's lurking. He's a predator waiting for the swing there, and there, get out of there as the shield comes down the backside, but not able to capitalize onto the player holding onto the doorway. So Warden able to live. Raid Bullies gets a little bit of damage and a little bit of a lesson about, you know, not quite getting the peak down there just yet. Parla's ready and willing, sitting in the Harry Potter position to deal with the shield should he poke just a little bit too far. Can't believe we didn't get the Candelas taken off the board run. That's crazy.
Yeah, more important, I think, to get rid of the Grim. Grim had been more of a danger for sure, but then, you know what's also a danger? Stompin' picks up a double here. Oh, he's going to go down, though, to Gronk, so ties this thing back up in a 3-3 here as the time starts to tick down. There's still 1:20 left on the clock, so tons of action here. Wow, look at this. Just walking over the barbed wire, losing that battle with 1:15. A little bit on the defensive side as there's the boost they needed.
Man, 0-9. Can't even purchase a kill at this point. Tough position to find yourself in if you're J Guns, but all the pressure now going to be on Domingo, and we've seen him in that 1v3 clutch before. Doc going to stem all the way back up as Mingo starts to get activated. Sitting at that 2.0 KD, and both the defenders at that full strength. Barbed wire going to reveal his location. He's not going to do anything about it. He's going to hold Pixel Peak. He's going to wait for somebody to make the move, but they've got it on both sides of it. One false move could spell the end, could spell disaster, and that's exactly what's going to happen. Vector's going to ring out and take Mingo apart.
All right, now if we look back at rounds 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, back and forth, neither team picking up that massive lead either way. Just back and forth. Right now in T1S, though, in what is, I think is this is the third time tonight they're in a 6-5 match point scenario here. They pulled it off once, they lost it once. So can they do it again? Is this going to be their first map win and tie up this best of 5 versus the 4 Amigos and Mingo? They have a 1-map advantage coming in as the upper bracket leaders. T1S, though, looking to erase that advantage by finding a win here on Oregon. They lost Oregon 8-6 versus the... well, you know what? I'm drawing a blank on the previous team.
Where they at, Doe?
Where they at, Doe? The Doe was catching me off guard.
Oh, man. Okay. One away from tying this up and sending us to a tied-up map count, just all but guaranteeing that we're going to see just every map being brought out here. I love it. I want it. On the side of the defense, Gray, 14-8, calling the win con on the side of T1S. If he's dealt with, he's done. On the side of the Amigos, the obvious call, stomping 13-8. Mingo 15-8, and he's getting it done without the F2 in hand. So not a crutch, just a gunner. Onto the backside run. This is a Mira, similar to what you see on that Cash CCTV breach or that Night Haven hard breach, just making it a little bit more difficult for some of those hard breaches to get in and open up the wall.
Yeah, I love the fact that they did it on both sides, both the attic and the main breach side, and you can see Gleibo running the bandit, ready to shut down any opportunity to try and clear out that, but this certainly makes it much more difficult for the attackers to push in, like you said, and a little bit of a slightly different take than the way that the 4 Amigos ran it, where they had the mirror on half the wall with the other half soft breached open, almost inviting the attackers in to try and take some shots at them. So we've seen this site be very attacker-sided, which hopefully helps out here from the Amigo side, and it's going to be Mingo to open it up to start. 16-8-3, and he is having a hell of a game here, trying to keep his team in it. It's on match point. They need to win here to send it to OT.
Okay, so one of the cool things, too, is you see a little bit of a switch up in the gameplay, right? Normally where you'd see some head hold on the side of attic, since they're invested so much in holding on to it, making sure you can't breach it, both of them going to be locked up. Gray able to take stomping off the board as the Vector's going to ring out and claim a headpiece here. Puts us into an equalized number, and they're finally able to move past this Mira, start pushing into the attic site.
Where's the defense in attic? They completely abandoned that side of the map. They allowed this attacking team to use the map completely to open up the wall. They've got nobody holding on to that position at all. They're playing a little bit back further against the rotate, but Gleibo keeping them in it by taking down the diffuser in lieu.
Yeah, but it's a great spot to find yourself in, even though the Candelas are going off. No, they got locked into the corner. The problem is it's been shut down on all the other avenues, and there's a great wall dividing the split push between attic and that master bedroom, and it's gonna play out. A C4 to claim one, a P90 to do it as well and run. A 7-5 start. We are tied up 1 apiece on maps in the any given roller Sunday grand final.
Honestly, walking into this, there's no way that I was saying to start this thing off, we were going to see a 7-5 victory from this team. We came into it thinking very much that we were going to see the Mingo Stomp and Stack dominate. But I think, somebody said it in chat, I think the best of 3 buff coming out here and helping this T1S team. They were ready, they were prepped, had a little bit of, just preparation, practice coming into this, and it showed. So that means, though, 4 Amigos and Mingo, they've got their map in, and now it's their turn to dominate here on map 2.
Yeah, absolutely. So gonna bring that right back to you. I imagine a pretty quick break as we get the lobby set up, because the players are wanting to get going. They don't want that 1 o'clock in the morning end, and we're going to give it to them. So sit back, relax. When we come back, we're bringing you another map. Ayo.
Let's go.
What's up and welcome back, fellow Siege spectators and players. Man, it has been an absolute banger already. Came into it with a 1-map lead. Oregon comes along, T1S sits on their best of 3 buff, claims their first map, which means it's all on the line for the next one. It's a best of 5. Can you maintain that momentum through 8 rounds or 8 maps of Siege? Well, we're going to potentially find out, Run. We're going to potentially find out right now.
Fatigue setting in, but it's time. Consulate, they're already in the ban phase. The players were ready. It's a best of 5. We can't wait any extra time, my friend. And thank you, everyone, for hanging out with us tonight. It has been a heck of a night here to start off. Thanks for supporting the Siege Double Shot in-game, out-of-game, and on Twitch. We very much appreciate you being here. Time for Consulate, my friend.
Yep, absolutely. And a little bit of royalty in the chat. Special hello and welcome in, Royal Penguin. We appreciate you hanging out, watching some of this prime Sunday roller tourney. It's got all of everything that you want. Tears, laughter, fear, jump scares. It's Siege at its finest, and it's a mix of console and PC. And of course, Stomp Goat. A little bit of royalty involved along with it. We're here having fun, and it is on, and it's in Consulate.
Bomb located by attackers.
Definitely not one of my favorite maps. I would have been happy for him to ban this one out as well. But in a best of 5, you got to play something. And this one has actually started to be one of the maps that I'm starting to enjoy a little bit more, especially getting to see the greats play it. So again, coming in, we had this 4 Amigos in Mingo, had a 1-map advantage. T1S has picked up the first map victory, and now on to Consulate. What are we looking to see from this team? Yeah, aggression. They had shown that over the course of every map. Just enough to slow down this team, stall them out in the mid-round, and then if they can stymie and execute, round win. They have been on fire, but fatigue, when is it going to set in here for this T1S team?
You know, Run, I think we got to address the elephant in the room. It went killless in the last map. If we're going to see any sort of difference, J Guns has got to get involved in the gunfight. He's got to be a part of this. Now, I like the idea of him jumping on the Flores, right? Because he can still have value and impact, even if he's not necessarily getting the kills. And there's a lot of stuff on yellow. A lot of that extension util that's going to need to be dealt with, right? We're talking Kiba barriers. We're talking Banshee charges and barbed wires. So a lot of value to be had if we can get those Roteros in and active at this moment.
Now, one of the things that we didn't discuss, and I like the fact you're talking about Flores, the opportunity for using some of those gadgets without directly engaging is definitely an opportunity there for J Guns, but T1S taking down the Twitch again, that certainly feels like a target ban against Mingo. We talk about how good a player he is. The new ban system, right, when we talked about Mingo picking up his first Roller Prime victory in February, was on the old ban system. Now the defenders have the opportunity to make sure they clear out 3 defending operators across the board, and they have started with Twitch both times. They know the way that this man plays on that op and wants to avoid it, but he's a gunner running the Dokkaebi this time, and you can hear the roam clear. That first call coming out as the first half this map ticks down.
Run, it's just the best idea. We've talked about it in every single Roller Prime that we've cast that Mingo's been involved with. If you want to stop him, one of the things that you have to do is get that F2 off the board. He's an absolute demon with it, and his ability to snipe out gadgetry with that Twitch drone is unparalleled at the moment in the console scene, right?
Yo,
so
Lou!
He's still gonna go out and frag out. I mean, it's a tough position. What are you gonna do when they're just absolutely floating? We're gonna see just stopping with a pistol pop. There's gonna be a body drop, and that was an overwhelming round.
Yeah, I feel like that one might mean we need to listen in for stomping as well. What a play to start that one off. Yeah, but a 3K from Lou. Hell yeah, that's the way they need it. Jay, all right, he's the next guy to step up, but anybody can pop off at any time. Lose that guy here in round 1.
That's what they're saying.
Did I not call out how Jay's gonna die? I literally
What
said
map
he's
did they
gonna
pick
C4
after
your
this?
blue door.
What map did they pick after this?
The map after this is Kafe, and then it's Border.
Yeah, he's right. Map after this is Kafe. Oregon Consulate, Kafe, Border.
You don't think we'll win Kafe for real? Or you
Nope. J Guns.
Oh no.
They're
Oh
calling him
no.
out.
Yep, they sure are. It's time. All right, he knows. He knows he needs to step it up. It's time, my friend.
Yeah, and that's right. That's a tough part, right? That's when the pressure actually is starting to mount. It's not just you knowing that tough time, right? As he now sits 0-11, I believe, inside of these 2 rounds. But it's chalking towards the team. You know, you're supposed to be able to defend a zone. You're supposed to be able to defend a position. And when you go into it saying that you're not going to warm up for it, then that just makes you have to dig in more. You have to be better if you're not going to put the work in to warm up. He's feeling the pressure at this moment, Run.
Yeah, that's right. And no shade on the guy in general. It's just right now not delivering up with his team.
I love Jay.
And when we were visiting with Stompin over the past couple weeks, I was there. His buddy asked me, you know, did he get sold in the final with that G2 final? We had to say yes. I don't want to have to say that again here in this Roller Prime, getting sold by his teammates. So Jay, it's time, my friend. You're ready. It's time to step it up. You got this.
Damn, it's cold. Cold on the sold. We'll see if he gets active. Rotero drone's going to start opening up a pathway onto the top of yellow. Put some pressure onto that midway point, and they've got some intel that somebody's up and moving around. Specifically, we're talking about Gronk. He's sitting on that vigil, looking to play spoiler to somebody that comes down below it. Nobody there just yet to put the pressure on. Runny's sitting in some free real estate. In fact, there's a couple folks up here.
Yeah, they're holding.
Oh, everybody up on the second. Nobody down playing that vertical.
Yeah, this feels like one of those rounds that again, taking their time, a little bit more of the strategic side of Siege. So we see the team sort of back and forth between it. Do you go for some of that crazy play? Do you try to sit back, play the strategic game? Right now, Vigil holding onto the top of the yellow stairs. You can see this defense fairly well spread out. Glabo playing the bandit, going bandit tricking on that main breach. It's a little bit of an admin overtake here for the 4 Amigos, and they're making sure they're not going to get a flank from down below. Mingo running that, playing the SMG-12, right? He's not even holding the DMR out. He's playing with the SMG.
Well, you know, when you're floating, send it, and that's a good weapon to do it with. They've got some spots that they're holding. They're looking for some vertical play on the rotate. Nobody able to indulge them in that just yet, but they know that that pressure from the admin side over is going to start bubbling up and trying to boil over. Still trying to put the pressure on, right? That's where you can see that vending machine area, or that top spiral area, just sort of holding on to it. Gray's going to take Mingo off the board, and that feels like a good start if you're on to the defense. Answered again. Glybo takes down J Guns. Now sits 0-2 onto the round. Answered back. Raid and Stompin both getting active. Equalized onto the body count. There's 30 seconds left. Attack now in a good position to start getting themselves ready for the plant, except for, I don't believe anybody's got it in hand. Diffuser goes cold, so we're going to be looking at some frag time. Iowa able to take one off the board. Stompin answers back as the DMR to send a message, and now it's going to be Stompin alone. 3-0, a 1v2 against the Vigil, against Glybo. 10 seconds left in which to do so. A quick shot onto the stairs and gets out of there just in time. It's going to be the crossfire from Spiral as they try to pack on the double punch. Finds one, looking for the triple, but not going to take a peek, not going to reveal his face, and they're going to live that round.
Yeah, just straight running away down the stairs. You're faced with the DMR in Stompin's hands. He freaking runs away. And you know what? I would too. Great call. And that's what gets him around when defense picks up one. Couldn't quite close it out. Ties this thing back up. Back and forth battle again is carried over in here to map 2 or map 3 if you want to think about it that way. We're already into a tied up scenario in the best of 5. 4 Amigos, though, starting to get warmed up now. A bunch of rounds under their belt.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being
and no surprise there, right? You expect the defense on Consulate to go especially hard, especially on your primary and secondary, right? This should still be a battle. The Amigos have some work cut out for them here to get into this basement area. A big focus, vertical pressure, potentially to see them coming in from that secret back stair, but really trying to make sure that they can claim some of that vertical to just fish in a barrel the people down below.
Last 10 seconds here of the prep phase. Playing the basement side in, looking for this little bit of added intel. Parla gonna run the Valk this time, making sure they get all those cams in place. And really, I wonder whether or not we're gonna see the Goyo band come out here. Gray has been almost unstoppable on this op, on the previous map, and just does a fantastic job running it. So good. So even though he's sitting at 1 and 2 right now, it feels like that is one of the ops that we might see target banned later on in this best of 5.
You know, we've seen it ring out several times, and it's a great denier of the area, right? You can't get in quick if you have to worry about that fire burning for such an incredibly long time. So we got a little bit of intel. Going to get another drone in just to take a quick peek, and it's a good thing that they're doing it because he is sitting there, right? Gray is ready to get active onto the window. Instead, it's just going to push up, looking for a quick one. Not going to indulge him just yet, though.
He heard the drone come out, was expecting to bait him in, and then sort of backs off the engagement a little bit, hoping that Gray maybe just takes a little bit of an extra chance, throws his life away. That's what they're looking for. He's got some space in sight. Lou is already in here upstairs, and he's able to take down Iowa. That is huge. Opening pick there in favor of the 4 Amigos.
Yep, and that's going to leave some of those goos off the board as well, since there's still a minute and 44 left in the round. So some of that gadgetry not going to be utilized. Starting to make their way up. Couple more explosions ringing out as Blitz is going to start to posture themselves on the yellow stairs, and there it is. Sees him.
Oh, no!
Unfortunate height advantage goes to Glyval, and he's going to take Raid off the board. Answers back, though. Vigil gets taken down as Lou's good for 2 now. Puts us into a 4-3 situation with just over 60 to go.
All right, Parla finds Lou, shuts down. No, going to be able to continue this kill streak that he had. And then Gray taking down Mingo. Oh, that's a huge kill. And again, looking to see whether or not the Goyo is one of the ops that's banned out here in the future in a 2v3. Still got the King and Jay left alive. It's time for him to step up, like we said. He's ready. Running that support, though, hard support, making sure they get all the sight lines they need.
Loading new magazine!
I mean, on one side, yep, you got Stomping. On the other side, J Guns is due for it, right? And what a round to come alive and claim a 3-piece. Now is definitely time. It's going to be a bit of a rotate, though, as still have both of those thermites in hand, some of those charges, so they're going to go for the wall. Potential to get themselves readying up on a plant. They still have diffuser in hand. He's playing a little close to the wall there for comfort, but he's going to survive, and they're going to take Stomping off the board. Now it's going to be Jay left alone in a 1v3, and he's not going to be able to get it done. A tough spot to find yourself.
You know what? Not even tough, just tragic right now. Tragic start. It's certainly unfortunate. So we got through the first 3 rounds. Going to go back into the ban phase. We saw the target ban there for Twitch and the Blackbeard done. Who's it going to be? Goyo? Maybe? Nope, it's going to be the Valkyrie, not wanting to give away that intel and then taking the Dokkaebi away from Mingo. Again, target banning him one more time.
Oh, man. Yep, well, the Valkyrie is proved to be intense, right? That intel is just absolutely oppressive, especially when you've got several C4s to back it up in place. Not a bad call to get it off the board. The defense finds themselves up in the map, man advantage or score advantage. The first bit of round rotate is up and done. Map 1, if you're just joining us, did go to the hands of T1S as they claimed themselves a victory on Oregon, which leaves us tied up in the free win that the Amigos got for their map.
Yeah, that's right. Best of 5, tied up 1-1. That was Oregon, you said, 7-5 victory here on Consulate, Kafe, and Border. The final 2 maps to follow if required. All right, we go ahead and we ran a quick prediction. Jay gonna pick up a kill on Consulate? I think the answer is yes, my friend.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like Destiny says that you have to, right? There's no way you can go kill this through 2. Like, it can't happen. There's no way that happens. I think if you get yourself on the side of yes, you might win yourself some points. There's a lot of people that are probably gonna vote no on this.
And also
Prod with the troll prediction, I love it.
Oh, classic. You know what? Yeah, Proud loves trolling. That's part of the gig, man. Part of the job.
Loading new mag.
Yep, that's right. Upper bracket starts with a 1-map lead, so it leaves us tied up, which means T1S does have the momentum in their hands. We'll see what sort of switch around we're looking for here. They've got a bunch of intel. Mingo's going to go down as Glebo's able to take him off the board. A well-placed headshot. Does do a little bit of damage, but in the end, they're going to claim that man advantage, the body balance. The shield drop down. Is stomping. Going to try to put some pressure onto this bathroom player. They hear him pushing up. A Vector's ready. Going to take the swing. Actually pushes around to the spiral instead. Doesn't take the fight, so a smoke rings out as Glebo takes Raid off the board. Man advantage in a heavyweight now sits into T1S. They claim it by 2, by 3, by 4. Glebo on the triple kill.
Whoa. What?
And T1S is going to take that flawless round.
All right, just taking a look back, right? We're sitting at, from a T1S perspective, they have won 3 maps in a row coming into this, right? They lose map 1 overtime to where, you know what? I drew a blank on it again.
Where they at though?
Where they at though? Right? They lose Oregon overtime. Just barely. And after that point, they have won the next 3 maps in a row, including one over top the 4 Amigos and Mingo. These guys are absolutely on fire right now. The best of 3 buff coming in strong, and they're continuing it here. Yes, they're on defense on Consulate, okay? They pick up 3 in a row at this point, but it certainly feels like right now we need to see the 4 Amigos lock in. This is it. It is time. This is a goated stack, right? Obviously, Mingo stomping. J. Lou and Raid is not a team that loses easily. Plus, they already beat this team once in that upper bracket final, so they've shown that they can do it. It's time on Sunday night, Roller Sunday, to pull it off one more time. But if you're a T1S fan, want to see these guys take down the Kings, want to see them continue what's a tremendous amount of dominance so far.
Yeah, well, not so surprising, though, right? Consulate defense, heavily defensive sided. Would 0% be surprised that we saw a 4-2 half here on the split. And then the problem is you got a bunch of defenders that are really aggressive that you have to deal with on the other side of it. Already, Mingo with the lurk, starting to try to get active. A couple of shots on the rappel towards the window. Not going to find one just yet, though. A little bit of distraction. Made his way onto the spiral stairs, and they've already had an engagement. Mingo's been spotted out as they make the big rotate around. They're going to meet in the middle up top. Stop Gray's going to take Mingo off the board, and that's a huge first pick. Mingo going down 1 and 4. Just can't get it going here on Consulate, at least on the attack side.
It's still early in the round, though. Only 1 minute down, so they've got plenty of time here to try and work this admin overtake. Using the ace, trying to open up some of these sight lines. It's the opportunity they didn't have on that previous map. No, none of those hard breaches available for half the game there when we were playing on Oregon. So, going to get to use them this time around. Feels like it's moving again slowly, right? This team, hallmark of this team, slow mid-round as they work all of these particular angles. But T1S has been able to exploit that, turn it into round wins, and Amigos have not had a good answer back yet.
Still holding on to the shots, cross mid, hoping to catch somebody making that rotate, but nobody to engage in that just yet. Minute and a half left as it starts to tick down. They're going to put some pressure towards that vending machine, thinking somebody might be locked up, but the rotate's already been pulled out. Right now, that's the pressure onto Spiral, and they're holding on to some of the long angles. Pushed in through the bathroom, though. Going to look to potentially find one behind, but nobody looking just yet.
What a tiny peek there onto the vending as well. I was going to say, he was holding an angle, had the ability to clear out one of those Goyo canisters, and right now they've got both of these pieces of the walkway just locked down, locked off by the fire, but it was too early. You still have got 45 seconds left. All of that's going to clear out, and you still have got Stomp and pushing from the top yellow, fighting Gray, but Gray wins it!
Yeah, Gray pulls out the pistol and just makes an unaccounted for swing. Finds a zombie running out of the area from the top of Spiral as they start to take Spice, and that's going to be Ray.
Yo!
On the board, he claims a kill, but all for naught as it's dealt with absolutely effectively and immediately. Gets one, gets on the board, gets over the hurdle, finally claims a kill. And that can potentially be the momentum shifter, right? You just the fact that you know that you can. You did it. It's tangible. You can touch it. You can see it. You now know that you can get the kill, which means the rest of them are possible. 4-1. 1 round left on the half.
There you go. He managed to pull it off. Jay gets one. Wasn't what they needed to try and clear out this final victory. Wasn't what they needed to get a round win. T1S has found 4 in a row again. But when they get on a hot streak, they just carry that hot streak through. We talked about it during the early half of Oregon. They had gone 15-2 over 17 rounds. When they get hot, they just continue that streak. So the 4 Amigos and Mingo, they need to find a way to slow this team down, shut them down. It was the only time we've seen this team win was back on round 1. Ever since then, it has been all the T1S show.
All right, back down to the basement run. Defense bringing out some slow down and making sure that they're invested into holding on to the walls, making sure those hatches stay closed. Highlight, though, we're going to be seeing the Scopos come out.
Yeah, on the 7-4-2 Glybo, I mean, he's had pretty consistent games across the board. We called him out one time for him to step up, and he pulls off a 3K the next round. He's been a consistent player for this team, and that really feels like a bit of the hallmark there for T1S is consistency. Everybody contributing, not needing the standout plays to be able to carry the team forward. More consistent over a greater length of time. But again, still early in this best of 5, but Gray just going to pick up another 7-3-1, takes down Lou. That's unfortunate here for the Amigo team.
Yep, J-Gun's going to go down again as Parla's able to take him off the board. Answered back, Iowa gets sent back to the lobby as his head gets deleted. So now into a 4-3. Looking towards the back side of that site, maybe anticipating a bit of a secret push. Mingo is going to start to put the ping onto Gray, figure out exactly where he's sitting as he has become part of that win condition. Looking for this vertical play. Nobody going to show their face towards the hatch just yet.
This is huge. This is exactly what they needed. The combination of, I was going to say, this roam clear from the Deimos and the Jackal, 2 operators that they need. Try and find where these defenders are playing, identify and delete if they can. And taking some shots, finally takes down Parla, but still, Gray, Glybo left alive. That's a deadly duo, and they've only got 1:18 left to do it.
And they've got some tracks, so they're going to start to try to take a look if they can use that Jackal track and ping somebody out. Deimos going to put it on to Gray, but Gray able to get away. Just not going to take that damage just yet. Now they've got him searched out. 3v2, 60 seconds left on the board. Mingo starting to make the push up, hoping to equalize on the body count. That's going to be stomping to claim a shotgun kill. Now they've got him pinched right in between, but it's the Cade. He's going to take the swing, and he's going to get taken down now in 1. It's all going to be on Stomping Shoulder, and he's going to be in a similar... Holding onto the corner, looking for the rotate, but they're going to find it. Gronk takes down Stomping.
Knew he's playing in the corner, thinking that potentially he was going to be able to swing past, catch Gray off guard, and then swoop back and clear him out. But that was just unfortunate there. T1S, 5-1 half. It is a best of 5, so we're sitting at a currently tied up, so neither one of these teams in a must-win scenario. We're definitely going to see this third map come in after Consulate. So we've seen Oregon, we've seen Consulate, Kafe, and Border, the 2 maps that are up next. So we're going to see for sure one of them. The question is, which team is it going to be a must-win scenario moving into that next map? On the side switch, man, we talked about it the whole time. Goyo down to start with. Honestly, I think that's a good call.
Yeah, the interesting part is, yes, incredibly defensive sided, but 5-1 is a little bit of a different story than a 4-2 half. Right now, you've got a little bit of room to play around on your attacks. You get something a little bit crazy going on. You expect to lose a couple of your defenses. right? Especially when you're playing against this goated stack. You expect to lose a couple of those. But the potential to close this one out run just became a lot closer.
Yeah, 5-1, huge. This to me feels like one of those must-win rounds here for the Amigos. Got to get yourselves out of that one rut, and in a 6-1 scenario, no margin for error at all. And when right now Jay is still struggling and Mingo struggling, that is certainly a scenario where it's going to be tough. So don't get in that scenario. This is the must-win round here for the Amigos. And T1S, they want to push themselves into a 2-1 map lead. This is a must-win for them.
Okay, so what is the defense going to bring to the table as we switch gears and hit the op swap? Well, it's a lot of that hold. It's a kind of a question. Who do you bring for your area denial when you're heading up to the second floor? Well, Tachanka is almost a must, but that's a ban. Or not Tachanka, excuse me. Goyo is almost a must, but Goyo's been banned out. It's something we talked about early on. Would it happen? Well, it does. So now you're forced to choose between the smoke and the Tachanka, and while the smoke is the better call, I think, at least, a little bit more direction with where you aim it, you're located down to or down to really one option when 2 is usually your format.
Oh, look at this. They've got the window open upstairs, so they know a defender holding onto that angle takes a couple of shots, but backs off the engagement just a little bit. They're going to run a couple of the claymores down to make sure that they're not overly aggressive from a jump out perspective. He tosses up the drone, go for a distraction, but, man, Lou is able to claim 1. That definitely went into defense's favor.
Yeah, absolutely. And so they get a C4 off the board, and they claim that coveted admin space to start pushing in from. So effective use here of the first minute.
All right, my friend. Sitting over here, the admin overtake from the T1S team, spending time both on the Twitch and the Blackbeard side. Twitch's drone gone immediately. Gray here working to try and claim some space on the top spiral, but Raiden ready for it. Knows he's coming. The problem is he's got to watch out for the double play here. Hopping in to try and join him, put some pressure on both of these attackers.
Gas is going to stop that top spiral attack. As you can see, they're going to make the big switch, right? And this is going to be the hallmark of the attacking team. They've done it several times where they just completely switch over a strat. So now a little bit more help onto the admin side. It's the pressure from Spiral is going to force them back, but he's looking down and shooting in the wrong area, and he's going to get taken off the board. J Guns is dusted now into a 3-3 scenario. There's 52 seconds left. Start to open up. You can hear that main wall. The smoke is going out again to stop that spiral approach. And instead, you're going to take a look from the bathroom area. Try to catch him rotating towards that B chassis. A couple of pre-fires means Gronk's going to find Mingo off the board, and Stompin's going to answer back. Sees him down at the end of the hallway. A quick pre-fire, but going to get into the relative safety of Spiral just yet. 30 seconds now as it starts to count down. Stompin good for another one as Parla goes down. Now it's going to be Gray, the hero of the last couple of maps, alone in a 1v2, taking on Raid and taking on Stompin. A couple of pre-fires, 20 seconds in a dream as he's trying to find these last 2. Pre-fire up, walking over to the table, not going to be enough. Raid's going to take him down.
Huge win here. We said it was a must-win scenario for the Amigos, and they pull it off, picking up their first defensive victory up on the 2F. It's a great place to start. Stop this what seemed to be unstoppable game here from T1S. They had won 5 in a row in that 5-1 half. That was 5 rounds in a row. So the fact that the Amigos pick up that first, stop that momentum in its tracks, big mental victory here up on the second floor. So now they're going to play the basement, see whether or not they can continue this little piece of momentum on their side into a double defensive win in a row. And boy, you talked about the Scopos initially. Yeah, Scopo's going to pull it out one more time here, this time on the Amigos side. And I love that, unfortunately, Scopos can't pick up the Rook armor. Damn it.
You're so conflicted with that, right? We love the investment into the... I hate that you can't use all of the gadgets. That means you have to destroy it, or an attack potentially can pick one of those up. We love seeing that brought out.
You know, and the fact that you got the idol show there with 100 extra HP certainly gives him a significant boost over the Rook anyway. So honestly, it's a little bit of a, you know, works itself out in that case. This combination, though, stomping on the Legion, he's been deadly on that, so see if they can continue this defensive side. If we look back at Oregon, trying to figure out how many rounds, the four Amigos picked up 3 rounds on defense on Oregon, so it was an even split. Not dominant on that side either, so they still got their work cut out for them.
All right, getting the drones in. Start to take a look to where these defenders are set up. A couple players up on the first floor. Nobody really up on that second to put that ghost pressure in. They've already made their way there. As you can see, Glybo in that admin over, which means he's going to have some free room. Start getting those drones in to suss out the rest of those defenders. Specifically, they're going to be looking for this Mingo.
Playing the Rook. I love this play, and they're stomping, opening up the opening pick here. And this happened upstairs on the second floor. A little bit of action there. He's holding down the first floor. It's a basement site, but a lot of this roam action happening here from the four Amigos and causing the T1S team to have to sort of spread out the resources. I think this is definitely working in the defense's favor.
Yeah, absolutely. And one of the things that they just did there that was huge as Lou takes Gray off the board is they got that hard breach gun run, which means they're not going to be able to open it up. Now the pressure into Piano. Stompin' going to find one. Onto the double kill. Pistols looking to claim one back there, and I was able to take down Stompin' but traded out immediately. Mingo takes 90, claims it. The defense is good for 2 in a row.
Huge. 2 huge victories there. We said they needed to stop the momentum. They did, and now starting to build it on their own. 5-3 is a way different scenario than a 5-1 half that we were walking into. Four Amigos picked it up now. They are moving into the tertiary site. First floor Piano. It's got its dangers. Places where this can be, again, play vertically. The team that plays that better has certainly got the opportunity. So is T1S hasn't shown a tremendous vertical play throughout the best of 3 in that lower bracket or what we've seen in the semifinals or grand finals so far. But I've had a couple of moments here. Need to pull it off one more time.
Okay. Well, I know we like seeing the splits site brought out, but it comes with its own complications. So, Expo Piano with an investment to the vertical. Mira's going to be up there down run, which means you're going to see some being played out a lot like you would the 2F, right? It's almost exactly similar, except for we don't have an area denial to stop that quick plant in the Goyo, since the Goyo's taken off the board, not opting to use the smoke here.
Yeah, that area denial, just the thing that they maybe need to slow down this attacking team, but rather than, you know, use the area denial as the way, they're going to go with the slowdown instead, and that Fenrir and Malusi combo is the alternative. The counter, though, Glybo here running the Brava, going to look to try and steal some of this utility there, picking up one of those Fenrir gadgets and the default, and J-Guns! There it is, taking down Gray, who seemed like he was this the win con here for a little while to take him down, and it's going to be Jay that pulls it off.
Yeah, and it's a C4 to send him sky high as they take just down Gray, but the intel as well. Stompin's able to collect a kill as the body rings out, and Gronks takes Stompin back in return, which means now into a 4-3 as you can hear those Legion Goose starting to go off, putting the pressure onto this Blitz, who knows that he's in trouble. He's got to pull it out as the health starts to dwindle down. A Fenrir gadget to stop the push up and almost ends in a life forfeiture from the vending area. Instead, he's going to make the big rotate over and try to get a little bit closer to put the pressure on, but does he know that they've rotated onto the spiral? Glybo takes down Mingo, and they do now if they didn't before, and the flash comes out, and Glybo's able to take Ray Bully down now into a 3-2 as he's able to survive the blitz push.
How is he still alive? How is he pulling that off?
The power of friendship, my guy. He had some help come up spiral, and they take him down, and now it's gonna fly ball in a 1v2. He's got to get active against Jay and Lou.
But Glabo's going to go crazy. If he pulls this one off, we're going to have to do a listen in on his stream. If he can win this is a 2v1 versus Jay and Lou. And you said it, Jay sitting at 3 and 7, picked up 2 this round after that opening C4. He's going to get 1 into a 1v1 with Lou.
Yeah, now put the pressure on. So much time to work with, which means you could just free fire everything. You got an idea where he's at, so they're going to take a Lou and Jay can't get it done. What a play. Let's hear what he's got to say.
Just stoic, my friend. He's sitting there just, you know, locked in until the kill comes.
Hello? Why is no one hello?
Yeah,
Yes.
No. Why is no one saying? I mean,
That emotion right there, that raw emotion, man. One of the things I love about this game, my friend.
No kidding.
Someone before and no one's singing.
So to
freaking
clip that,
go.
that was beautiful.
Let's freaking go. Look at the smile on his face, too. And just...
He's just made a blue Zora. No, it's called passion, baby, and you've got it right now. You're up 6-3. Ooh-wee.
Gronk's aiming crouched when his blitz is crouched.
Oh, all right. The band's in, my friend. Yeah, taking down the Brava this time. Going after Glabo, going for the direct nerf on the guy.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
Making sure that he's not going to have that opportunity anymore. But that puts them on match point scenario here in map. What is 3 of this best of 5. Currently tied up 1-1 apiece with the 1 map advantage from the upper bracket final here for the 4 Amigos and Mingo. Right now, T1S just feeling like they're playing better together. And I know you said the power of friendship earlier. Certainly what it feels like.
Okay, so a bit of a switch up here on the defense. Stompin' gonna pick up the Ella. Not a bad play since they've been bringing the shield just about every round, right? And that's one of the cool things. Those Grismots can give you a full shield break, allow you to get a couple of shots onto that shield player nice and early. Plus, I mean, it's the pistol, right? One of the best pistols in the game. Preferred by many, although might get replaced. Reaper coming up to a couple of operators with this new season and getting itself a little bit of a buff. Reloading. They're anticipating a roaming rook run. That would be insane.
I love it. Love that he's getting a chance to pull off one of the alternative secondaries. I mean, the 357 is a hell of a weapon, but I love the idea of putting a machine pistol in Rook's hands. And yeah, go for the roaming Rook. Change up that strategy just a little bit. Give him that added buff. He's been consistently at the top of the win percentage board in ranked for a long time. But on the comp scene, that doesn't make an awful lot of appearances. Maybe that's going to change. Right now, though, that first minute of gameplay ticked down. All 10 left alive. No one going down here at the beginning. Stompin' looking like that first piece of engagement is going to pick up 1 and then rotate out.
Yeah, with ease. Floats like water. Iowa. But answered back immediately as Parla's able to take down Stompin'. Gets the numbers equalized here. Puts us into a 4-4 scenario as they're still fighting to take some of that back of site real estate now. A little bit of a slowdown run. Got to get rid of some of that gadget. Got to try to get the equalizer here before you can start to go to the plant. The good thing, diffuser's still in hand. That feels good.
Yeah, even though they're feeling a little bit tired here in the mid-round, slowing down, they have got plenty of opportunity. And now, utility on their side, opening up the sight lines. You still have got Glybo and the Blackbeard left alive. You're going to take some long shots there. The Azami, though, going to potentially be that difference maker. But Lou and Glybo, Parla, Ray just trading back and forth, now in a 2v3 for that final 45 seconds.
That's right, and still got that SMG ringing out as the smokes are going to stop the play in from the top of Spiral, which means looking towards that back stair. They've got them split up pretty heavy here, Run, to be able to isolate these 2 defenders, but instead, they're just going to kind of hold on. 33 seconds left means you don't have to throw any bodies. You don't have to take that initial engagement. Oh, Mingo got one. Mingo good for 2 as he finds a Pixel Peaks and follows it up with a wall bang. Sheesh.
Man, and running it with the SMG-12, just dominating with what should be a very difficult to control weapon. Mingo handles that just like the F2 with ease. And even though we were in a match point scenario there for T1S, for Amigos answered back in a big way. 6-4. They got to be perfect for 2 more to send it to OT. T1S is trying to close this one out early.
Now that's where that momentum starts to get a little funky too, right? Because we have that
Attackers need to locate and defuse
that
bombs.
best of 3 that's already been played out. It was hard fought too, right? 2 maps went to overtime, meaning that you needed a ton of rounds in that best of 3. So here on map 2, when it's all on the line, when these teams can capitalize off a single mistake to win a round, this is where that fatigue and that momentum can start to sort of switch up. Right, defense has now found themselves a couple, 2 within tying it up. You're in a good position to potentially send this one to overtime, and that's a potential favor shift.
5 seconds left before insertion.
All right, 2 rounds left to go, my friend. Can the 4 Amigos pull it off, or are we going to see a T1S victory on Consulate again? We're going into Kafe next. And Kafe is the map that we just saw T1S pull a 7-1 victory in the lower bracket final. So they were locked in on Kafe, played that map very well. In addition to them having a best of 3 buff, it's onto a map that they feel very comfortable on. Consulate, this used to be, somebody said it earlier in the chat, one of Mingo's absolute favorite maps, like never losing it. So the fact that they're getting this close to losing here to T1S is real mental victory here for this team. They are playing against the literal Siege pros though, so this is nothing that you can't carry into it thinking you're going to win no matter what, but it's a definite boost for them coming in at 6-4 here. This first minute of gameplay is down, tied up 4-4 at this point, and the second engagement here happening upstairs in the vending hallway. And I don't know if Mingo realizes he's got a drone sitting on him.
There you go. I guess he does. They take a couple of quick shots. Now the blitz is going to start to get active. They do find themselves 4-4. The hard breach and breach denial were the ones that found themselves on the wrong end of a trade there. And now start opening up this first floor. Right, Ram starts to get active as they're trying to figure out where the heck he's at, but stop it. Jesus stomping. A couple of quick plays. Mingo and Ray gonna come up and help support it. Flatbow is able to take Mingo off the board, but damage now done. So the pressure onto the spiral stairs as they've got 3 trying to put that pressure on. Feels like Gray's in a bit of an uphill battle for this last minute 14. Sees a peek, takes a couple of shots, anticipating the play. Grismoth's going to go off, but they're not going to push just yet. They're going to give him time. They're going to potentially try to lull him into a false sense of security. Maybe swing from another angle. He's already rotated off of the corner. Pushing in towards the backside, and now it's a Siege horror game as there just a potential for a jump scare everywhere. And there it is. It's going to be the rotate as Jay Guns is going to find them another kid.
Okay, stack it up, my friend. Keep stacking the wins. Jay finally picking up and adding some of the kill count. The most we've seen from him from this entire grand final so far through 2 maps. And they are now 1 round away from sending it to overtime. T1S, though, still 1 round away from winning a Consulate and moving into a 2-1 lead in the best of 5 over the Amigos. We're going to see this Burst Blower exhibition piano, but right now it certainly feels like the Amigos on a bit of a roll. We did see this back on round 9, and that was a T1S win. That was the Glybo clutch at the end to win that one. All that raw emotion. So can they pull it off one more time on this site? Here, we're just checking who hasn't won a prime yet on the T1S side. Gronk for sure. So looking for his first.
Good question, my friend. Good question. Well, you're in a pretty good position to find yourself one, but you gotta close it out. You can't let that momentum start to be built up on the side of the Amigos. They get rolling, no telling where they're gonna stop. On the defense, gonna get themselves a little bit of intel, but this time, not gonna have it in the hands of the Valkyries. They're gonna bring out the Solus. It's that P90. There's or not the P90. Went with the shotgun, and I think that's the right call.
Yeah, I think based on that last round, we were seeing the T1S team using their drones to a significant advantage. Right, they had that shot on Mingo in the hallway. Drones just all over the place, causing havoc here for this defense. So, running the Solus as the opportunity there to try and identify those, clear out that, handicap the T1S attack team a little bit, I think is a significant advantage and honestly a good call at this point. The counter, though, right, running the IQ, she's going to be able to identify anytime that Solus pulls out that gadget if she's got hers.
A bit of hurry up and wait here for this first round. Everybody's sort of in that position looking for the first person to make that mistake. Something to capitalize on, a gap to be spotted. Really just kind of slowed down here on this round before overtime. Somebody's gonna run out. He got with a vector in hand. He's gonna find one. You know what? Give him two instead. Just about getting himself back to an even position on the KD and the damage done. Glybo and Parla both taken off the board, and that means the Twitch dealt with. Some of those mirrors are potentially going to stay. Gray able to take Jay off the board and now puts us into a 4-4 with 1:22 as it counts down.
You know what? There's a little bit of chatter in the chat that Ricci might be subbing in for Jay, and I don't know, maybe he heard that and has absolutely turned up the heat. The run out with the mirror to grab a double puts them at a significant advantage here, running in to keep this going into OT. T1S looking to find this win here, and it's a 4v3 scenario with this final minute ticking down. The attackers have got a little bit of space, and Gray, taking down Raid, putting it into a 3-3, but Lou answers back in a big way.
That's right, so man advantage into the hands of the defense, but the attack's going to put pressure on inside of that bathroom area, and they're going to find two. Side, Monty's still alive. Now Lou, the last one to try to get it done. They've got a potential to get behind a shield and get a plant going or hold on to the crossfire, but it's 27 seconds. If he can find one, they don't have the diffuser run. So that's going to be the big problem. Monty's going to have to suss them out, and they're coming from two different angles right now. Elysian Goo going to give away the location of the Monty, who now has the diffuser in hand, and he's going to start going for it. He's going to push right up and just go for the kill. Monty gets off of it, and just in time finds the kill onto it, but gets shield and it's going to be over as the pistol pop happens from Gronk.
Oh, when he killed the attacker from behind the Monty, I thought that is it. We are going to overtime, but then Monty comes off in a big way, and Glybo picks up the win, sends this team to a win, 7-5 victory. Man, huge play for him.
No kidding. And what started out as a potential for an uphill battle is slowly starting into a potential legacy run for T1S as they're looking to try to get it done on this next map. Kafe is going to be on the board, and if it goes in the way of get to see Border, and if we don't, we crown a new grand final champion. So sit back, relax, because when we come back, a potential stunning conclusion and maybe a final map. Ayo.
Let's go.
What's up and welcome back, fellow Siege spectators and players. Tag team back again, and we are looking to almost crown a king. It's chaos on the side of the Amigos. T1S looking to secure themselves a championship. They're gonna have to get it done on Kafe. Whiskey Run, what you thinking, man?
That's right. It is time for Kafe. Map 4 coming your way. The third one we're going to see tonight in a row. Man, my friend, what a play. I'm definitely not expecting to see the four Amigos not pick up a round that we've seen. The only map they've won is the one they were gifted as a part of the upper bracket run. Right now, T1S has just got their number. They are on fire. And we talk about Parla and Gray both won Prime number 3 back in the day. Glybo picked up one on 5 and 8. So they've got some winners here on this team back and forth. Now the difference is on the other side, Stompin' 4, 6, and 7. And him and Raid and Jay all won that number 7 Prime tourney. So they have got the option here to just go crazy and carry on the legacy. Gronk, he's the guy looking for his first Prime victory.
Right, so a little bit of a potential legacy run if they can close it out on a little bit of dissension on the side of the defense. They're trying to figure out how they're going to get a little bit of momentum turnaround. It's going to start by going down to the first floor. When you're talking Kafe, first floor being that dominant site, that almost guaranteed win. It's going to give you a little bit of boost going into the next. Second floor being the accepted secondary. And then, you know, third floor is the question mark, right? Do you take it to the solve side? Do you play the glorious fourth? It kind of all is based on how your momentum is feeling. If you're frying, third floor, good. You know, if you're not, a little bit safer by holding on to the vertical and still doing your second floor or your third floor hold, but then forcing them to come down into sight instead of getting into the plant there.
Oh, all right. And coming out in the chat, Iowa looking for his first Prime victory as well. Man, that's a lot of pressure here on the Gronk Iowa side, and looking to find it. This is it. All the pressure now on the four Amigos side. Got to find a win here, otherwise the best of 5 grand final is over. They have picked up 2-1 victories on the map side currently. So right now they are in the driver's seat. The four Amigos along for the ride. They need to take the wheel over though. Fight back.
Okay, so on this first defensive floor, not going to opt for the castle for that extension and stomping. Oh, Boss G in hand, going to get with an early devastation. They're going to take the Aurora off the board, and that's kind of a huge play, especially for this the strat that you're going for, right? You're supposed to Aurora off the double, and then give yourself a little bit of access to sight, and just very quickly, it's going to fall apart for this attacking team. As it seems like Amigos are going to turn up on round 1.
Well, certainly off the back of the King and the Boss G, able to take down 2 early on. Then, you know, pushing a little bit hard, Lou over on the bakery side walks out the front door, and Gronk is able to take him down. So they're still left alive. They still got a little life left in them, but in a 4v2 scenario with basically, almost no HP combined together, they look like they got about 10.
Yeah, each but a bullet on this one, and this is kind of where you take that second to maybe just talk about it a little bit as Stompin' goes on to the triple kill, looking to potentially break out the barbecue sauce on round number 1. Maybe take a second to talk about it. No, you're pushed straight down. Stompin' good for 4, as he's just going to claim an early 4-piece.
Man, the King shows up on round 1 in a huge way. This wouldn't be the first time that we saw him ace on round 1 of a map here casted on this channel. He did it as a part of Challenger League. He did it in Pro League and got damn close here on Roller Prime number 9 here on map 4 Kafe. He got close though. It's a 4-piece though. T1S looking a little bit shaky here starting off on Kafe. They went 7-1 when we saw this in the best of 3 just a couple hours ago. They've already given up their 1. Can they go 7 in a row to keep that same score line? Or is Kafe going to be the place that they fall?
Well, first round goes to the defense, and there's no surprise there, which means secondary site going to take us to the secondary floor. They kind of, you see it similar to how you would hold up onto the third, right? An attention to the vertical. There's no mirror, though, no castle being brought along here. So a business as usual hold up top instead of that deep bunker in for the third floor.
10 seconds to insertion.
And I like the fact that the Amigos have paired the Goyo on Stompin with banning out the Twitch means that it's going to be definitely a little bit more difficult to try and clear out some of that utility. Those are going to stay in place quite a bit longer. And look at this, Jay looking. There was some discussion about whether or not he was going to get subbed out. Was Ricci going to play instead? But I don't know. Maybe after that impressive performance he had at the end of Consulate, able to keep his spot in the stack. And then, man, a quick kill coming there from Mingo and from Stompin. Now picking up a 5-0 start here to Kafe in the first 3.5 minutes.
I don't know if I'd call the performance impressive run, but it would be tough to see Ricci sub in on this team since he was a sub on the other team, right? Parla subbed in for him on this one. So I don't know if I'd call it impressive, but at least enough to stay around for now. Stomping.
All right,
5-0.
He had one good round where he picked up a double. Let's go there.
Oh, man. Parla goes down as Stompin is also down now into a 3-1, just pushing inside. Now it's got themselves a little bit of the default sight, but no diffuser in hand, and still a couple of Goyo canisters to stop them should they choose to just put some of that vertical pressure onto it. They've got the diffuser up on red, so a tough climb here for this minute and 37. And they're just firing from everywhere. Run.
Yeah, I don't know how Glabo's even survived it this long, even though he's walking around with the soft steps. Stomping goes down, gets the dock sim back to 100%, and then is able to continue holding on to the third floor and takes down the last left alive on the T1S side, man. He's going absolutely crazy right now to start off on this. Kafe, apparently his map.
Well, you know what he's saying. He said, fine, I'll do it my damn self. And the king goes out and he just steals life. 2 to the defense to start it out.
Well, I mean, it's a must-win scenario for the Amigos. They have to win here, otherwise the grand final, their prime run is done. I don't think this team is ready for that at all. We got to see Border here as the final map if we get to that point, but man, Stompin has picked up a 4K and a 3K in the first 2 rounds combined, 7-0 and 1, picking up an assist as well. But the fact that Mingo stimmed him back, I mean, half of one of those goes to him for sure.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, and just a staggering stat line for you. And it's only inside of 2, so it doesn't like tell a huge story here, except for Stompin has got more than double the entirety of the kills on the other side of the board at the moment.
Doctor, you know, you can
I was listening for that the voice line. One of the cool things they added, some of these added voice interactions between the characters. You know, Kudos working hard at adding some of those extra pieces into the game, the lore, the history, the ops as a part of it, rather than just the run and gun FPS shooter that we love.
I like it. Mira on the board here to hold on to this top floor. So they did opt to go for that solved side, just feeling comfortable in the gunfight. Stomping still on the Vector. A Devastator in his hands, yet to meet death. Where will this first take place? They're going to do some droning here from the roof, as you can see all 4. They're going to make sure they drop down, though, as Ace is going to start to open up Ticket, but he's going to do it from the top of red instead of from the hatch.
I mean, if you get the opportunity to drop red there and hold on to that piece of it, you can do it from a little bit more relative safety, have a little bit more control over where that's going. And now they've got the Claymores in place just in case this defense starts to push up and cover the flank side. But, man, Stompin is absolutely on fire. Picks up another one, this time taking down Gray, who had been the guy. He had been the win con as part of that best of 3, one of the MVPs, and was really the guy to beat. So, Gray and Iowa both, and Parla, struggling to get anything going at this point, but not through any fault of their own. They just have not been able to take down Stompin'.
Okay, what do you do when the Kings floating 8-0 now as they up in the man advantage? 5 versus 4 as they start to put the pressure on towards White, hoping to get somebody rotating or off guard. Not going to find it just yet, though. Jay Gunn's going to good for 1 as the Frost is able to claim Glybo. Lou goes down, kill list, 0-3 as we find ourselves now into a 4-3 situation. It's under 60 to go. They've taken up some space now inside of Piano, inside of Ticket as they put the pressure onto the hallway. Gonna run out and claim 1. Gun's gonna get pistoled down. Mingo takes 1.
They
Mingo
traded.
gets traded though, as now it's a 9-0 stomping against an 0-2 Parla. He's got that Frost debuff on as well, so absolutely slow as they're running down, and they're running right back up top. Plant's gonna be finished. But you gotta be quick. Fenrir gadget goes off as it's been stolen from the Brava, so to put the pressure on, but Raid's gonna take him off the board. And Stompin' still gonna be yet to see death inside of 3 or inside of 4.
4K, 3K, 2K. He's slowly letting the rest of the team pick up and take down the rest of this T1S team. So get into the second half of the ban phase here. Who's it going to be? Are we going to see a target ban? Really feels like it might be a Goyo. Could be a target on that side.
If it's not a Goyo, it would be silly.
I mean, yeah, it's a great point.
No,
who's
All
right.
Oh my lord, it was silly. No, it was silly.
All right, I'm trying to say something positive here from the T1S side. They're like thinking the Fenrir is really the reason that they're getting stopped, or maybe they're worried that Stompin's going to be able to do it with whoever he brings. In this case, going to run the Vigil again. I thought that might be the case after that 4K back on round 1, 3 with the Boss G. Was that going to be the opportunity? But they're going to let it all go. They're going to take down the Fenrir instead. And then on the Amigos side, going to stop the Monty from making the push in. Going to force this team into one of the alternative shields or running the Raura, right? Iowa and Gronk, we talked about, still fighting for their very first Roller Prime win. They made it to the grand finals. They're going to make it to the winner's circle.
Potentially. You said you wanted something positive. Well, I'm positive it was silly not to ban the Goyo. Been absolutely devastating with it, and a Vector in the hands of Jay Guns could potentially do some damage as well. We'll see how it plays out. Fenrir is devastating, yes. It makes it difficult to push in, sure. But maybe not that end-all, be-all factor. This we'll have to find out together here. Perfect 3-0 and start to Kafe for the defense as they're looking to find 3 more.
Yeah, if you're just joining us for this grand final Roller Prime best of 5, I've already seen Oregon, Consulate, now Kafe, the 4th map, or the last, if it gets to that point, Border on deck, if the Amigos can find a win here on Kafe. They got their 1-map victory. It's part of coming in as the upper bracket leader. So all the pressure on this team, though, and right now they are turning into diamonds under this pressure with the perfect 3-0 start, as you said.
Okay, taking a little extra time this time getting the drones in is, Aurora didn't want to get caught off guard on the hell. Did bring the LMG for this. Plenty of bullets to kill them all. Should they get into a position to do so. A couple of shots towards that small bake area, and there it is. Aurora going to find the allowed to live. It's going to take Lou off the board. Traded back immediately. You could hear that Boss G go out. Stompin's going to claim one, and it's a Pokeball as Stompin says, I choose you.
No way.
Takes a second. He says, you know what? I'm going to do it my damn self, and has just proceeded to start to kill everybody. Finally, Stop Gray lives up to the name, stops Stompin'. Raid's able to take him off the board, so the damage has been done. The body bounce sits into the hands of nobody as Mingo's good for a 2 with P90 in hand.
Man, another 4 Amigos and Mingo win. Perfect here on Kafe. What a different story that we saw coming in. Consulate was, we saw T1S go 5 in a row as part of the first half of that map. They were absolutely dominant. It looked like unstoppable. And then able to close it out in 5 rounds on the second half to get a 7-5 victory. So damn close, but really dominant performance. What a changeup this one has been.
Defenders,
We see
protect your
T1S go
bombs.
5-1 the first half on Consulate, and now we've seen this Amigos team go 4-0 to start. It just the back and forth nature here of these roller primes is one of the reasons we love getting a chance to cast these series. Man, it's anybody's game on any given Sunday.
No, it's Stompin's game. More kills than T1S combined, more kills than the rest of his own team combined. The guy is just absolutely floating at the moment. So, gonna put himself back onto the Vigil, a Devastator with the Boss G. Do they have an answer for this time run? I mean, the whole name of the game is gonna be Isolate, and sometimes, even if you bring 2, not enough to get the job done.
Yeah, it's a great question here at this point. You're going to play the second floor, so where is he going to play? I'm going to change the floor and play on first or third. You can see him downstairs holding down. And this bakery window was where he managed to pick up 2 of those 4 kills on the original starts of this. So this is that's the place you got to be looking for him. And I completely agree with you. Send 2 to try and find him. Raid's going to go for the run out, and Mingo there. Yes, he can. No, he can't. I was going to say he can stim him, but no. You had too many of the attackers in play. Don't waste one of those stims on him because he was not going to be able to get into a position to clear himself out.
Yeah, some of that new repel mechanic is going to allow you to get there in a little bit more of a hurry, as you can run and traverse corners now. So definitely was able to secure the kill. They're going to take that man advantage and T1S starting with their best opportunity to potentially get a kill or to get a round win. Stompin gets taken off the board off the back of an ill-advised run out, puts them into a 5-3 scenario now. Still holding on, letting his team get a little bit active. Gray's going to take Mingo down. He's going to find his second kill on the round. Gray good for 3.
What a miss!
Oh.
Oh, it's absolutely tragic. The LOL coming out in chat. Yeah, that was a huge miss. That was funny. What we're seeing right there was, you said it, ill-advised run out from Stompin, and then just playing around upstairs on Ticket. That was absolutely a four Amigos and Mingo throw, right? Took until round 5 for them to absolutely throw it. Having a little bit of fun with it, but when you're up 4-0, you can afford to throw around. The question is, you just can't let this team get momentum because T1S wants to win it. You can see that in the all chat, they got a little bit of a chip on their shoulder about Stompin even playing. So they certainly want to win, and even if this team is going to have some fun with it, maybe throw some rounds, T1S is absolutely going to take advantage of those.
Yeah, I mean, they've had other players, right? Isn't Spoit and Spirit's been in there? We've seen plenty of pros playing the tournament.
That was a magical time for the Roller Series, getting to see all the pros jump in. So, it's right now apparently the players have got some different feelings about it. So I don't know whether or not it's the prime, but there's obviously some feelings going on in all chat, and some of it's starting to make its way out.
Libo going to take Mingo off the board as the first kill goes down, and that's going to be the Vigil gone. Which means we find ourselves with the body bounce tipped in the favor of T1S, and they're taking extra time to look for these runouts, right? They're getting their drones in place. They're making sure that they're not going to lose that body count really early, especially because Stompin has been great at just punishing them for it.
The big difference I feel like we haven't really seen from the T1S side is, right, they're working the attack, and it doesn't feel like they've been very consistent in, say, the top-down clear. They've been a little bit feels like disconnected in the way that they're approaching some of these rounds, right? Whether it's direct, whether, taking some of these fights individually. It doesn't feel like they're playing this real careful, connected siege, playing as a squad. So that feels like the biggest opportunity that they've got at this moment to try and change up the way that they're playing it.
Iowa able to take Stompin off the board as they now put themselves into a 5-3. feeling a little bit better for this attack around, but Raid's going to be finally answering back as they're going to do some body work onto Glybo and take him down. A little bit closer to tying us up on the score line. Lou able to take Iowa off the board, now into a 3-3. Minute 27, looks towards New Hatch. Lou good for 2. Onto the white stairs, going to get the down and finish off as Gray's going to take Bullies down. Now into an old-fashioned 2-2, a little bit of the slow creep towards the hatch, a potential to drop down, but the player in dark has something to say about it. Looking towards white, takes a quick swing, but reading is not going to find it. A rotate around, could see that dark player coming up big as the Goyo canister goes off towards that pixel area. Warden still alive, special goggles, no smokes or flashes on the board, and they're gonna find one. Jay Guns good for 1 as they take Gray off the board, and now gonna leave it up to Gronk alone in a 1v2 to try this bullet back against Jay and Lou.
And they don't need to push it at all. They can hang back. He's got the diffuser in hand, but this is a difficult site to try and get a plant down. He's pushing on the A side rather than the B into reading. So if you try and get in, Art, the only opportunity to use is run back onto the white side or hop out the window. But they also have the they also have got this just well covered right now. So he's in a very tough position. 18 seconds left, looking like another 4 Amigos win to close out the half.
Prone position's gonna find one, and a quick pre-fire. Now gonna pull out the pistol, but it's against the shotgun, so he's gonna have to be absolutely perfect. Click right
No
on the
way!
and he's gonna do it. Gronk's gonna take down Lou in a throw heard around the world. 2v1. All they have to do is push together, and they lose it out. A pistol to claim it.
Damn,
chat.
I cast or cursed that one right off the board, saying it's a 4 Amigos win, and then freaking Gronk shows up and grabs a double in a situation there is no way he should have won. You said it. Either back off the engagement, take some time. He's running out. He had like 10 seconds left to be able to take that fight versus a shotgun. And you know what? Just the problem is nobody wants to give up that swing. Everyone wants to be a hero. And T1S picks up the advantage off of it. So yeah, when you're sitting at a 2-4, it's still the advantage there to the Amigos side, but not quite as strong as that first 4 rounds were.
Oh man, you see the backside of the bands now. Run. Op swap, switching gears. Amigo goes on to the attack. You can see the Twitch band out yet again as they continue to target Mingo. Dokkaebi also gone now, which was what Mingo as that secondary, that DMR devastation. So another pivot here for the side of the Amigos.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
Interesting. Mira and Valk gone on the side of the defense. It's going to help out for that top floor play. Doubled up on the area denial and some intel inside of the defense. We're going to take it down to the first floor run and try to run it and see if T1S has got what it takes to slow down this aggro Amigo.
The question is it going to be the first half stomping or the second half, right? Played, unstoppable in the first 3 rounds, picking up a 4K, 3K, 2K to just pad that kill count like crazy. You said trying to do it all on his own. Sort of backed off on the second half, and T1S took advantage of that. So it feels like part of the question is, which side are we going to see? He's running the glass. Love to see that. This combination of the Mingo on the Nook, Lou on the Brava. This is sort of a crazy lineup. They've got everything sort of covered at this point, but Iowa perfectly placed to be able to clear out some of that utility there from the defense. Lose the Brava drone quick, and lose the other drones that they had. That makes it a little bit more difficult. So time's starting to tick down. Yeah, Echo in a very dangerous place, right up in bake.
And you can hear those clutch drones getting started and stealing some of that gadgetry. I couldn't see if it was the Fenrir gadget or the yokai that goes down, but either could be a devastating loss, especially if a defender runs into an activated Fenrir trap on the backside. A little bit of a spawn peak, but it's going to push them back towards that white side stairs. They're claiming some vertical now above that code check, and it's going to pay off. They're going to get the kill. Jay Guns takes down Gronk as they take the stims off the board, and that could be huge. Iowa goes down. Stompin able to claim him with the glass play. Now into a 5-3, active onto the Vector. J-Gun's good for one. Mingo gonna steal it, and they're looking to try to get this one done flawless. They're gonna take Raid Bully off the board, but Mingo answers back as we now find ourselves in that 5-2.
And Jay absolutely came alive there on round 7, going crazy, leading that team into victory there with Mingo cleaning it up along the way. Yeah, to me, seeing the Echo playing in Bake in such a forward position, right, not being able to use those gadgets in the way that hopefully I think you had expected them to, either plant denial, gaining a little bit of the intel. Maybe you lose it to Brava, but there's really no reason to have Echo playing up in that position. You could have switched the roles out if you wanted to have Iowa specifically playing up on Bake to try and take that fight, but have somebody else play the Echo rather than waste some of that gadgetry so early. They lose that. And then, having the ace being able to open up those sight lines, put the pressure on Bake, Echo had nowhere to rotate back out. So it was really sort of a dire situation. That's a place you put a sacrifice play for time, not the Echo who needs to be staying alive to the end of the round.
Device placed.
That's true. Running back on the first floor. I think they've got something different to bring to the table. It's going to be a dedication to that hard breach denial. Still not bringing the castle out to try to slow him down, which, we'll see if that's what plays off here. You for sure at least got got the Vector in hand. Glybo going to try to get active with the Goyo. Similar strat that we saw on the other side of the board is the Aurora going to be used here to kind of get a dividing point, a midway line, stopping off that small Bake from that coat check area.
Reloading.
Oh, Jay,
what a
okay.
shot. Damn, he's on
Something to
fire
prove
right
here,
now.
Ron.
Yeah. All the shit talking happening in all chat, in the Twitch chat. He's listening and reacting to it and just locking in. He takes his shot. And whether or not there was the question about the warm-up being a problem, well, he's certainly warmed up at this point. The Aurora comes out, closes off the rotate, and now forcing 2 of the defenders to be able to take that shot. They open up the Aurora, but it certainly put them in a dangerous position, and Mingo capitalizes off of it.
Yeah, answered back as Iowa's able to take down Raid Bullies, now into a 3-3 with the health advantage sitting into the hands of the defense. They still hold on to that bakery area, which is going to force a rotate. Goes through a little bit of a sound cue and then starts to creep back towards that double to play off of Whiskey. Looking for it, and they're going to find it. Gray takes down J Guns, now into a 3-2 scenario as the pressure onto White starting to mount. Off to the bakery, and that's going to be another kill to go down as Lou is dead. Mingo, the last alive. He's on the slow creep around in a 1v. Very low health situation. Coming up to the window, it's going to have to take the first contest onto Whiskey. They know where he's at. Stop Gray's going to take him down. It's a headshot and a good night's sleep tight, and they're just a little bit closer to tying this one up.
Yeah, Iowa coming in like crazy that round to be able to pick up that win. 3K there, supportive AF to his team. It was right when they needed him to pull that off. So they lose the first floor on round 7, play it again on round 8, answer back in a big way. And reacted, adapted, right? Changed up who's playing in what position. Don't use the Echo in that forward spot. And even though the attack brought the Aurora and Jay had another great round, they were able to take advantage of that and bait the rest of this attacking team into losing some of those gunfights. So first floor done, and now we're going to see this mid floor. They're going to play reading. And the Castle Azami combo, we talk about it all the time. This is a dangerous combo for the attackers. Really makes you lose all of the sight lines and create some of those one-ways that are very advantageous for the defense.
Yeah, specifically holding on to that third floor, right? And what happens when you do that is you have to spend a ton of man getting in and taking that space. And then once you do, you still have to get down into that second floor for the site. So it's a time waster. It's a time eater. It's a gadget user. It's a man advantage claimer if they're able to hold on to it up onto the third floor.
I love it when it's paired up with the mute as well. Steal some of this intel away from the attacking team, and especially when you got Mingo playing the Brava, it certainly limits his ability to try and clear out some of that. Now, the counter to that, Lou running the IQ, make sure that IQ can identify where all those gadgets are at. And hopefully clear it through the floor. Cafe's got a ton of breachable floor to be able to take advantage of that.
Get some drones in, take a look. They've already claimed some space at the top of red, but that's not the vertical that matters super at this point. You see them, they've got it doubled up on that freezer wall, meaning they don't have any head holes. So you get some utility out and then start to get active. Gray's going to take Jay off the board, but it's going to come in at a huge disadvantage. Glybo is now down to another 5 HP in a dream situation. Blackbeard claims some space up top, but the pressure starting to mount as the guns start coming through. No C4 close just yet. Glybo going to have to get active to send it maybe from an underneath position. Start to get active towards those castle barricades.
It seemed like a waste of a play there from Jay. He's running the Ash, was in a 1vx position, completely by himself, not backed up by the rest of the team. Definitely a bit of a mistake in the way that one played out. So felt like he threw his life away at this point. And yeah, even though Glybo's down a little bit of health, certainly the defense has won this engagement. All the action happening upstairs here on the 3rd floor, and they have got White absolutely locked down. And right now, even with the aid of the Blackbeard and Raid, they're sort of struggling to get anything going, playing on top of the stack. You can see 3 of these attackers all holding on to Cigar, waiting to try and gain a little bit of space. Feels like right now kind of lost again in the mid-round.
Yeah, waiting for that green light, and it's a little bit of util and a little bit of a switch over. That new repel mechanic being utilized by Mingo as they put themselves onto that cocktail window, try to get back and forth between White as well. But, you know, the problem is you still got the castle barricades up, playing the slowdown game. So now into a 4-3. He's going to have to get those castle barricades open the old-fashioned way. You hear one of them start to break down, now pushing down on the White stair. Looking to get active towards it, but Parlay able to take one. Mingo answers back into a 3-2. This is now going to be Mingo and Raid on the board. Iowa takes Mingo down with a shotgun, and now it's going to be last alive Blackbeard in a 1v3. 2 low health scenarios, but they know exactly where he's at now. Looking towards the hall. They're going to look for it, but not going to find it as Iowa's going to get in with a shotgun and put him to sleep.
I'll be honest, I thought the Blackbeard took the head off that player down the hallway before he got cleaned up by the shotgun. But, you know, sometimes that be siege, my friend. 4-5 as we head into round 10. T1S looking to tie this thing up, and what was a very dominant start here for the 4 Amigos. They pick up 4 in a row to start. And then since that point, T1S has gone 4 out of 5 rounds. So again, when they get hot, we talked about this earlier, when they get hot, they continue that streak. And 4 Amigos has not been able to replicate that same success.
Well, now they're 1 away from tying it up. In a match that if you win, you tell the grandkids about, you DC King on Roller Sunday. 1 away for a match point scenario to send us to border that TDM aggro. Oh man, fingers crossed that we get to see that final map, because you know it's going to be an absolute slaughter fest. But for that to happen, Amigos got to win the next 2 before T1S can find their 2 and a potential for an overtime.
Yeah, here on attack. So we saw them win downstairs on the 1st floor. T1S adapted, picked up a win, and then on the 2nd floor, we saw this T1S win. So now it's 3F time, and we talked about 3F being one of those sites that's maybe a little bit more difficult to defend. On the other side, we saw the defense win it. The only time that it got played was back on round 3. So this is an opportunity here, certainly, for the Amigos to take this round win. Now, you're going to run a different shield J. You're going to play the Monty instead of bringing out the Blitz as the alternative. Stomp has been definitely rotating between his ops, not really sticking with anything in particular. Again, sort of playing everything, anything that could help this team out. Very flexible. Mingo back on the Brava and running the DMR.
Oh, you like the sound of that? The 1 tap. machine. Now going to try to get in with another drone and still have that same efficiency that you saw when they're bringing out the Twitch, gadget-wise, but Clutch drone going to get sussed out. They now know that Tuberow's holding down below. The drop down to red means they're going to try to take some space in towards Ticket. Yeah, if you can't steal it, shoot it.
Oh yeah, don't let that be used against you. All 10 left alive here, and there's the run out one. Man, he's able to catch one, but loses to the Claymore instead. So whether or not it was a good trade, feels like it. You take down Raid and all of that extra intel, but you lose Gray and his ability to run those Zoto canisters. So they've got a ton of electricity up on the reinforced freezer walls to prevent this team from trying to make the push in. But third floor, you know, that's only part of the game. There's an awful lot of this that takes place on the balcony and the hallway side. So this feels like a good trade there for the Amigos.
Yeah, I think so too, especially because you're taking down the top frag, right? Gray being that momentum force throughout the last couple of maps. Taking him off the board feels like you're hitting one of those win con checklists there. Monty getting active as they're making their way up and a little bit closer at a time to stall out towards stacks. Towards that new hatch, they're going to get Mingo to go down as the P90's going to ring out and claim one, and body balance now to tip into the hands of T1S. Answered back, J Gun's going to find one. Stomping going to answer as well, but takes that man advantage as the air jabs start to go out. Now they can put some pressure towards Ticket, and they're going to take Rock off the board as well. Now it's going to be Glybo alone and left in a 1v3, and not going to be able to get it done as J Gun going to pull out some pistol popping action.
We talked about it at the start. It was back on Roller Prime number 7. That was a Raid Stompin' Jay combo. Those three guys playing a team together. Back on the same team again, and Jay definitely picking up the pace here on map 4. It took long enough, I know, is what the rest of the team is saying. Finally picking up and being positive. I think 7-5 at this point. That's match point, though. For Amigos and Mingo, 1 round away from claiming Kafe and sending us to border for the final map of the night. Boy, going into this grand final, this best of 5, we were thinking that there was the possibility that the Amigos could beat that record that Jinxie and this team set back in one of the previous tourneys with a best of 5 done in 15 rounds. It has been the exact opposite this time. Going to potentially go all maps required, all 4 of the playable maps necessary. Right now, that's how it's looking. T1S, they've been good, but they need to be great for 2 more rounds to send it to OT.
And that's exactly what they're hoping for. Okay, so back down to the bakery, back down to the first floor. You're going to make sure that they're holding on to that hatch place. Cade's going to get those Cade Claws active. Other than that, kind of sticking to what we've been seeing out of this defense almost the entirety of the time. Gray, though, going to put themselves onto the vigil and try to play that spoiler, try to play that impact player, looking for that first frag. And the potential for it to be on Stompin', or at least the engagement to happen towards Stompin', pretty high since he's on that Nook. Going to be playing that lurk role and trying to get active very early on. Jay Guns to take Iowa off the board. That's going to be the first major kill, and that's going to be a C4. In fact, the only C4 off the board. Now looking for some vertical play here towards that small prep area. Not going to find it just yet as it starts to slow a little bit down as the attackers now just need to reassess, pick off these defenders, and play the gun game.
Yeah, I was going to say another Jay Guns kill. 8, 5, and 3. Playing the shield as well, taking the blitz here as the opportunity, and that is the plant going down. You have got amazingly 8 players left alive in the lobby, and the plant is down in a post-plant scenario. On match point scenario! The Amigos are 30 seconds away. T1S has got to pull it out right now.
That's right, and Glybo gets put back up to a full health scenario as they claim that man advantage, but now the Doc to go down, able to stand back up, down yet again as the numbers get equalized. The pistol pops, Lou good for 2 as the pistol rings out. Glybo now good for 2 as the Vector rings out, and they're going to be holding on to it. 1 to hold, 1 to defuse. As they're trying to set this, another pistol pop. He's able to take him out. 14 seconds as the pistol's going down. Lou trying to hold on. Parla.
He's got it!
To take him down. The pistol battle, which means he's going to be able to close this one out, and we're one closer to tying this one up.
No freaking way, man. Lou picks up a 4K and then is just pistol dueling it out in the kitchen after killing the counter defuse. 9 seconds left is all it took, though, for the defense to pick up a win. Unbelievable. What an ending to that round, boy. We're sending this thing so close to overtime in fantastic style. That's the back and forth I want to see.
No kidding. Okay, next round run, no matter who wins it, we got to tune in and listen to the celebration or the woes going down. We got to have a listen in after this potential for overtime round. So let's get us ready for that one. 5-6, one away from tying it up, one away from sending us to border. Who is going to bring it out? Slow down city, castle back on the board, intel denied, ready to go. They're going to try to stop that potential for a quick plant in through reading. One of my favorite quick plants, by the way, Run, is just that quick entrance through hell, take some space, claim some vertical, and get in and plant.
Man, I love that play as well. The question is whether or not they're going to have that sort of, like laser focus. Are they going to go for the quick execute, or are they going to try and play some more of the strategic side? We've seen really both teams pull it off in pockets, and sometimes it's the run out, sometimes it's the quick execute, but in general they've defaulted to playing a little bit more slowly, a little bit more carefully across the board. So feels like we may not see that quick execute, but certainly this option, this site has got that potential.
Yeah, no, they're not going to bring it out. I'm just saying, I love it. Prevalent on this side if you get active, but when it comes down to one round, there's no screwing around to be said. So castle barricades this time, which was kind of the problem the last time they tried to attack. Right, they had those castles on Cocktail and on White that needed to be taken down the old-fashioned way. This time, they brought some breach charges along. They're having a little bit easier time opening everything up, and that feels like that could fall into the favor of the Amigos.
Oh, I agree. And right now, Mingo running the Brava, stealing some of this util, identifying all of it, some of the action happening upstairs. But, man, Lou just pushing in solo up here upstairs. They got at least one and potentially two of these defenders upstairs in the Monty, playing back behind the Ash. I was going to say, are we going to see the engagement initially? But they're going to drone it first again, playing this a little bit careful.
A smart idea, and the Ash charge to
open what a dodge!
C4 almost claims the Monty, but Jay Guns, having a sixth sense, backs out just in time to only take a little bit of damage. Now the pressure onto White is going to be had as well as the air jabs go out, but it's going to force him back down. Looking for two, going to be rewarded with it. Raid Bullies finds one as they start to push down. Stomp gets taken off the board as they're still holding on to that repel action. A 3-3 is Gray taking a ton of damage, but still into the fight. They hold on to stacks. They hold on to that vertical pressure, and that attack has been stymied as they're looking to try to seal this one up. 1:09 left onto the board as the shotgun starts to ring out and the attack needs to get active. They've got to find a way to bring this back, or it is going to head to some overtime.
Oh, you said it. Overtime is on its way. 50 seconds left, unless the Amigos can clean this one up here on attack. Still have got Iowa Glybo Gray left alive. Man, the back and forth battle right now. It's too early to call, too close to call. Not very much utility here on the side of the Amigos, so they're going to have to do it with their guns after they open up all this vertical.
Man, and only 30 seconds in which to do so. They've got it, they've claimed it, but they've pushed out. So now you have to find yourself, where the heck are they even at? With 22 seconds, this means a mistake can be spotted. Makes that drop down onto the pillar and has to go back to opening the castle the old-fashioned way. That feels like a loss, and there it is. Glybo's able to take Lou off the board. The drop down, Glybo good for two, and actually onto the triple kill now. Looking towards that dark and that pillar area, but not going to be enough to really get it done. Glybo,
4K!
break out the barbecue sauce. Give him that 4K. Give him that overtime. He says, we're not done yet.
Live listening, my friend. Here it is. Talk about that raw motion. There it is. Let's go. Damn. You know what? I love when you have got two great teams. And as a caster, we can't pick. We got no favorites here. I'm just rooting for Siege right now because these guys, unbelievable. Send it to overtime in a grand final. That's what the viewers deserve.
Because I mean, on the rebel.
This is so.
Absolutely.
Here we go, kitchen.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
Oh, what a listen-in. The passion on the side of Any Given Roller Sunday is going right now, taking it to overtime, the chance to close it out, to take down some of the people that you know and love that have made a huge difference in the community. This could be a huge win and a couple of firsts for that prime. Yeah, this will be a dub you can tell your grandchildren about. Okay, Run. Tied us up at OT. Amigos and Mingo need to win the next two, or at least this map to send us to the last one. If not, it's over and T1S will take it. Man, the stakes could not be higher.
Yeah, that's right. This is, for the Amigos, a must-win scenario. Mingo, Lou, Stompin', Jay, and Raid, they have got to win here in overtime on Kafe in order to see that final map border. And honestly, man, I cannot wait to see that. I know if you're a T1S fan, you want to close it out right now, but if you're a fan of Siege, one more map is what you want. Would love to see this one play out. So, the question is, who's going to close it out? Right now, it feels like this castle play was the difference maker. Completely stymied that last attack. Even though they opened up all the vertical, they didn't save one warp of those breach charges to be able to open up the castle and slowed this thing down. This time, Mingo's going to run the Flores and try and clear out some of this utility, and now they get that door open early.
Yeah, stymied by the castles the last couple of rounds. You see it ringing out in the chat. They're calling for king time. Then he puts himself onto the striker in which to do so. Lots of util, bringing out the grenades and the flashes, so plenty to get through some of those barricades, cause some of that distraction. They're opening up a lot of this util right away, and I think that's the big play here. Right, open up that space, force these defenders into some very uncomfortable positions, and then put the pressure on, start to collapse onto site. Looking towards, I thought that was about to be a crazy kill. C4 on a big, huge miss, though. Unfortunate as the repel action's going to stay there. Stompin' claims one. Raid able to take one off the board as well. Puts us into a 5-3 scenario. Still on the Aussie repel, looking for it, and Raid's going to find another one. Goes down. Minute and 10 left in a 5v2, and it looks like this first round of overtime might be getting sealed up before the last 60 rings out. Finally able to stop the flow of bleeding. They're able to take Lou off the board and claim some of that man advantage, but Stompin' gonna do Stompin' things and takes one down. Raid to find, what's that, 3 kills on the round?
Yeah, huge. Quick listen in there to the Stompin' channel as well. Man. Good shit, Raid, he says.
Open everything up, like open every castle up. They don't do. I ain't gonna lie, Clash is up. I'm playing Clash, bro.
Oh hell no.
We go down 100%.
Okay. Yep.
We go down.
Oh, Clash banned. Can't play Clash.
We fucked them up bakery 3 times in a row.
Thank God Clash is banned. Jay on Clash.
I don't think we're gonna win this
Jay
game,
on
chat.
Clash.
I'm so serious.
I don't think we're gonna win either.
Oh, this team, man.
Oh no, they're on some chalked mentality run. They need somebody to bring it back. They need that to champion a hero. They claim that man, or they claim the scoreline advantage right now. Can't put Jay on the Clash. This is what sounded like they were wanting to do. So they take it back down to the bakery. They were right. Once they got those castles opened up, it was easy pickings from that point. It stymied them 2 rounds in a row. This one could have been over.
Oh, so close. The Amigos now, 1 round away. Match point scenario, not just match points. Match point, right, and map point here. They're going to send it to the 4th. Keep T1S from winning the grand final. Roller Prime, number 9. Gotta see border, so they have to win. Must-win scenario here for this team.
And you know, a border between these two gunner teams would just be an absolute slaughterfest. I really hope we get there. Amigos got to pull it off on this round to get it done. They've got what it takes, and I'm sure they do. Vector back into the hands of Stompin'. This will be that moment where we find out, should they have banned the Goyo? And almost assuredly, the answer feels like yes.
Yeah, the fact that you get into the overtime, this is really going to bite them, right? You had to make that choice early on. All the bans restored, so not banning the Goyo now, going for the Fenrir instead, certainly leaves them wide open to that play later on, and that's who dominated the early half. Stompin' sit at 15-7-5, doing king things. But it is the first floor. We did see T1S pick up a win on the first floor back on round 8, so they certainly can pull it off. The question is, can they when the pressure is on? You said the 4 Amigos sounded like they were having a little bit of a chalked mental at this point. T1S needs to capitalize on that to close this thing out.
The time going by for the attackers as they're really making sure that they're sussing out each player. Not going to be caught off guard by a lurk. Making sure that they've got eyes on Stompin'. Gridlock track's going to go down on red as they start to push the shield up towards the pressure on white. Legion moving back down into the relative safety of the first floor, running past a window, a little bit dangerous. Legion Goo does go off. As they start to slow down that shield, going to be a big part of that. Track starting to play a part here as some damage is ringing out. Now, Blitz running up towards the red stair. Not able to capitalize just yet. Instead, going to take the scenic route and go back down white. It was a diversion.
Yeah, they're working. I mean, we talked about this, that they struggled sort of on this top-down clear side, but look at this. They have got this, the main breach there downstairs, half open with footholds. And one of the players, it was Jay, sitting in the freezer waiting to see one of those players push up, but he backs off the engagement with the Blitz basically staring him in the face. They're not going to be able to open up that wall unless they can get somebody with a breach charge on, but that's going to be the hard part. And look at this. Goes down to the melee.
What a play by Mingo, right? Sets the fire off, puts him in a low health, and then slams it. Stompin' able to pistol pop Glybo off the board. J-Gun's good for one. Mingo spawned back, and I tell you what, you should have banned the Goyo. The king will not be dethroned, at least on this map. They claim a hard-fought victory, and run. We're going to need every single one to get it done.
That's right. MVP Stompin' picked that one up with 17-7-5. We'll do a listen in.
17-7. Get off us.
On fire, my friend. Absolutely just crushing it right now. One more map though. It's got to be border. Who's it going to be? Who's your prediction? You want to give a prediction?
Probably that.
Do I want to give one? Well, you know where my heart lies. You know where my heart lies. I'm calling the Stompin' victory. The man just goes out and gets it done, and you don't want to be biased when it comes into it. But it feels like our friend in Pro League is popping off, you know?
17-7 certainly backs that statement up. We're going to take a quick break, you know, rest the voice a little bit, get some water before map 5, border, is on deck.
Come on, Gray.
This is when Lou actually.
Ayo.
Let's go.
What's up, and welcome back, fellow Siege spectators and players. It's time. It's the very end, and it's border to settle this any given Roller Sunday Grand Finals. Run. Let's send it.
That's right, my friend. It is time for border. I freaking love this map, too. And the way that these two teams have been playing, lights out Siege right now. Just insane the way that we're getting to see this one go down. Map 5, all 5 required. Got to see Oregon 7-5 victory for T1S. Consulate 7-5 victory for T1S. And then Kafe goes to OT 8-6 required. The Amigos picked that one up. And with their upper bracket advantage, we are tied up at 2-2. The final map is on deck. And it's time, my friend. We have gone almost 6 hours for Roller Prime number 9. It's time to crown a grand final champion.
Let's freaking go. Now, it's border, and it's all special when it comes to border. It's TDM meta. It's soft breach everywhere. It's paying the price for peaking positions that are powerful. Running, it's all going to happen right here. Now, Amigos are starting onto the attack, which is a statistically, right, border attackers sided. So feels like a little bit of favor starts to go into their hands. You saw early on in the map Kafe where Stompin was a little bit frustrated, and he just goes out and he just claims life. He claims all of those kills, gets him started, gets him back into the game, which activates J-Guns, which activates Mingo, and you know, same thing that he did on G2, right? He revitalized the team. He did the same thing here in the grand finals, and I imagine putting himself on the striker, we're going to see some action like that again. Through the bans, you're seeing the Fenrir and the Valkyrie taken off the board. Again, without a question, without a doubt, they are going to ban that Twitch. Mingo is just too freaking good on the F2. So all of them not going to be played, not going to have them off. Mira and Clash to deal with on the side of the defense. This is going to be an absolute.
Set up and ready to blow.
To me, the big question is, on the ban side, the Clash or the Valkyrie, right? You've got Fenrir. We know right now that this team does not like having to deal with the Fenrir. That's obvious throughout the ban phase through the rest of the maps. But when you have to choose, which one do you want to deal with? That Clash or the Valkyrie? Honestly, it seemed like they had been dealing with the cams pretty well overall and didn't want to deal with the Clash. We had heard them talk about that in one of the listen-ins. But in this case, yeah, they're going to go ahead and get rid of it instead. Feeling like, you know, just preventing T1S from getting intel on the way and the how of their pushes is going to make the big difference. So they're able to clear out. Oh, it sounded like he got one of those mirrors, didn't it?
And here's the big part that I love seeing, this adaptation, because there's so much soft breach around run, because there's so much chance to get that wall bang and claim that early advantage. Zero is a huge pick. 6 Sam cams in place. They've got the intel that somebody's close on the double as well. Make the rotate through. A couple of shots in.
Wow.
No damage to be had, but what a perfect placement.
If Stompin wasn't playing the shield, he would have been dead. That wall bang was spot on, but he survives that barrage of bullets with the shield in hand. Yeah, now look at this. More cams going out. You said it, and they're going to use the ace to open up that wall. Put some pressure on the Fountain players. This is an important part of this setup, and right now pushing the defense out of position.
Sam Cam going to open up that mirror again, so I believe that's both of them now done and dusted. At least it's going to be put you in a half-wall position. Clash going to start to put down the shield. Now, potentially, you know, we still have the Clash tricking available where you can basically hold on to your shield even if they're sending Gone 6s in, even if they're sending in grenades. You're going to find the first raid going to 5-3 as they're looking towards the long end. Lou gonna take one. They're trying to put themselves onto a team ace position as now Jay gets one as well.
Yo, they did it!
One, and you know what? It's a flawless, it's a team. They just push in and save it.
Yo, the team ace to start off. Wow. How does that feel for this team going in? We were talking about their demise at the end of Oregon, at the end of Consulate. It honestly felt like it was over. T1S was absolutely on fire. And they've been with us this entire time. They're going on almost 6 hours. And it was the thing we talked about. The best of 3 buff coming in. They were prepped. They were ready. They were warmed up. They were freaking hot coming in to the start of this grand final, but fatigue starting to set in potentially, and starting out here to factor into this match. And the four Amigos come in hot and pick up a team ace. Everybody contributing.
You love to see it, stomping and showing that they're going to be back on to that blitz. And what a perfect play to try to get active towards some clash play. So they're going to be bringing it again on the side of the defense. Stick with the mirror, stick with the clash, hold on to this top floor area. They're going to just run it back. I think they've got what it takes for the second try.
All right, the two guys that have not picked up a Roller Prime win going to find their first opportunity here. Iowa Gronk, the two guys that are looking for that win here on the T1S side. Everybody on the Migos side has picked one up. They're just looking to pad those counts at this point. And a couple of them together. The squad, you know what, getting a chance to play Roller Prime one more time together. Wasn't sure we were ever going to get to see Stomp and play another one of these. Great that we're here for it.
100%. Feels like a treat. Feels like an absolute treat on a Sunday evening for some Siege. C4 is out, looking to try to claim one. Nobody in there yet, so we're going to call it a pre-place. We've still got Glybo up top. You saw it on the cams. They were pushing from that backside. Gray is going to take some damage. The Stompin's going to take him off the board. Jay Guns to find one. Io to take Jay off as well. Now into a 3-3. They're starting to make that push up. A flash as they start to put the pressure onto the clash. They've got it opened up onto the rotate, and that C4 potentially gone. They close it off, and that's the smart play. Wamai's able to take one as Lou goes down, and it's a punch hole here as Stompin was trying to collect on some dividends. Man advantage to the defense now. They're going to be able to find Mingo off the board. A well-placed Vector, and it's going to leave Stompin alone in a 1v3. A shield versus shield battle. No C4 to be had, but an impact still as they play Ring Around the Rosie. Looking for it. He's able to collect on one of them. That's going to put us with a minute and 29 left. Shield to be had. This feels like this still could go into the favor of Stompin, right? We've seen him in these situations before. Back up onto the punch hole. Take a little look-see. Nobody really giving him anything. Look at as they got the diffuser back in hand. Try to isolate. Sees the clash and is going to nope right the heck on out of there.
Yeah, he's got to back off that engagement. Now when he's got to watch out for Parla here as the alternative, right? These two guys can flank him, take the engagement with the shield directly. Parla could walk around the backside, but they're playing off of it together, so this is going to be the dangerous part. The beepers go off, so they know it. He's pushed up and gained a little bit of space, looking to see if he's going to peek behind the clash shield. But no, Parla's hanging back. Well played on his part. Trigger discipline.
Takes a couple of shots, but having the presence of mind to just kind of hold on to it. Now Parla gets some more damage, but still behind the clash shield, as now this is a little bit more tougher situation if you're Stomping here, and it's going to be all off the back of the pistol. He's going to force him to pick that shield back up, planting just inside. Going to put him onto a 17-second 1v2. A tough situation. Still pistol popping, and it's just going to be holding on to it. Not much to do here unless he gets back to the side or pushes directly up on it. Takes a couple of shots. He's going to get the down. No way! He got it! It's just absolutely crazy. Pistol popping, a clash shield up. What?
Oh no, Gray left. Don't tell me that. I hope that was internet related and not mental chalking. I think we might need to do a listen and maybe on Glybo's side to see what in the world was going on there. But man, the stomping, that was an unbelievable run for him.
An unwinnable run where the king just is like, you know what? But what if I pistol pops too, including an active clash shield? Sheesh.
This shit is dead. On God, they only win because they have stomping, bro. This is so boring. And that's not.
Yeah, we thought might be saying that. Thought we might be saying that.
I swear I haven't been involved in one. I don't fucking care.
This is the thing about it though, is this is a team that I think can win versus this squad. Stompin is the king, but he's not unbeatable. right? It is definitely possible for that team to come together. Let's see, Gleibo, that passion, I want to see that coming back here to be able to hold out and send this one a little bit further. The problem is, border is definitely an attacker-sided map. Starting there is a really tough position.
Yeah, especially when Stomp's floating, right? You could hear him say it right there. Just peek him! A Fabian-esque style rant where it's like, you know what? You're on the twos. Oh, man, the double swing could have pulled it off there for sure, but they pulled it back.
Yeah.
Might need a bit of a break here, Run, as they try to get this last member back in.
Well, I think we got all of them in. We'll go ahead and switch over and see. Okay, on Mingo's stream.
I'm not gonna lie, we should have won that round either way. But Ray, the reason why
There it is. Yeah, he's already back in, ready, and scrolling his phone. Oh no, it's drone phase, not phone phase.
I should have eye over you first headshot at me. I ain't gonna lie.
No, he's locked in. Look at this.
But you know, like aiming down is like a little weirdo console.
Bro, Ray, you got sold, bro. I was gonna kill the guy too, but he's like,
All right, talking about the difference between console, PC. I love this. Getting to hear the chat.
Yeah, a little bit of insight here. The only time I tried console run was back when my friend Ronan first introduced me to Siege, and bullet hole killing was still a thing, and I didn't stand a chance. I had zero fun playing that game.
Yeah, that doesn't sound fun at all. All right, we'll get back into it. Checked out the setup here on the defense side. A little bit of a run out. Get the barbed wire outside, and yeah, I mean, there is definitely a little bit of a, I wouldn't say mental chalking at this point, but they are certainly frustrated.
Ooh, almost claims one, but Mingo able to spray off. That's a tough one. Vector goes down, and you almost had this kill. 5-0, he remains deathless at this moment. Oh, Gray, man, that's a tough one. That's been the hero of the last couple of maps. At least he's got his gadgets and his utility down at this moment.
Yeah, I think, and he's the guy that seems to be one of the most affected by you know, having Stompin' in the game. But you said it. I mean, there has been pros in the game before, certainly not unusual. And the fact that these guys get the opportunity to play that kind of game is the kind of thing that people hope for, that opportunity over and over to show what they got. So would love to see this team really coalesce right now, come together, and make this close. And Gleibo, yep, he's ready. Takes down Lou, evens it up.
Yeah, and that's going to be a good first kill. Right now, the body balance is tied up to nobody, equalized on all fronts, except for a little bit of health damage, maybe to the attackers' not favor currently. Starting to push up with the shield as the pressure's on, and basically acting like a walking, right? Just feeding out some information, but it's more like a Maestro cam because it's a drone that can shoot back, take away your sight in the process. Starting to put the pin... move on towards this player, hold up in customs, and they've got some vertical pressure as well that they're kind of holding on to. But now as they start to get 2 or 3 players around, that's going to be ready to take Gleibo down, and now into a 4v3. They still hold up onto securities. He's trying to make the rotate to the top to help defend metal. But Mingo's able to take Iowa off the board and now put him into a 4v2 scenario.
Man, Jay running this the zero here seems to be a huge boost. That's like the tech coming in here to border, and then yeah, stomping on a shield, obviously dangerous and completely shutting this team down again. But do not let that mental get in your way. This team, you guys put up 2 map wins versus this team, so certainly beatable. Even when a scenario comes where the Amigos pick up a bunch of rounds in a row. T1S, these guys, we talked about it earlier, went 15-2 over the course of several rounds.
That's true, but
several maps.
Stompin' wasn't floating then. he wasn't floating then. He decided to get the job done himself, and now he's got a little bit of a movable, deployable to sit behind while gaining those kills. Now, this time they're going to take Blitz off the board, and that feels like a W call. The problem is there's still several opportunities for shield usage, although I don't know if we'll see Stompin' get on to the next one.
No, and I think to me the other piece that was obviously stomping alone on the shield, deadly, but also we saw in that previous round, like we saw Mingo and Raid both playing off the shield positioning, using the walking drone part of it that you talk
Attackers
about
need to
all the
locate
time,
and defuse
just to be able
bombs.
to identify and then play off of that extra intel. And right now, the Amigos are just doing that better, and I think that's part of the
Attackers
mental
have
part,
located a bomb.
right? We talked about fatigue. Is it setting in? It certainly seems like it. And when you get in one of these down scenarios, now is the time where you come together as a team or fail as a team. So I want to see. I want to see this T1S team come together.
Good call. What are they doing? They're going to bring out some slowdown. Banshee's back on the board. Still bringing out that Goyo slowdown. Try to get some of that. And I think that one of the good adaptations here, Run, we're seeing the Legion brought out a good opportunity to slow down any shields, although they're not bringing one on the side of the attack this time. Straight intel, Lion and Zero. Try to figure out where these defenders are, isolate, decimate.
Yeah, this has been a great addition here to the attacking lineup. These guys are using that intel, certainly their advantage, and punishing T1S for it. So what do they need to try and do? Something to get rid of this this extra intel. And look at that, the Zero Cam, just, take a shot at Malusi. I don't know that's actually worth it, but going for going to try and take down that extra piece of utility. So right now, it doesn't feel like
Call it the Rin strat, Run.
That's the Rin strat. Got it.
Yeah, that's the Rin strat. Bother you with lasers until you get fed up and try to shoot it and then die in the process. The Rin strat. Proven effective, although they didn't get a kill on that one just yet. Plenty of info to be had. Still got a Sam Cam out and about. That's going to be the first bit of contest pushed in through office. They're going to take some through the soft wall. Still not going to find it. His bullets all the way around. C4 rings out. And that's going to be the Legion taken off the board as Lou's able to claim one. Banshee goes down as they're claiming gadgets and space. Now tucked into the corner of Fountain. Stop Gray able to take one. Glybo gets one as well. Trade rings out. Lou able to answer back. 3 threes. We get tied up on the equalizer. Pushing straight in. Gray able to take Stomping off the board in an absolute answer back. Best opportunity they're looking towards here on border to finally claim around on the side of the defense. But there's the equalizer as Iowa goes down and now is alone. Lou's able to pistol pop to get the drop here. Now into a 2-2 scenarios. They just dropped down. They rotated out. They're going to allow him to take some space, start to feel a little comfortable on the verticality, and then hopefully catch him on the hatch drop.
And this is a dangerous strat playing down below. We've only got one impact left here from the defensive utility, so if that diffuser goes down, they're not going to have anything really to counter at this point. You can see Amigos know that they're looking for the vertical play, so they're going ahead and opening all of this, even though it's a second floor site.
Well, first floor site.
They're opening up all of the vertical above to try and stop. Boy, Gray. We talked about him. We talked about this guy. The mental game. He has absolutely come back here on round 4. He is locked in.
That's right. 11 seconds. So now is Mingo going to try to clutch up 1v2. Here's a bit of the sound cue. They rotate custom. Takes a quick shot around, but Gray good for another as he's at Mingo's head. They're going to find their first round on the defense and potential for that momentum shifter as now you've made the Giants bleed.
All right, that was a tough round for me personally, but getting to watch Gray really, lock in and going from potentially leaving the game, coming back, locking in, and just dominating that round, that to me feels like a huge boost here for the T1S team. So they still have got to take down the Giant, but you said it. Maybe they started to make them bleed.
Defenders, protect your bomb.
Okay, 3-1, looking towards that standard, looking for that 4-2. Attacker side feels fair. 2 more rounds in which to get it done. You can see a zombie back on the board. Interesting that we don't see some of that other slowdown that we've seen being utilized before. Would love to see a Capcan come out here. You know, something that you haven't seen in any of the grand final yet. Might not be looking for it. Could potentially play that spoiler.
Ooh, that's
Although
an
we, of course,
interesting
have
one.
been seeing Mingo running that Brava, so a potential for danger. He loves those drones. Now he's going to put himself on the Ram.
We really haven't seen any Capcan at this point throughout the entire grand final. That's almost a little bit surprising. That used to be the op that was like the #1 ban on the console side. Console players hated Capcan, and there's a lot of opportunities here on Border to be able to take advantage of that. So interesting that we haven't seen him come out. So it maybe speaks to me with a little bit of the slower paced siege, and where you're trying to take advantage of the players just running in, or they're always looking for it. So there's no real opportunity there to use the Capcan to take down your opponent.
Guns under a little bit of pressure. Goes down into the prone position, looking for somebody to make a swing. He gets a bit of that global gadget to give everybody a boost, but him specifically, as he's taking that first engagement, he's got an LMG. Enough bullets to kill them all. You can get it done in one mag if you're in a position to do so. Start to push towards that east side, but they've got pinks. They've got the intel. They're going to make a rotate around to try to put some pressure onto the Goyle. That's a big win con here. Taking Gray off the board, if you're an Amigo fan, is going to be win con #1.
Especially because when he was mentally chalked, he wasn't doing anything. So if you can get in his mental, if you can shut this man down, and I think you give yourself a significant advantage more than just taking down the frag leader on this team. When his mental gets chalked, definitely difficult to deal with. So that's the important part. Raid taking down Iowa, and then Mingo takes him down in 4v3 with 1:22. The kill is just flying off the board at this point.
That's right. Raid good for 2 is now Barla's able to take Raid off the board. It's a 3v2. Jay, Mingo, and Stompin still alive, and that's going to be J Guns with LMG to claim 1. Now it means that 0-4 Gronk is the last one alive, looking to claim kill for the map of Border currently. He's in a tough position. They're going to go ahead and take some time and drone him out. And now that they've got his position. He's going to take a swing. He's going to get a kill. He's going to take Stompin off the board, so he's going to stop that 0-4 look that he had. Not be friends with Owen anymore. Get himself in a position to potentially find themselves on that 4-2 split if he can get active on the next round.
Yeah, again, big mental boost there. Got rid of the Owen. Everybody picked up a kill at this point, but the Amigos still sitting a little bit high. It is a attacker-sided map at this point, and the Amigos just firing all cylinders. 4-1. T1S, though, looking to try and prevent this from going to a 5-1 half. That really would put a ton of pressure on them from the attacking side. Really, when we're talking about what this team needs to do, I'm a little bit surprised we haven't seen them mute either, because it feels like, we're seeing a lot of drone work come out from the Amigos side, and using that drone work and all that extra intel to just sort of isolate, decimate T1S. So we'd love to see that intel deny come out. But Libo switching over into play the Vigil. You know what? Catch him off guard. I'm here for that too.
Deployed.
Anything to get yourself on the standard split here, right? Anything other than a 4-2 half is going to feel like a real tough position for T1S going into the defensive side of it, because while this is an attacker-sided map, they've got a great defense built up. Sen's going to be brought out. A little bit of vertical as Mingo's pushing themselves back onto the ramp.
I don't think
business as usual outside of that Vigil. Go ahead.
He didn't catch that. I was going to say Vigil looked like he was ready for a run out on the detention side, but was missed by Mingo's droning. I thought he was going to go for the run out, but no. Thinks better of it. Walks back from it. I think that would have been awesome from a great siege play, but good call on his part to have some trigger discipline.
Sends gadget in through the long distance, and Gronk gonna get taken off the board as J Guns and an LMG is able to find 1. They go for the run out. J Guns now good for 2. They're finally gonna stop the bleeding. Gray able to take Stompin off the board. Another run out's gonna see Lou gone as well. Now as they get Flies into a 3-3. Goyo down as Raid's able to take him down. Now into a 3-2. Looking to try to put themselves on a 5-1 half. Still holding on. Selma charges ring out, goes to take him off, and Raid's going to take Parla down as well. And now it's going to be Iowa who's going to be the last alive and then the next to die.
Raid absolutely on fire that round. Was that a 3K for Raid there coming in hot to give them that 5-1 split? Damn.
I think so.
All right. Going into this ban. Yeah, going into the ban phase here, you're the attacking team. What do you want to try and take out of the hands of this defense? What's the method that they want to try and push in for? I think feels like getting rid of the Goyo is a good call here. You need to be able to move around. Don't lose the area. And finally, yeah, we talked about it the last map. They listened this time around. Goyo gone first.
Yeah, target stomping. Like that's the win con here. If you want to win this, you need to take down the king. What's he especially good with? That vector, right? Second thing, honestly, maybe take the vigil off the board because that too has proved to be spoiler. Really try to play crippler towards this defense, and that is exactly what they're going to do. Target stomping. He's the king. He's been floating. If you take him down, you got a better chance at winning the round. And if you take down two operators he's been frying with, that feels like a good call on the side of T1S.
Yeah, they're still locked in. They're not giving up here. We are talking about the grand finals here of Roller Prime number 9. Welcome, everyone. If you're just joining us, we appreciate you being here and joining the Siege Double Shot here for Roller Sunday, and it is the Prime Grand Final. One more map here. It's come down to the best of one between these two teams. T1S pulled off victories on Oregon and Consulate. Kafe, though, fell to the 4 Amigos and Mingo. Plus their one map advantage for coming in as the upper bracket finalists puts us at 2-2. Border, the final place we do battle, it has all come down to a best of one between these two teams to decide the winner of the grand final.
On the side of the attack run, they went with a couple of key bans there. Dokkaebi off the board, which means if you get a kill, you can't steal those cams. Some of that investment into the roam game going to be solidified a little bit more. Dokkaebi not there. And then the big one, the standard. Ace is going to be gone. No hard breach available, at least with the Selma charges and a little bit of distance. On the side of the defense, though, who are we bringing out? If you're banning the two operators that Stompin's been playing all night, what do? Well, in his case, he's going with the P90 and a little bit of intel. Intel in the hands of the king seems like a formidable thing.
Yeah, and right now the attackers don't have the IQ to be the direct counter for it, so... But it feels like they're sort of moving slow at this point, not getting overly aggressive, except for the two shields as they've made their way in. Look at this, going for the direct take, but... No, I thought that was an attacker that took him down. Jay, wow, pads his kill count, but it shouldn't be with your teammate.
Yeah. Just to let you know, Jay, usually you shoot your teammate with the stim gun, not your regular gun. Just I can see how you get that mixed up. Stim gun, not regular gun. TK rings out. That doesn't quite matter. They're still able to get the job done. Twitch, the last alive, is going to find a wall bang on the F2 to take down Lou. Now puts us with 3-1. Time's not starting to tick down. F2 is going to claim another one. Hello? Diffuser's cold on the top of E, so he's just going to push in and go for a little frag crazy. But Raid Bullies is there to shut him down.
Yeah, Raid right now has certainly just absolutely locked in. He is having a hell of a good game, and the 4 Amigos and Mingo squad put together here to run the Roller Prime number 9 has come up big here in Border. They definitely struggled as on Oregon, struggled on Consulate, and started to find their footing on the second half of Kafe, finally winning that one in overtime, and have now completely shifted into overdrive to go for a 6-1 streak at this point. We've only seen T1S pick up one round so far. That was on the first floor on Vent Workshop. So they're going to get the opportunity here. That's where the Amigos are going to go for potentially the final round, because it's not just match point, my friend. Match point, series point, and Roller Prime number 9 grand final points here to the Amigos.
Oh man. Run, I just wanted to say, too, a quick little highlight. We're 36 followers away from a true 7,000 followers on Twitch. Just want to say thank you so much to everybody hanging out. It's a blast talking Siege with you. It's a blast getting the cast stomping yet again and having this Roller Prime Sunday. It's just been an absolute beautiful day for Run. Some great plays, C4s, Heartbreakers, melees, shield plays for days. Just kind of had a little bit of everything that you would want when you're talking lower bracket and grand finals for some Siege.
Yeah, it is. It's everything that I wanted for a Labor Day weekend battle between these two, and oh, that's a tough place to start. If you were the T1S, you have absolutely got to lock in. It is the last opportunity. 5v3. That was absolutely T1S's domain as a part of the entire first best of 3, but they are just walking in. They're done and ready. It is all up to Gronk. He's the only one of the only guys who hasn't got a Roller Prime win, but he is in it to win it.
Takes a couple of shots, now down into a 1v3. Not much to do here. They're going to try to bait out kills, which is funny because everybody else left. He's going to get another one. Onto the triple kill, on pace for the ace. What do you do if he wins? What do you do if he wins this one?
We would pause it and get everybody back in. That's right. Win this.
Oh, I love it. There's no way Raid and Mingo throw any bodies towards this, I'm sure. Right? Instead, they're going to head back, maybe do a little bit of camping out, and a GG probably to ring out in chat. It's 1 minute and 27 left. What a game.
We do the do we do the listen in here on Domingo's side?
Let's hear it.
Frost has 40 bullets in a gun. 35. I have 35 right now.
Why are we talking about this?
They have the 90 cam. What are you looking at? Yeah, I'm flipping
I don't trust fucking
Lou's not flipping at all. I haven't seen
watch my drone.
I am. What are you talking about? I've been.
I see Stomping operating by.
Oh God, I'm flipping.
What? I'm holding the camera outside main door. Like, hello?
No. Shut up. Oh, you can see
That's-
main door?
That's not even flippy, Jay. I haven't seen you flip either, bitch.
Y'all can see main door?
I haven't seen you.
Why are y'all talking, bro? Roller Prime, not 5.
Bro, shut
You know,
the fuck up, Blake.
just having some fun with it. It's going to be a 7-1 victory here to close out the grand final. Unless, let's go back. Oh, yep. He's pushing up. Gronk's making the push.
Throws out a grenade. Starts to make his final push in. Looking for a couple of shots. They've got it held down, and there's going to be the shot. Raid Bull is going to take it, and your prime grand final winners, Amigos and Mingo. Going to go ahead and claim that. What a game, Run. What an absolute game.
Man, the Malusi stomping, that's a hell of a finishing move here to close it out. 7-1 victory again. Nobody left in the server at this point. Everybody took their leave quickly, but man, what a grand final win for Mingo and his squad. Big GG's obviously to Raid, Jay, Lou, Mingo, and Stompin', and it was a pleasure to cast all of you guys again. Thanks for sticking around with us for a best of 3 and a best of 5, and it took every single map all the way.
Yeah, it's what you wanted. A great weekend for Siege, some ups, some downs, and some grand final. Holding on to the very end of blast, and it was a blast to hang out with all of you guys. We just want to say thank you so much for the follows. Thank you so much for the subs, helping out the Siege Double Shot to allow us to keep doing what we're doing, just talking Siege, bringing you all the coverage that we can, showcasing your talent across the T4, T1, and console scene. We're happy to do it. We're happy to have you guys along the journey. And don't forget, Wednesday, we've got a big cast coming up. We're going to do the Mukbang Grand Finals as well. Add another Grand Finals to the list. It's our favorite time of the year, but we have got a very big announcement. Something that we've been waiting for, something that people have been asking for, and it is coming on Wednesday. So hold on to your halos. Mukbang Grand Finals is coming in Wednesday. What time are we doing that one?
It's a best of 5, so originally scheduled for 7, but I think we're trying to pull that thing ahead because if that one goes another 5 maps, we're going all night long again, this time on a weekday. So hopefully just a little bit sooner, but not too early for the West Coasters. Appreciate you. Yeah, Wednesday, 9/3. We're going to see that September 3rd and into September for Twitch. Really looking forward to that one.
Yeah, gonna be a great time. If you like us, if you love us, if you hate us, head over to X and go ahead and I'm at glitter_whiskey. He's at racing ENGR, and together we are the Siege Double Shot, your one-stop shop for everything Siege, T4 through T1. We're here to get it done. If you want some actions that we displayed on the stream tonight, any of those clips that you guys were showcased in, we put those onto our TikTok. We put those onto our YouTube shorts, so go check us out at the Siege Double Shot. But for us, alas, we have come to the dreaded part of the evening where we must bid you adieu. So as the lights start to dim and the jukebox starts to sing closing time, as always, my friends, you don't have to go home.
But you can't stay here.
Ayo.
Let's go.